Interimo hara pari dorime, amino, amino, latiremo dorime. Ameno, omenore imperavi ameno, timere, timere matero, materemo, ameno, omenore imperavi emulari, ameno, ameno, ameno dore, ameno dorime, ameno dorime, ameno dorime reo, ameno dorime,
My lovely imps. Token Brazilian, Punk Sea Corpse, Carbon Coal, Brina, You're My Game, Jade Monkey, Baphomet, Dome, Gayfesh, Marinara, Cotton D-Pad, Hellhound, Joey Ravioli, Zygote, Softest Leftist, Randar the Barbarian, Vines, Lavender, Mistress Lynn, Exoskeletal, I missed your name, I'm sorry, Exoskeletal Patchwork, Salty Cupcake, Novocaine, The Quippings, Eddie, Technogal, Spyrogal, Dank Catlord, Max Phoenix, Arrow 102, Gishfelter, Vines, Jessica Metal, Angel Brat, Rapti, Cress Lakai. Welcome to the live stream, Cress Lakai. And from the YouTube chat, Toa Trika, Rhodes, Low Hanging Fruit, Ivy Evans, Mother of Mudkips, Aqua Fractaline, Papa Brownown, Spino Rex 123, A Good Dog, Uncle Gumbald, I'm the Radical Left, Heather Turner, Viquiero, Valhalla Vidia, Lucid Burgundy, Midget with a Hacksaw, welcome to live stream chat for the first time ever. Kruva, Polaire, Ink Frog, Jimmy Pineapple, Danny, Redwire, Espen M, Mika Allen, Leanne Scott, Rapti again, Lauren Walker, Varanot, Sonia Trichetter, Falmer Flamingo, Scott K. Did I miss anybody? Maybe I did. Demon Speaker, Witch Knight Melody, Ligmund Freud, Antifa Pyro, Sophie, my lovely imps, how are you doing today? I need to take this hood off because it's a little bit silly. Bonks Daily, President Parakeet. There we go. All right, everybody. My lovely imps. I hope you are doing wonderfully today. Let me get this silly hood off. Ah! I messed up my hair just a tiny bit. Oh. Actually, my hair looks pretty good, all things considered, I gotta say. Not to toot my own horn or whatever. Oh, is the audio levels fine? All right, there we go. Reverse flash, don't worry, you did not get missed. I sometimes do miss some people. The Dark Canuck. There you go, I think we got everybody. Oh, Dadurker, got you. Scoot. I think we got basically everybody. Can we say Sprite is a very underappreciated soda? No. However, we can say that Sprite Zero is an underappreciated soda. It's really good, actually. Sprite Zero is really good because even if you don't like diet sodas, the tanginess tends to counteract the people who don't like diet sodas. It's good. The DSP Cooking Mama posted earlier today was hella fun to watch. Thank you. Those of you who are here right now, first of all, if you're willing, which I'm sure you will be, please press the like button on the stream. If you are not subscribed to Demon Mama, make sure you press subscribe and ring the bell. And definitely make sure you press the like button. The more likes we get earlier on, the more imps end up showing up. And we already have a whopping 210 beautiful little imps in chat today. Oh, sorry, if I missed, oh, it looks like oh, okay, hold on a second, sorry. Andy M, I missed you. I'm very sorry I haven't missed you now. It's a little bit hard to get literally everybody, but I did my best. Thank you very much, Andy M, for the $10. And let me check real quick. I was told that I have another dono, and then I want to say something real quick before we get too bogged down in getting distracted. Rapti with the incredibly generous 10 tier 1 subs. Oh my God, thank you very, very much. And Angel Brat with the tier 3 resubscribe. Holy moly. Seriously, thank you. This show is 100% supported by imps just like you. I don't get any sponsorships. I only get a tiny, tiny bit of ad revenue by comparison. So thank you for supporting the stream. It literally makes it possible for me to pay the bills. Brawlerella with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very much. Holy moly. Did I miss any segments or are we still in the warm up? We literally just started Killjoy. You didn't miss anything. Today is going to be, oh, you have YouTube Premium. YouTube Premium is super good for YouTubers. If you have YouTube Premium, not only does it let you skip ads, but it's really good for us. Those of you who didn't know, earlier today, we posted a new Cooking Mama episode. Cooking Mama episodes tend to get less overall views for my channel than other segments. However, they get a lot of comments and people really like them. So we do them even though they're not like, I guess they're not clickbait or whatever. However, if you haven't ever seen a Cooking Mama segment and you're here for my, you know, political news, politics, you know, philosophy, whatever that shit, you should check out my Cooking Mama segments. I'm telling you, they're super fun. They're really, really, really fun. Yeah. How does YouTube Premium work if I'm on your site? I do have Premium. Oh, it still works. As long as you're logged in on YouTube and you're watching on my website, as long as you're still logged in on your actual YouTube, it'll work. Metroplex Asylum says, how are you doing today? I'm doing pretty good, all things considered. I've had a very busy week, so I'm a little bit tired. Yesterday, we had to take Yoda to the vet, and Yoda had to have a couple of teeth extracted. Yoda is my dog, for those who don't know, who I love very, very much. But yeah, oh, actually, speaking of Yoda, she actually knocked down a piece of the backdrop, but whatever. Yoda had to have a couple of teeth extracted yesterday, but she's doing okay. She's doing okay. She's just a little sad. You know, her mouth hurts a little bit, but she has some pain meds, doggy pain meds, and she's been doing all right. She was really sad yesterday. What breed is Yoda? Yoda is a mutt. Yoda, so here's some Yoda lore. Yoda was originally adopted by my partner's wonderful, amazing, absolute hero of a grandma. My partner's grandma is a genuine, she's amazing. She was amazing. She was originally adopted by my partner's grandma, and she was emaciated when she was found, as in, like, she had been starving for a long time. And so my partner's grandma took her in and fed her up so that she got back to a healthy weight, and then took care of her for many years. And when my partner's grandma passed away, we offered to take care of Yoda from then on out, and it was a very good decision because Yoda is the best dog ever. Actually, yeah, if you look on the side over here, you can see the emote of my dog. That's my dog right there. That's her. See where my finger is? That's the Yoda emote. We love her so much. Yeah, she's, and she's doing really, really well. She has had dental issues for most of her life because of how long she was malnourished, which means that a lot of her teeth, were, underdeveloped. So she's had to have teeth removed from time to time throughout her life, but she is being cared for very well now. She goes to the vet regularly and is doing really, really well. Is she a Shiba? I don't think she's a Shiba, although some people, like when she's walking around, she does have some like Shiba-like features. For example, the shape of her face. But I don't think she's a Shiba. We don't know for sure. When we had her, we're going to be doing one of those dog DNA things on her in the future to just get an idea, because we thought it would be cool to know what type of breed she is. But as far as we can tell, she's just a mutt. Yeah, will Yoda sing for Impmas if she's feeling well enough? Absolutely. I thought you said Carolina Dingo. She looks identical to a Carolina Dingo, which she might be a Carolina Dingo. That's been our best guess, but it's just a guess. She does look identical to a Carolina Dingo. Here, I'll show you what a Carolina Dingo looks like. Hold on. This is almost exactly like, this looks so much like my dog that like, I'm like, oh my God, is this a picture of Yoda? Like, this is almost identical to what she looks like. So this is not a picture of my dog. I can show you an actual picture of my dog. Hold on, let me get on my Insta. If you want dog pictures, you gotta subscribe to you gotta follow my Instagram. That's where I put all my dog pictures. Actually, I haven't posted a dog picture. Oh, actually, I did. I posted one recently. Hold on, let me show you. Here she is. Look at her. Look at how cute. See? She looks really similar to this dog, just a little bit smaller. She's a little smaller than most Carolina Dingoes, but this is Yoda right here. She could be, some people have said she might be part Chihuahua, but we don't know for sure. She is, by the way, just the best dog in the world. I have never in my, and I have had many dogs in my life, and I've never had a dog so loving and caring as this dog. It's incredible. I love her so much. She is like a treasured member of our family. She's a little stinky. Yeah, her breath is a little stinky, but that's okay. We give her, we try to get her teeth taken care of. She had rotten teeth. Now it's not stinky anymore. She looks like a Corgi Shiba mix. I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. Red Dawn from Red Dawn? Red Dawn from chat says, what happened in Germany? We're going to talk about that in just a little bit. It's pretty serious. We got some wild shit to talk about. So we're still in the warm-up segment. For newcomers to the stream, the first 40 to 45 minutes of my stream are always chill time, aka warm-up. I warm up my voice. We talk about whatever the hell we all feel like talking about. Chatters usually ask me questions, and I pretty much always answer them because it's really, you know, that's what this segment is for. What does the kanji on my hoodie say? I believe it's the name of the artist that made this piece. So yeah, you can go check it out. This is a limited run from Cold Blooded. So yeah. There's really cool art on the back, but yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah, now you're gonna pay. Oh, this is John Halo memes. People are still memeing about the there you go. It's the name of the artist. Hold on, I can show you the Stay Cold. Sorry, the brand is Stay Cold. I don't know why I said Cold Blood. It's Stay Cold is the brand. Let me show you. I can actually. I'm so sorry, Grime Dango. I really hope you get better. I really, really hope you get better. This one. Oh, that's not this one. It's a different one. Go. Well, anyway, regardless, the link is busted now, but I believe it was called Blood God originally. Whatever, I'll get it, and we'll make a command for it. I apologize. I'm really sorry about that. Okay, who here in chat is a mod? Demon Mama needs to cover this. It's pretty important. Okay, what? I need to cover what? You can't just like... And also, please do not shake down mods. Mods do not have my ear at all times, and mods will not do your bidding. If there's something I need to see... What's this? Are you for real? Are you for real right now? With all due respect, there is absolutely zero reason why I would need to cover that right now. If you want me to react to something, that part's later. We're not doing that right now. Save it for a bit. I'll tell you how we're gonna do it. And if something is super important and needs my attention, email me. And I'm slow to respond, but I see my emails, okay? All right. It's okay. You don't have to feel bad or anything. It's just, it's not something I could react to on a pressing level. If I thought you were gonna send me something like, I don't know, like breaking news, but somebody's problematic fan fiction is not breaking news. I can't react to that immediately. No offense. Anyway, yeah, Lily Orchard is a weirdo. True. Thank you very much, Neb. I'm in North Carolina and the attack is scary. We're going to talk about that extensively. So let me just lay out what we're going to be doing today. We have a news segment to begin with. We're going to do 3 little bits of news. One is about the thwarted attempted coup in Germany. Yes, that's right. You're hearing that correctly. There was an attempted coup by right-wingers in Germany. They failed. They got caught. Part 2 that we're going to talk about is a string of terrorist attacks in the United States that have been confirmed to have been perpetrated by right-wing organizations. And the third thing we're going to talk about is another right-wing, presumably right-wing attack, this one on Tim Pool, which is interesting because you might recall that I've been talking about the fact that Tim Pool has been pissing off his right-wing audience recently. So anyway, yeah. Yep. So we're going to talk about that. Yep. But that's what we're going to be talking about. And then after that, we're going to be doing a react segment. It's been way too long since we sat down and just did some fun react. I have some things I want to react to. You all are going to be able to send me things to react to. I'll tell you how to participate later. Don't bombard me with links right now. Please, I'm begging you, please don't bombard me with links right now. I won't be able to keep track of them. It's literally impossible for me to do so. Wait until I ask for them and I'll tell you where to put them, okay? And we're going to react to a bunch of things. That's fine. Again, Max Phoenix, don't feel bad. It's just if you're trying to get my attention in live stream, don't be surprised if you end up getting my attention in live stream. I can't always react on the moment's notice to something that's being posted in chat. One could say it might be a day of long knives. It certainly seems like that's what's happening, what's shaping up right now in the United States. And we're going to get very deep into that, yeah. Is Tim Pool going to attempt to leave the right? He can't. There is no way out. This is part of the reason why purges happen on the right and also why purges are so effective on the right. Because when you get that deep in, you have nowhere else to go. Tim Pool is not some like, Tim Pool is not like a, I don't even know how to describe it. He's not like these like fake centrist right-wing politicians. Tim Pool has been actively claiming that a civil war is going to happen any day. You can go look at his channel and search through years of him agitating for an American civil war, which he agrees with, by the way, because he thinks it's justified. He has nowhere to go. There is no plausible deniability for someone like Tim Pool anymore. And I'm going to show you in that segment what I'm talking about. He has nowhere to go. He's been agitating for well over 5 years. But yes, the Civil War shit started in 2017. All right, so then I guess it would be about 5 years. Yep. Tim Pool's finding himself in a bit of trouble because he's not keeping up with the game that the right is currently playing. Anyway, we'll get into that in the proper segment. I don't want to get too far off point. What else? What else was I going to talk about? Oh yeah, I've been playing a ton of Death Stranding. which is absolutely amazing. This is the second time I've played through it. It is just as inspiring, if not more inspiring than the first time I played through it. And it's been great. Yeah. So, what else? Yesterday, I didn't actually get the final number. If any of the Vosh imps, the Vimps in chat, have the number, what was the final amount raised yesterday? Yesterday, I did not stream, and instead, I directed my viewers to go support Vosh's fundraiser effort, because, hey, that's what imps do. Imps raid with fucking love. Imps help out all of these important political actions, and you did. I know by the number of reacts on there that a lot of people were clicking through, and also I visited chat and saw a bunch of you over there, which is sick as hell. Good job, imps. About 23,000. That's awesome. Chronos 5610. What happened with Tim Pool? We're going to talk about that in a little bit. We're in the warm-up segment right now. I was just telling people what to expect for the day. In just a little bit, we're going to talk about the Tim Pool thing. 24,600. That is awesome. So the Progressive Victory is a partnership that Vosh and a couple of other streamers have with a organization that is designed to basically get out the vote, essentially. They are going to be campaigning, and they have a ton of volunteers. They're going to be campaigning all over the US for various vital, progressive election campaigns. Now, as you know, I tend to encourage people to always think above and beyond electoral politics, but that doesn't mean that you can neglect electoral politics entirely. You just have to be wise about where you put your efforts. And this, let me tell you, as far as electoral politics goes, this is about one of the best efforts you can support, because it's simultaneously challenging both the Republican Party and the entrenched portions of the Democratic Party that are holding the entire country back. So it's pretty goddamn good. How good are you at singing? Believe it or not, I'm not actually that good of a singer. I wish I was a better singer, but I'm not very good of a singer. I don't practice singing very often. I use my voice all the time, but I have like a radio talk show voice, you know? That's what my voice is good at. Yeah. Somniostatic says that Progressive Victory knocked on over 10,000 doors in Georgia. That's impressive. And as we know, wait, oh, I don't have the victory, but as we know, Raphael Warnock has officially won again in Georgia. So not only did we get a blue victory in Georgia back during the Blorgia portion, but now we got another blue victory in Georgia, which is amazing. Absolutely incredible that there could be not just a blue victory, but a progressive blue victory in Georgia. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, Warnock is really cool. Warnock is he is not a Christian socialist, but he is highly inspired by liberation theology and Christian socialism. He's made references to it at various points in time. And that's a big step forward. And what it does prove, by the way, just as a little bit of to build off of that a little bit, it proves that lefties are correct in saying that liberalism isn't good enough to beat the right. The right, people think that, oh no, if you go too far left, you're gonna scare off the normies. But as it turns out, normies aren't super political to begin with. They don't really think about the spectrum of politics the way that Democrats, establishment Dems, and establishment Republicans do. Normies listen for things that are important and valuable to them. And when Raphael Warnock comes in saying, I want to make insulin free to everyone. I want to make sure that everybody has health care. I want to make sure that we don't have coups happening in the United States. That resonates very well with a lot of normies. They don't really think about blue versus red in that way. So, yeah. I can't stand folks that claim that lefties talking about extremism are just as bad as Nazis. Extremism is a very fishy word. extremism is used to play equivalency between genocidal people and people who support healthcare. It is extremism is a very manipulative term, and my lovely viewers, I would very, very, very much enjoy it if you would learn to spot terms like extremism, which are used to manipulate the framing of a conversation. Is it true that universal healthcare is an extreme position in the United States? Yeah, it is an extreme position in the United States. But is it truly extremist to believe that everyone should have healthcare? I don't think it is. But if you were to ask a pundit, then they would say, yeah, that's extreme, because they've set the frame for what is extreme and what isn't extreme. Yeah. I got called insane the other day for saying the right is advocating genocide and coup. Donald Trump, the most recent Republican president and current most likely future Republican president. Wait. That came out wrong. What I mean is that he is going to run for president, and if Republicans win, it will be with Donald Trump. Just advocated for a dissolution of the Constitution. The highest, most popular figures on the right are advocating for coups and for genocidal intent. You are not insane. Don't ever let anybody tell you you're insane. You're not. You're not at all. Not even a little bit. Bo said that Trump will roll over the Republican Party. They have nothing. Yes, there is no one challenging Donald Trump right now. Even Ron DeSantis. People, a bunch of like Lincoln, what are they called? Lincoln Log Republicans. What are they called again? Lincoln Project. There we go. Lincoln Project. The Lincoln Project Republicans, which are like a bunch of millionaire, rich guys, old guys in the Republican Party who are anti-Semitic, are racist, but they want to pretend that they're not, like the old days when they were, they kept it under the table. Those guys have no real power. They've been saying, yeah, go Ron DeSantis, and Ron DeSantis is getting creamed. No one gives a fucking shit about Ron DeSantis. Oh, the log cab. I was mixing them up with the log cabin Republicans. The log cabin Republicans are the gay Republican faction. Yikes. Fiscal conservative Democrats. That's the word. There you go. There's the cheat code. Yep. What is Mama's hoodie from? This is a limited run. Here, let me show you the back of the hoodie. Hold on a second. Let me show you all the back of the hoodie. Ready? There you go. That is a Stay Cold apparel. It is a limited run. It is incredibly comfortable. It is very, very high quality. If you ever want to buy something from Stay Cold Apparel, I give them 5 out of 5 stars. They are a phenomenal brand. You will be dripped out. Very, very affordable, even though they are all of Stay Cold Apparel is partnerships with individual artists. They do limited runs of everything. So once they sell out, that's it. They're not necessarily going to make any more of that particular one. And I give it a 5 out of 5. Very, very good. Yeah. So, hey Bree. Hey, Brina. Varnish Eater says, hello, Demon Mama and the Imps. I am finally catching a little bit of stream. I've been doing study abroad in Italy. Hey, that's awesome. I hope you're enjoying Italy. I know politics has been a little weird in Italy, but then again, right now, where isn't politics weird? Yeah. The words are the name of the artist, Jade Monkey, as far as I know. Yeah, you guys have girl boss Mussolini. Yeah, it's really bad. The Italian government elected a borderline fascist. And when I say like borderline fascist, I mean as fascist as you can get without openly declaring yourself as a fascist. Just like deranged right-winger. Absurd. Yeah. We are living in the cool zone. Yeah, we are. The cool zone. A lot of people don't know the term the cool zone. The cool zone means the type of, it means a point in history that is really cool to read about in a book, but that would absolutely suck to live through. Hence why we live in the cool zone. We live in a part of history that I'm sure will be very fascinating to read about in a history book, but it really fucking sucks to have to live through it. Yeah. Yeah. So, yep. Cool Zone, like Cool Zone Media? Yeah, Cool Zone Media is named after that term. I don't know if they invented it, but yeah. Corporate, Looney Crow from YouTube chat says, corporate Democrat, what's that? Is that a Dem who votes for corporate interests or corporations that allow voting? A corporate Democrat is a Democrat that votes in the interests of corporations. It is the majority of the Democratic Party would fall in line with the corporate Democrats. These are the type of people that refuse to implement things like universal health care because it would be too much of a tax burden on the rich. This is the type of Democrat that supports reforming taxes instead of just like increasing taxes on literal billionaires. Speaking of which, I just wanted to say something that was on my mind recently. This is like a really really minor and off the cuff thing, but I was thinking about this the other day. Billionaires are almost by definition the worst people to have lots and lots of money, okay? And the reason why I say that is because anybody else who had that type of money would not hoard that type of money. Anybody who was like, think about what you would do if you were suddenly given, $150 million. Or let's say you weren't quite a billionaire. Let's say you were given $900 million, okay? If you had $900 million, I bet every single one of you would feed your friends. You would probably start all kinds of interesting little projects. You would probably fund art. You would probably buy interesting things, travel interesting places. You would probably share that money with other people. Billionaires, all they do is sit on it. The best thing that they can come up with is to sit on their money and get more of it. Now, some of them will release a very small percentage into charities so they can get a tax write-off, thereby making even more money. Some of them will drop a tiny, tiny percentage into investing in a business that they're interested in or buying something outright. But billionaires fucking suck at using money. All they do is sit on it. Can you imagine? And you want to know what what made me think of this? Was Hideo Kojima. I know, I've been playing all the Kojima games, I've been playing the Death Stranding, and I looked at, and the Death Stranding Director's Edition, Director's Cut is super cool because it has a bunch of stuff included in the game that talk about, like, basically artistic projects that Kojima has worked on, enjoyed, stuff that he's gone and done with other artists. And I'm like, that guy is not even a billionaire, and he has made so much world-changing art. Like, this guy has a fucking fraction of what somebody like Bezos or Elon Musk has, and he has turned it into wonder. He's done miracles. Whatever you think of his games, you have to acknowledge that this guy is way better at using his money than somebody like Elon Musk or fucking Bezos, who literally just sits on it. It's the banality of wealth. It's like the wealthiest people on the planet are the least creative, and all they can think to do with all of that money and resource is just stack it up in piles. It's wild. I've never understood how tax write-offs are supposed to make money. Okay, think of it like this, okay? So there's a bunch of different ways that you can manipulate tax write-offs, but if we're talking specifically about charity tax write-offs, if you donate money, if your company donate, or you as an individual, if you have a huge income, donate money to a charity, that amount is deducted from the total amount that you would have to pay in taxes, because the American government's saying, well, you're contributing. And there are some limitations and little tweaks and whatever there, but the basic idea is that instead of paying the taxes, corporations and very rich people will pay the amount that they would have paid in taxes to a charity of their choice, usually one that they own conveniently, or that's owned by a family member or a friend or something along those lines. And they do this because then they get to control where the money is going instead of it going into the hands of the government. Now, this exists in our government to incentivize charitable donations because of this idea that all charity should be done privately, et cetera, et cetera. But keep in mind that there are also ways that you can donate that have more than a one-to-one stack. So you only have to donate such certain amount and you end up knocking a huge amount off of your taxes. It's, I mean, everybody, every single corporation, every single company or business in the world utilizes charitable donations as a tax write-off. That's just how it goes. But yeah, it's a system designed by the rich for the rich. Yes, it is. It's basically designed so that billionaires have a way to not actually have to give to government-funded programs. And instead, they can funnel it into the Bill Gates Foundation, which is their own charity thing, and or something else even worse. What's really bad is that a lot of billionaires funnel their money into extreme vanity projects where most of the project is just putting their name on stuff so that they become more famous. Basically, advertisement. They're investing, instead of paying taxes, they're investing in advertising and making even more money. It's very, very fucking stupid. Yeah, the Looney Crow says, the simple way that people do this is you create an LLC, you file everything that you do, including half of your personal assets, and the donations go to a charity of friends who create the charities. Yeah, you just have your friend create it. Exactly. You've got it. You've got it nailed. Simon Huey says, our billionaires today use extreme wealth to fund tech meant to spy on us and control us plebeians, even more than we already are. Yes, they fucking do. Oh, yes, they do. A lot of tech billionaires, especially, will invest in charity tech projects, research, charitable research that conveniently goes towards weapons applications or espionage applications. It's very, very weird. So basically, they turn what would otherwise be tax dollars into capital for their own organizations. Precisely. Now, we've had conversations about taxes as a concept on this channel before. I do believe that there are problems with relying on taxes to solve societal problems. However, we can clearly acknowledge that what's happening is that billionaires benefit from things that cost taxpayer money without actually contributing. Roads, infrastructure, electrical, water, university systems. All of these things are enormous taxpayer expenses that billionaires take advantage of, but conveniently find a way not to pay for. Interesting, isn't it? Makes you think. Makes you think. Super surveillance capitalism. Yes, we live in the era of surveillance capitalism for sure. For sure. Cult of Eyes says, do you remember how the Panama Papers came out and nothing happened? Yeah, except for the journalist that worked on them got mysteriously killed from 6 shots in the back of the head. Is that like the Patagonia CEO giving away all of his money to a charity that he owns and has direct control of? Yep. Oh, sorry, car bomb. My bad. Car bomb. Car bomb. I was thinking of the Russian person. It was a car bomb. My bad. Sorry, didn't mean to do assassination misinformation on the internet. Carnegie wrote an entire book which ultimately said it's normal and superior to not want to help or care for people. One should make sure not to give too much money to the poor. They're stupid. Give a pittance to make sure that there are no laws made to take away your wealth. Yes, the Gilded Era barons were incredibly wise about this. Rapti with the $10 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. Can you read this to chat? It's about how billionaires should act. I mean, I don't think billionaires should exist. But this is too long for me to read to chat. However, I do recommend reading it because it at least is good. What we have here is Mackenzie Scott. Is Mackenzie Scott? Isn't Mackenzie Scott the lady who used to be married to Bezos? Yes, she used to be married to Bezos, and she divorced Bezos and then devoted her life to charity and stuff. And it is a good article, but yes, check out this article that Rapti shared here. I'll post it in chat again if you want an interesting read. Here you go. She's a billionaire, but she's gone ANCOM. Well, that's good to hear. I hope that she manages to get rid of all of her her billions. Have you considered maybe the billionaires are nice? No. Why is the picture dark? What are you talking about? Refresh. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny and fucked that video game economies have money and property caps to encourage shared resources, but in real life we don't. That's because video games are supposed to be fun. Life is supposed to be fun and good too, but you see, you know, in real life, you can just, you know, screw people over and make your life good and their life bad, you know? But nobody's gonna pay for a video game that's not fun. Yes, I've heard about that. Renophilia says, Wizards of the Coast appears to have lost big time with their whole buy these $1,000 non-playable collector cards to celebrate the 30th. No one bought. Yeah, it's been bad. It's been bad. Wizards of the Coast, the Magic the Gathering is on the absolute rocks right now. It's like, as in cataclysmic. The situation in the Magic card community is like truly cataclysmic at the moment. Hold on, I haven't read all the donations yet. I've missed a couple. Hold on a second. Let me get them. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm trying to keep up with everything. There's been a lot of really generous people. I always check them. Don't worry. I just might not get to them immediately. I gotta change the way I do donos. Mr. Krabs says, here's a fresh meme, and have you heard about the chicken box manifesto about you? Ah, yes. I have indeed heard about the Loner Box manifesto that was written about me, President Sunday, and Doe. All I gotta say is, keep your eyes peeled. That's all I can say. All right? Keep your eyes peeled. All right? Don't worry about it. Keep your eyes peeled. That's all I'm gonna say. I should start charging people for making manifestos about you. They're paying the price in their own special way, okay? Is it positive or negative? Strictly negative. I'm not gonna talk about it right now, but don't you worry. He wrote a manifesto? Yes, he did. Like I said, watch this space, all right? Watch this space. Don't you worry. Just be patient. My lovely imps, just be patient. Why do they all go the D route? Beats me. Beats me. I haven't read it, but I heard it was crazy. I agree. Desperate. Correct. Desperate. All right. Was there anything else I wanted to say before we start jumping into the I see some people in chat are Googling it and discovering that it is a 4-hour, just trust me. Watch this space. Be patient. Leftist infighting is depressing. Yeah. I guess you could call that leftist infighting. Is another gaming stream going to be happening soon, Demon Mama? Yes, it is. I am making a very good effort to make room this month for us to finish off Cult of the Lamb, hopefully before Christmas. I have been very busy. Like I said, yesterday we took my dog to the vet and I had to take care of my dog most of the day. We're getting a Christmas tree for Impmas, which, yeah, that's right. You're about to witness. There's going to be a Christmas transformation of the set. The set's going to look very different very soon. Yeah. So that's going to be cool. We're going to be doing that probably this weekend. And we're going to then, once we get the Christmas stuff all set up, the Impmas stuff all set up, yes, we're going to reintroduce the Impmas emotes. Oh, did you see the end of the majority report yesterday? I didn't. If you, Ixtrums, if you just drop me the link here in chat and I'll open it up. It's like a different timeline. True nuts. I mean, I would not say that he was ever a socialist, and he did defend me, but only for about this long and only on things that barely mattered. But yeah. Impmas is about to begin, and by the way, for those of you who don't know what Impmas is what we celebrate. It is like Christmas. It's Christmas, but more. We start celebrating Impmas sometime in December, and we end Impmas when I feel ready to be done having a nice holiday, usually sometime in January. And we do all kinds of fun things for Impmas. First of all, if you want to have a Impmas decoration on the tree, if you have a Impmas ornament you'd like me to put on the tree, get in contact with me, shoot me an email, or contact me through Discord, and I'll get you our P.O. box so that you can send in an Impmas ornament if you'd like. We can't promise every ornament will go on the tree because sometimes people send really large ornaments and we don't have a huge tree. However, we will do our best to make sure your ornament ends up on the tree. If not, and if we can't put it on the tree, we will show it off to the stream. So if you want me to show off your ornaments, we always show off the ornaments to the stream. Also, I do a bunch of video game giveaways throughout Impmas. So if you watch the stream and you hang out in the site chat, we do tons and tons of video game giveaways. I have 1,000,000 keys that I need to give away. And we also do all kinds of other interesting festivities, including the year in review, including our nostalgia streams that we do closer to New Year's. It's wonderful. We go and we look at some of my old content that I'm proud of. We go and make fun of some of my stuff that I goofed up on, whatever. It's very, very fun. So we're going to be doing a bunch of stuff. Do I have a favorite Pokemon? I actually like quite a large number of Pokemon. To be completely honest, my current favorite is the little mouse. I always forget its name. Mouse House? Mousehold. Mousehold is my current favorite Pokemon from this generation. I absolutely love Mousehold. From old generations, I like I really, really liked Love Disc. I really liked Mantine, and I loved Chansey. From the original series, Chansey was my favorite. Yeah. Yeah, I love, those are my ones I like. I love Mousehold, Love Disc, Mantine, and Chansey. Yeah. Luxray. I don't know Luxray. Let's look at Luxray. Oh my god, that's cute! That's a very cute, it's like a little lion dog. I like Luxray. That's very cute. Hold on, let me put it up on the screen. Here we go. What a cutie. What a little cutie. What a cute little guy. I always forget to clear my text afterwards. There we go. That's so adorable. Lion dog. Lion dog. Woof. What about Gardevoir? I like Gardevoir. I like Piplup. There's a lot of Pokemons. I really like Pokemon designs. I have not played the Pokemon games for some time. I just don't find the like core experience very compelling. As far as like, it doesn't really engage my brain on a strategic level or anything like that, but I do love Pokemon designs. And I always end up looking through all of the new designs whenever a new generation comes out. When I was younger, obviously, I was 6 years old when Pokemon came to the United States, and it was like, you can't even imagine. The Poke Fever was like crazy. It was like one of the biggest fads that had ever existed in the United States. It was incredible, the level of obsession with Pokemon. So I grew up loving Pokemon, obviously, but I don't really play the games as much anymore just because, I don't know, I like different things. But yeah. Of course, Nidorina is adorable. Obviously, Nidorina is adorable. I've heard Scarlet and Violet is very buggy. And yeah, it looked pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie, as far as visually. Not the designs. The character designs and whatever looked great, but there was like the texture popping, the textures themselves did not look so great. Pokemon is about catching them all. Strategy is not needed. Yeah, but I tend to like games that really engage me on a deep level. I love to be very, very challenged by a video game. I like a game that kicks my ass. So, you know. What's your favorite Neopet? Oh, wait, hold on. I don't remember all the Neopets. Fawn was the big Neopets fan, but there was one that I really liked. I can't remember off the top of my head. I'd have to ask Fawn. Obviously, I'm an amazing cultist simulation fan. Oh, wait, Cultist Simulator. I do like Cultist Simulator. But I was thinking of Amazing Cultivation Simulator. Sorry, I got that mixed up. My brain just a brain fart. What's my favorite game ever? Well, how nice that you asked. My favorite game of all time is a game called Pathologic 2. I recommend every person in the audience to play this game. It is the greatest video game that has ever been made, in my opinion. You do not have to play the first Pathologic to play Pathologic 2. Pathologic 2 is more like Pathologic remade. It is a genuine masterwork of gaming in every single way. It is a game where you play as a doctor trying to save as many lives as you possibly can in the middle of a absolutely horrific plague. It is a terrifying, highly philosophical, highly complex, and very difficult game that involves you actually going and performing surgeries on patients, fighting people, keeping yourself alive by scrounging up food and drink, making medicine out of whatever you can find. It is an absolutely amazing game, it's my favorite game of all time. I did a review on it, though I want to do a formal essay on it at some point in the future when I have more time. So, can you run in Pathologic? In Pathologic 2 you can. You also can run in Pathologic 1, but you run by default in Pathologic 1, and then you hold shift to sneak. So, yeah. And then that field when they probably won't finish the other two character routes. Wrong. They are actually very close to finishing the Bachelor character route. It's hard to know when the Changeling character route, sorry, I should explain for people who don't know. There are 3 characters in the original Pathologic. Pathologic 2 was being made during an economic crisis in Russia, which is where the developers are from. They're from Russia. And now, of course, there's a war going on. So Pathologic 2 has one complete campaign, whereas Pathologic 2 has one complete campaign, whereas Pathologic 1 had 3 characters that you could play through the game as, all with very different campaigns. The second character for Pathologic 2 is nearly finished. That said, It is a complete game, even with only one character in it. The campaign is a complete story game. It will take you about 40 hours to beat. It is wonderful. Did the Pathologic Review get uploaded as its own segment? It did. Yes, we will never get The Bachelor or The Changeling. Yeah, no. We are going to get The Bachelor. There was a, it was back in August, I believe. There was an interview with the devs, and they said that they are planning to have The Bachelor be done by December or January. So we will most likely be getting The Bachelor sometime relatively in the somewhat near future, which is very exciting. Yeah. And then they're going to work on The Changeling. But they've said that they have the story written for The Changeling, but they don't have it all built out for The Changeling. So, yeah. Yeah, there's probably going to be delays. I mean, again, Russia invaded Ukraine. And something cool, the studio explicitly denounced the invasion into Ukraine. Of course they would. Nobody who'd make my favorite game of all time would support a Russian invasion into Ukraine. Yeah, based. Based is correct. What was the movie about the boat that Mama mentioned a few weeks back about a boat? I think you're thinking of the spaceship, which is Aniara, a boat. Did I talk about a boat? Was there a movie that I talked about with a boat? Aniara. Aniara is not about a boat. It's about a spaceship. Aniara is a phenomenal film. Please go see it. Please go see Aniara. It is so amazingly good. It is all about consumerism. It is all about techno fetishism. It is all about human life. It's an incredible film. Hellhound says, I watched that movie. It was wild. Absolutely great film. Somniostatic says, can confirm. Hell yeah. Ryoma, oh, we got a Kanye meme? Oh, great. Let's take a look at that in a minute. Speaking of getting ass kicked, did you watch Vosh play Halo CE on Heroic yesterday? No, I didn't. I was, like I said, I was out of the house all day yesterday. Almost the entire day taking care of Yoda. So I hope it went well, though. I think I remember you mentioning a 3-part documentary exposing Project Veritas in your investigation on libs of TikTok. Yes, that was a Proving Beetle 16. That is Timba on Toast did a documentary exposing Project Veritas. It is phenomenal, extremely well cited, and is absolutely rock solid. The channel that created that documentary is called Timba on Toast. So Timbah on Toast. Absolutely fantastic. Yes, he did a Kanye thing. I was thinking about reacting to that today. Yeah. Is Aniara from 1960 or 2018? I'm talking about the 2018 version. There have been multiple adaptations of Aniara. Aniara is the film I was just mentioning a second ago. It was a poem originally. It was a sci-fi poem. And then it was adapted into many, many other things because it is a very famous poem. Yeah. HK with the 20 pounds. Thank you so much. Great hair too. Thank you. Thank you so much. Namia, Yoda is my dog. My dog was had to have some dental surgery yesterday, and they had to take a few teeth out, and so it made her very unhappy. She was in pain and was sad. It was very sad, but yeah. Dr. Royal Blue says, new sub here. I thought you were a woman because the channel name says Demon Mama. Good news, I am a woman. If you wonder why my voice or appearance looks different than some other women, it's because all women look different. Isn't that curious? What a strange thing to learn, but now you're educated. So, fantastic. Click for pox. What do you mean pox? Oh my God! Oh, the squirrel! Oh my God, look at this cute pet squirrel. Cute pet squirrel. What a cutie. Enjoying some snacks. Little tongue sticking out there. What a cutie. This is Pox the squirrel. This is friend of the show, Rapti's roommate's pet squirrel, which is very adorable. Extremely adorable. Nice hoodie, thank you. I quite like this hoodie. This is a Stay Cold Apparel hoodie. Lots of people have been complimenting me. The real art is on the back, which you can't see very well. You want to know? Okay, one last little anecdote. Before we what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, one last anecdote before we get into the bulk of the content. Earlier this week, I got to eat pierogies. I don't know if you've ever had pierogies, but they're like Ukrainian bread with meat stuffing. I had pierogies and borscht in downtown Seattle. Are they Polish? I thought it was Ukrainian. Maybe it is Polish. I apologize. If it's Polish, then Polish people, thank you. They're just Slavic in general. Okay, yeah, they had Ukrainian flags all over the place. So I guess I didn't assume that it was Ukrainian, but it was so good. It was so good. I'm definitely going there again. I had there was one that it was in a fish-shaped bread. The bread looked like a fish, and they had even put little scales. They had carved little scales into the bread, and it had cheese and salmon all mixed inside. It was absolutely amazing. And then the borscht was so good. It was like the most full that I've ever been. Yep, you're Ukrainian, pierogi. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, I thought they were Ukrainian. Wait, this looks almost identical to the ones that I had. I had corned beef, mushroom, and cheese, and then I had a salmon and cheese one, and it was so amazing. Mixed Dizzy, please, I'll tell you, it's really good. It's also really easy to get to. Yeah, the borscht was amazing. Borscht is like, it's like a soup. It's a soup with what's the kielbasa, pickles, vegetables, a little bit of cream, like sour cream, and it is amazing. It was so hearty and filling. Oh my God, it was so good. And the funny thing is, I don't even like kielbasa. When I was a kid, my parents used to make kielbasa all the time. As in, like, we would have kielbasa probably once every single week for the entirety of my childhood. And over time, it made me hate kielbasa so much that I don't like eating it. But it was so good in the borscht that, like, I was like, oh my God, I ate the entire soup. I downed the entire giant cup of soup that they gave me. And it was like, oh my God. It can be too greasy, but they're really good. I don't think that that kielbasa is bad. It's like a thing, you know? It's like one of those things where, like, when you're a kid. Okay, have you ever had the thing where, like, if you get, like, has anybody else had this experience? Like, if you got sick after eating something as a kid, then you're, like, grossed out by it for the rest of your life? 'Cause, like, cream puffs, the, like, ice cream, the, like, the dessert type of cream puff, like the cooled pastry bread with whipped cream in the middle. They didn't make me sick. When I was like 7 years old, I got food poisoning from something else right after I ate cream puffs. And now I've eaten cream puffs since then, and it doesn't make me throw up. But when I think about eating cream puffs, it grosses me out so much that I never want to get cream puffs, if that makes sense. Same thing for pigs in a blanket. I once got sick, like literally like an hour after eating, when I was a kid specifically. I got really sick after eating pigs in a blanket. And ever since then, I just cannot eat pigs in a blanket without remembering feeling so sick, even though it was years ago now. My fiance literally had no problems with hot dogs before he got a mild stomach bug and then swore them off forever. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I think it happens sometimes. Yeah, the little box ones, 2 a.m. buns. You got it. Blueberry muffins and Arby's. Yeah, see? Okay, so I'm not alone in this. Winternecht says, thank you for being so amazing and kind. I'm beyond happy I found your channel. I'm happy you found my channel too. Welcome, Winternecht. Winterknecht. Thanks for being here. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you to say. Also, I need to make sure I might have missed some donos. Let me double check my donos. I need to make this easier. No, I got that one. Okay, I got all these. No, Online Broel with the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. And Kaboka with the tier 1 sub. You've talked about loving people as someone with BPD. I'm bipolar with similar attachment style. I'm wondering where love ends and codependency begins for people like us. That is a very tough question. That's a good one. I'm gonna take some time to talk about that. As with all things related to the mind, it can always be hard to draw lines. For example, let me just analogize real quick. An artist who is obsessed with painting, if you removed the fact that they were obsessed with painting and replaced it with something else, say that you were talking to a psychologist and you said, psychologist, every single day I do the same thing for 6 hours and I feel I feel like I need to do it again the next day for 6 more hours. And then the next day for 6 more hours, the doctor might go, oh my God, you have an obsession. But then when we acknowledge that it's for something like art, then all of a sudden it's like, wait, this is a good thing. And what I'm trying to say with this, or it could be a good thing, what I'm trying to say with this is that determining the lines for things like very intense love versus codependency is often simply a matter of determining harm. If your connection with somebody is causing you a significant amount of pain or is hurting you in the long run, then that could be the difference. That right there is often what determines the difference between very powerful love and codependency. There are other things, of course, that can be used to help identify harmful things happening. Like, for example, if you find yourself unhappy about a relationship most of the time, that could be a sign that it's not a healthy attachment, that instead it is a codependent attachment. And so it can be very difficult to determine those things. But like I said, I think the thing that matters is whether or not something is actively causing harm. Because, once again, I don't think anybody would say that somebody like Pablo Picasso was, like, dangerously obsessed with art. It was his calling. It was yes, is that a form of obsession? For sure. But it was something that clearly brought joy and stability and salvation to somebody like Pablo Picasso. And likewise, love that is very intense, incredibly intense, like love like I experience. I am diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. Many people with borderline personality disorder experience emotions of love at very high levels of intensity. And I have been in unhealthy codependent relationships before in my past. And a lot of what has changed in my life has been teaching myself to step away and analyze if there is harm going on or if it is something that's genuinely driving me forward. And there are times, admittedly, where this can be, it's not an easy process. There are times where it can be an almost impossible process to determine whether it's an unhealthy and toxic relationship or whether it's a otherwise good relationship that's going through hard times. It is hard. No one ever said it was going to be easy. That was Van Gogh. Demon Speaker, not Pablo Picasso. But yes, pathology and pathologizing various things is a very it's a very careful line. We have to be very careful, and this goes true for all types of things. Most mental disorders are sourced in something very rational. For example, fear of abandonment. Fear of abandonment is a thing that our body gives us, like it's an emotion our body produces to help us make good decisions. Nobody wants to be abandoned, and so therefore, our fear of abandonment leads us to it inspires us to think about things, to think, oh, am I doing something that could alienate the people around me? It comes from a rational and healthy place, but it can become unhealthy in excess, or it can become unhealthy in certain formulations. So I think that taking a harm analysis approach is usually the best path, as opposed to trying to determine whether something meets a specific definition. That's always very hard, especially with emotional and psychological matters. So I think it's important to analyze the harm. When talking specifically to move back to the core topic, when talking specifically about love and codependency, it's important to take a look at a relationship and ask yourself if both you and the partner that you are thinking about are ultimately benefiting, or if it has gotten to the point where there is more harm than there is good, which, like I said, is a hard thing to determine, but it's a good starting point. And if you start to discover that there are aspects that are detracting from your life, that are impeding your ability to enjoy living, then it's time to start looking deeper into the codependency aspect and see if there's anything that could be analyzed, or if it's something that needs to be severed or something like that, you know, a breakup or whatever. My husband and I talk about codependency a lot, but we're both in roles that we want to be in. That makes a big difference. Um, there are, okay, there are old people who have been married happily for 45 years. Those types of couples do exist. And if one of the partners was to pass away, it would likely be devastating to the other partner. They would likely feel as though they could not live their life anymore without the other partner. And that, we would not call that codependency, because both partners are actively benefiting, even if there is a very strong bond and interreliance between them. Codependency is specifically when it begins to become toxic and harm. You could, like, imagine these are spikes between digging into each person, harming both people, preventing them from separating, but also preventing them from growing closer. That makes sense. Yeah. Um, yeah, so you've been married for 20 years. There you go. Some people's relationships look different than other people's relationships, and that's okay. But also, there are dynamics in a relationship that can form that become toxic and harmful. I hope that helps. It's more symbiotic than codependent. Yeah, codependent is largely determined by the harm at hand. And harm can be hard to determine, but a lot of people, I think, when talking about relationship, emotional, psychological aspects, are looking for a medical diagnosis, a specific diagnosis. And the truth is, those are very hard to come by. It is very hard to draw lines around types of relationship that don't end up being falsified by successful relationships of that type. So it comes down to a very personal analysis of harm. And to be fair, it sounds like you're already doing the introspection, and that's fucking awesome. Oh, thank you very much, Red Dawn. I deeply appreciate that. Thank you. Kaboka, yeah, this relationship was both the most ecstatic I've ever felt about another human being and also the most emotionally devastating thing I've experienced in years, even while it was good. See, to me, that sounds like it's a toxic dynamic in the end. I I have had I have had a relationship that I would describe exactly like you have just described yours, and that particular relationship was actually how I ended up coming to understand my borderline personality disorder, because I was so in love with this person, and when it went wrong, even though, and there was so much going wrong that I looked past, because I was what's called splitting white on somebody, which is basically where you see somebody and you are unable to accurately acknowledge any of their flaws. You basically see them as the most amazing, incredible person who has ever existed, even when they're hurting you. Is what makes the difference there between just thinking somebody's great, is that even if they're hurting you to your, even if they're abusing you, you still think of them as like a god, basically. I did not know, that was before I was diagnosed, before I even had an idea that I could have BPD. And that relationship was incredibly, incredibly painful and harmful to me. And it took me a lot of time to realize what was going on there. So, but it was at the peaks, it was one of the most intense relationships I've ever had, positively as well as negatively. Kaboka says, do you think it's possible to feel that level of incredible, intense love for someone without it turning into that kind of a painful situation? Sometimes I feel like it's a drug and you're not really supposed to feel that level of ecstasy with someone, and real love is a bit more tame. That's where I strongly disagree with you. And the reason for that is that I feel absolutely intense love right now in the most healthy relationship situation I've ever been in my entire life. And I will say that even though the intensity at the time was a local high, over time, the intensity of relationship for the people that are in my life right now, who I have very healthy relationships with, is more intense. That it is, I actually learned the thing that taught me to talk to my therapist about BPD. God, I'm being really personal right now, but all right. The thing that taught me was actually reading an article that was talking about love by a person with borderline personality disorder, talking about having eternal love, and meaning that they never move out of the so-called honeymoon phase. And that's been true for me. The intensity of love I feel for my current partners, I've been with one of my partners for 7 years, and I swear to God, I swear an oath, a blood oath to you, the intensity of my love today for her is the exact same it was when I first met her 7 years ago. And that is something that I think a lot of people don't understand, but it is possible. And the only way that you reach that point is by acknowledging, is by teaching yourself slowly and sometimes painfully how to spot toxic situations and how to react differently than your emotions would tell you. Because when I was younger, if I loved somebody, I would follow those emotions I would follow them to the end of the earth. Like I said, even in the face of actual abuse. One of the not my longest anymore, my second longest relationship in my life, my first major relationship in my life, there was absolutely unequivocally emotional abuse going on, especially by the end of the relationship. And it took me forever to realize that, because the only thing I knew how to do was follow the intense feeling of love and never acknowledge the harm that was going on. And I had to teach myself to do that because it didn't come to me naturally. It's complicated, and I don't know if that made any sense to anybody, but yeah. The introspection is, I agree with everybody in chat who's saying the introspection is vital. We take introspection for granted. We all spend a lot of time in our heads, but introspection goes a step further. Introspection involves challenging your assumptions, your emotional and philosophical assumptions, and being willing to see from different angles. And that introspection is often what will reveal the correct path for you. Yeah. Marinara says, I'm so glad this stuff gets talked about here. You're very welcome. I will be completely honest. Every time I talk about borderline personality disorder on this stream, I always get a lot of hate for it, and it does, it has gotten to me in the past. I wouldn't say it like gets to me like particularly bad, but I do feel nervous talking about it because there's such a stigma. There is an unbelievable stigma against personality disorders. And I don't even like the term personality disorder because I think it's overly pathologizing, but it does fit in this particular situation. So, yeah. BPD is one of those where people act like every person with it is the same. Well, that's because, by the way, let me just say something small here at the end. I know we're on a major stun lock, but for a long time, psychologists, like actual psychologists, wrote about BPD, borderline personality disorder, as a incurable nightmare disorder. I am not kidding you. Which is, of course, foolish. And also it was incredibly dehumanizing for those who were dealing with it. Look, psychoanalysis has a lot of problems, okay? The field of psychology has a lot of issues with dehumanizing, objectifying, and also forcing interpretations on people, but this is one of the worst. As a result, many schools of psychology, as in entire universities, essentially taught that BPD was an incurable, untreatable disorder, which is foolish, to say the least. Yeah. Doe came in to give me a drink, which is awesome. Marinara says, yes, my mom is in the mental health field, and after her talking to me about BPD in those shitty terms, it put me off from exploring it as a diagnosis. People would actively avoid getting diagnosed because it would lead to a stigma. You can just look up, if you even just go on Wikipedia, even Wikipedia, the article about borderline personality disorder, has a huge segment talking specifically about how problematic the stigma has been in actually helping people. It's ridiculous. And part of the reason, by the way, is because borderline personality disorder tends to, people with BPD tend to be high functioning, meaning that most of the time they're not like debilitated or visibly debilitated from their daily lives, and many of them are in fact successful at all kinds of things. It's very as a result, there is a further judgment, which is saying, oh, it's just people being bad or whatever, but it's not bad. And the stereotypes of BPD are not true. BPD people with borderline personality disorder are not all evil people. Some of them are the most self-destructively good people you can possibly imagine. And it's just that they pathologized the entire disorder. It's not a good thing if somebody completely self-destructs in the pursuit of something good. That's not good for that person. So that should also, in a perfect world, that should also be recognized as not a perfect way of doing things. But in our world, of course, we exist in the world with the stigma. And so people with BPD are basically represented as Dennis from It's Always Sunny. And actually, there's a really good video about that that was made by Sophie from Mars. Sophie from Mars, I have some pretty major disagreements with Sophie from Mars, obviously. But to Sophie's credit, one of the best videos I've ever seen about borderline personality disorder was made by Sophie from Mars. And I highly recommend watching it. It's a fantastic video. Yeah. Yep. I do not, this is not me endorsing Sophie's engagement with other things. I've explicitly denounced certain behaviors that Sophie has engaged in online. For example, spreading misinformation severe misinformation about a friend of mine, literally false accusations about a friend of mine. But Sophie from Mars's video on BPD is nonetheless very good. Tyler Perry made a movie about a woman with BPD and portrayed her like a horror villain. That is sad and unfortunate. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm about to start with the news segment. We've been on a bit of a stunlock, but it's been a good one. Yeah, again, but people asked a good question, so I figured I would be open and honest about it as I usually am,
Oh, yeah.
even though I do get a little nervous.
Yeah,
But
I understand why.
yeah.
People are really weird about it.
people are very weird about it, even though they're not like that about other disorders.
No.
Not even like the other ridiculously stigmatized ones
Right.
like sociopathy. Like
Narcissism.
they're still like business people who are sociopaths that get like worshipped basically
Sure.
and like even praised. But with BPD, it's like, oh, you're the worst and you should die. It really is that bad.
No, people will like make people with BPD into like diagnostically abusers.
Yeah. We saw that. Oh my God, that whole nonsense. Oh, okay, we
Yeah.
can't get off on that. I gotta stop it. I love you very
I
much.
love
I
you.
love you. I cannot get into that stun lock. BPD and schizoaffective disorder are the two most demonized disorders in our society. Fucking true. Fucking true. Does BPD respond well to medication? My psych meds keep me alive and mostly okay. BPD is not traditionally a medicated disorder. In fact, however, it's really interesting. Cognitive behavioral therapy and dialectical behavioral therapy are statistically highly effective at treating BPD. In fact, most not most, but a huge number of people with BPD respond very favorably to cognitive behavioral therapy and dialectical behavioral therapy. Nuts, what do you do personally to manage your BPD? That's a great question. There's actually a number of things I do. First thing is I journal in various forms very frequently. Secondly, I am extra communicative with all of my partners to the degree that like I have with my partner that I mentioned before, the one who I've been with for 7 years, I have we have explicit we sat down and discussed specific things that help me. Like for example, this is really personal, but I'm gonna tell you anyway because I think this is valuable. Please respect that. Which is one of the things that is one of the most common issues that I have with BPD is called hypervigilance. Emotional hypervigilance. It's basically when you watch people's faces and their reactions so closely that anything that seems out of the ordinary triggers like a minor panic attack in you. I noticed that this was happening many years ago, and so I sat down with my partner, and my partner was basically like, okay, what if I make a deal with you? Anytime you think that I'm angry at you, I give you permission to just ask me, am I mad at you? And I promise that I will always tell the truth. If I'm angry at you, I will tell you. If I'm not, I will tell you. And that single thing alone still happens to this day. I am still able, if I start to panic in that way, I'm still able to ask my partner, are you actually angry with me right now? I can't tell because it literally fries my brain. I cannot tell sometimes if people are angry at me or if they're happy with me. And my partner can always say, I'm not angry with you. And it like shuts it off like that. And it seems so simple, but the explicitness of it just obliterated the anxiety for the most part. It still happens sometimes, but it's really amazing. And that is like I said, that's just one example. The other thing I do is that I journal very frequently. I take close notes of my emotions that I know that I can go revisit if I need to. Believe it or not, I don't actually revisit my journals all that frequently, but knowing that I can, knowing that I can go and look at how I was feeling yesterday and I can remember that having written it the day before or whatever, or knowing that I can go look at that is very grounding. It lets me go, okay, I was feeling like this yesterday, but today I feel very differently. Let me compare and contrast those things, and then I'll be able to move forward. So those are both very valuable. Marinara says, I got to get better at making time for journaling. I used to have a habitual journaling thing where I would journal every day no matter what, and I don't do that anymore. Now I journal whenever I feel like whenever I feel the urge. And So if I feel very intensely emotional, I'll pop open a journal, write my thoughts down in it, put the date, save it, because I usually digitally journal, save it, and call it good. And it's helped quite a lot. I think that some people approach journaling as like something that you that you have to do every day or whatever. You don't, at least in my experience. Though sometimes daily journaling does help, depending. Those are some of the ones. And for the record, I would say, I mean, I'm no longer in therapy for BPD anymore, and I don't feel like it rules my life like it used to. Not even a little bit. I have developed so many good mechanisms that I bet, I would be willing to bet that if I was to go in for a fresh diagnostic right now and answer truthfully, that I might not even get diagnosed. That's how far I've come from just getting immediately diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, almost immediately, to I feel like the situation has improved so much in my life on a personal level that like it's almost like it's not there anymore. It is, obviously, and I know, and I can see when it is, but it's not debilitating. I know how to deal with it. Yeah. Eris says, Arius, sorry for the mispronunciation. Arius says, my partner has borderline personality disorder. I really appreciate you talking about it. It's rare to see it discussed in a healthy manner like this. Thank you, and you're welcome, and I hope that your partner is able to find some value from this. I don't have them on hand right now. I could get them for you. But there were a number of articles and writings that were very helpful for me over the years in recontextualizing what I was experiencing. And yeah. Also, here's another thing. This is just a random off-the-cuff continuation of this segment, which is a lot of people think that BPD, like, makes you prone to certain political opinions or things like that. But that is a misunderstanding. While obviously deeply untreated BPD can absolutely affect your life and your beliefs. Of course it can. Anything can. The idea that like it makes you politically like a black and white person is a complete misunderstanding. BPD is almost like, as far as how it affects people, it's in very close interpersonal relationships. People with BPD are no more likely than anyone else to you know, participate in you know, black and white politics or be discriminatory or prejudiced or anything. It affects your, BPD is specifically about how it is a disorder that affects it, like usually intimate relationships, partners, family members, close friends, and usually not much else. Like I said, most BPD people are considered high functioning specifically because borderline personality disorder doesn't tend to affect their work directly. For an example of this, somebody with borderline personality disorder usually does not find themselves splitting, which is a common symptom of borderline personality disorder, splitting on coworkers or bosses or anything like that. The way that BPD affects their work life, because it does affect your work life, it affects it indirectly. So for example, somebody with BPD might have a very tumultuous personal life, which leads them to being super tired or distracted or crying at work because something bad happened with their favorite person. Favorite person is another term that people use within borderline personality, discussions around borderline personality, that refers to the object of people's sort of like, people with BPD tend to have somebody who's like their world, or multiple people sometimes. But yeah, anyway. Luminosis says, I thought I had BPD for so long. I learned later that I had CPTSD. BPD was talked about so much when I was a teen, but my trauma was never assessed until I was older. There's so much overlap. Yes, there is. CPTSD and BPD are like often locked like this. In fact, they are often misdiagnosed as one another. I say misdiagnosed, but they just share symptoms. They share a lot of symptoms. And in fact, the prevailing theory on borderline personality disorder is that its most common cause is childhood trauma, severe childhood trauma. CPTSD is complex PTSD. Complex PTSD meaning not traditional PTSD is like you have a single specific trigger, like a bang or something like that that triggers episodes of PTSD. CPTSD is like what is mostly associated with childhood trauma. So people who were abused in childhood, things like that. Yeah. Oh, Luminosis, everybody please toss a bunch of hugs and impo love over at Luminosis. Give some love. Welcome to chat, Luminosis. Very happy to have you here. Louis boy, am I late? Actually, you're not. We had a long stun lock at the beginning of this segment, but it has been a very good stun lock. Yeah. Vermin, also good to see you, Vermin. I didn't notice you in chat until, oh wait, I noticed you up above, but I don't think I got to call you out. Also, Knettle, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Wow, I'm stumbling over my words really bad right now. Apologies about that. Did the cult you grew up in exploit your BPD? Abso-fucking-lutely. In fact, it's very common for people with BPD to be abused by cults specifically. A lot of cults have multiple members with borderline personality disorder because that favorite person dynamic I was talking about, where if, for example, if you split white on somebody, it's impossible to see anything wrong with them. It's almost impossible, not impossible, it's almost impossible. Emotionally, it becomes almost impossible to see anything wrong with them. And if there's a cult leader that happens to become a BPD person's favorite person, and the cult leader is extremely manipulative and knows how to take advantage of those things, they can keep the split going forever. Yeah. Kenatal, okay, cool. Well, welcome to chat, thanks for being here. Yes, so it was definitely something that not just myself, but also members of my family. But yeah. Renophilia says, here's an important thing I remember. Doctors and psychs used to, and some still think, that personality disorders occur when you lose neuroplasticity to create new neural pathways and therefore are stuck with certain patterns of thought and behavior. We can always make new neural pathways. It's harder. You can't have perfect paths, but you can always change. Yes. In fact, this is what I'll end this segment with this. One of the most interesting and helpful metaphors that I've ever encountered was actually, believe it or not, from a community, what are they called? A community manager from Riot Games. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. A community manager from Riot Games once was discussing their experience with clinical depression on the forums, on the League of Legends forums. I used to be a League of Legends player, I'm sorry to admit, but I did. This person said that the analogy that helped them understand and get much better was that imagine a knife, okay? And you have a knife, and imagine a piece of wood, okay? So we got piece of wood and we got a knife. If you keep moving the knife back and forward, slowly and surely, a groove will form in the wood. Now, if you try to turn the knife, the groove locks the knife in place. So the groove sticks the knife and makes it very, very hard to bend. However, if you're patient and very gentle and you move the knife just a tiny bit at a time, very slowly and surely, you will be able to carve a different shaped groove. You might even be able to carve many different grooves. And that was how this community manager explained overcoming or treating clinical depression, is that this groove analogy, that it is hard. You can't just break out of the groove immediately. You can't. It won't let you. The groove holds the knife in place. You have to slowly, very slowly and surely change the direction, and over time, eventually, you will work the knife free of the groove. Does that make sense? That was very, very helpful for for me in visualizing depression, borderline personality disorder, and all kinds of mental things. It's I found it to be incredibly evocative. Yeah. So thank you to the old League of Legends community manager. Thank you, seriously. One good thing came out of League of Legends. Scarlet Volcano. They did a study that on mushrooms, magic mushrooms, and they found the reason it helps with depression is because it allows neuroplasticity on a short-term basis again. People get depressed when they get stuck in negative neural pathways, and they're unable to get out of that in a lot of places. Yes, I've actually heard that. I've read on this extensively, which is that like psychedelics, specifically mushrooms, which are you know, a very they're a strong but not harsh psychedelic. They put you they put your brain in a position that makes it easier to build new pathways, and apparently, according to current studies, that helps a lot with people getting out of depression, getting out of certain types of thought. Now, obviously, I don't think it's a magic bullet cure, but it can certainly assist. Vermin Hand says, shrooms did actually permanently positively affect my mental state. They changed how I literally saw things for the better, and I still feel very positively about them. I haven't tried them. My personal experience, I feel very positively about mushrooms as a psychedelic. I also feel very positively. I think that they are, when used responsibly, very beneficial and very helpful. Like I said, I do not think that they're a magic bullet cure or anything like that, so don't go in expecting to like instantly cure things, but I do think they can be very helpful, and in my personal experience, I loved the long-term effects. Yeah. I was always really scared of using those. Oh, mushrooms, don't be too scared of mushrooms. They're not too bad. Mushrooms are like, they're pretty soft. Kaboka says, thank you so much for this segment. I paid about $5 and got basically the value of a full therapy session. This is so cost effective. For real though, this helped me really want to live and fight another day. You're very welcome, Kaboka. It's a topic that's near and dear to my heart. I'm more than happy to do a little stun lock on it. It's something I feel very strongly about. It's something that I like to share with others, even if it sometimes makes me nervous. Oh, true. Vermin, you're 100% right. Striped Kidder says LSD is the one that's scary, like permanent tripping. No, there is no permanent tripping. Okay, the permanent tripping thing, I do not believe that's accurate. I believe that's literally just a myth. I have never heard or seen any serious documentation of like that ever. The thing about LSD, okay, so difference between LSD and mushrooms. LSD is, it lasts longer and it's harsher. What I mean is that the effect is, it hits you harder. And sometimes, if you're prone to anxiety, if you panic when the LSD first hits, it can make you have a bad time for a while. And also, because LSD lasts so much longer than other psychedelics, sometimes shit happens in your life that makes you feel bad. So like, say for example, let's just compare. Let's say one day you do mushrooms, okay? And mushrooms last 4 or 5 hours maximum, usually. If, you know, maximum. That's a pretty short amount of time. There's a pretty good chance that you won't be disturbed. You'll be able to listen to music, play video games, think about art, write some shit, whatever. LSD lasts 8 hours. There's a much more likelihood that, I don't know, your neighbor sets off their car alarm that makes you that really disturbs you, or I don't know, your roommates get in a fight, or I don't know, there's just, you're high, not high, you're like tripping for so much longer. It's just by its nature, there's more likely something that could bother your mood. But to be honest, your mileage may vary. Okay, your mileage may vary. Yeah. It is always good to have somebody sit with you, and and especially if they're experienced, they'll take good care of you. Kaboka says I've had weed with light hallucinations affect me where I'm stuck for like weeks to a month. Oh, okay. Something that everybody, if anybody who's listening to this discussion on is like a light discussion, theoretical discussion about psychedelics, weed is the worst psychedelic. It is technically a psychedelic, but the amount of weed that you have to consume in order to get the psychedelic effects from weed, which do exist, almost, at least in my personal experience, almost always guarantees that your anxiety is also going to be really high because you have to take a lot of weed in order to achieve the psychedelic effects. You don't need to take, you need to take like one mushroom, one tiny or two tiny mushrooms in order to get full-blown amazing psychedelic experience on mushrooms. With weed, you have to take like, I don't know, like a 50 milligram plus edible or more, depending on your body weight and type and your tolerance. And by then, cannabis is super mild, but when you reach a certain level, it almost guarantees you're gonna get some level of anxiety once you consume a certain amount. So if you are anxious from the cannabis and then you start getting the psychedelic effects, it can really suck and it can really bother you. It can bother your mood. I had like a hell edible a while ago, some time ago in my past. I had a edible that was incredibly strong, and I had psychedelic effects, like full on, you know, closed eye visions or whatever, and it was miserable. It was miserable because I had to take so much that it made me anxious and it sucked. But whatever, it was over really quick, and you know, just keep that in mind. Weed is not, don't go to weed as your choice psychedelic. It's not a good psychedelic. Yeah, one of the symptoms of having too much of a chemical in your body is a sense of impending doom. Yup. Yeah, I had a 100 milligram edible. Bruh. 100 milligram edible is a hell edible. That's not a fun time. There is no fun to be had there. I'm just saying. Yeah. Weed is barely psychedelic. Yeah, it's a very weak psychedelic. So you have to take a lot of it, and it almost always pushes you to that borderline. Demon Speaker says, weird hearing you talk about neuroplasticity. I literally learned about it barely just today, taking a free short online course. Not sure the ADHD meds are working right, but mind mapping seems like a really useful tool. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. That's absurd, Kaboka. That is absurd. Yeah, weed soda, never again. Oh my God, please no weed sodas. What are your thoughts on K therapy? What I have read about K therapy, meaning ketamine therapy, like pharmaceutical ketamine, not like taking street ketamine on your own. I'm talking controlled ketamine therapy in a clinic. What I have read about that is very positive. I have been reading about K therapy for years, and I've only seen every paper that I read on it seems to have more and more positive results, but I personally have never experienced it, so I can't speak from personal experience. However, if you are dealing with treatment-resistant depression, I would talk to your doctor about it, unironically. A lot of people, I've met a lot of people who've done ketamine therapy and have said it is very good. But again, I only have secondhand and reading scientific papers about it. I don't have any personal experience. So, yeah. And obviously, no therapy works perfectly for everyone. Yeah. Yeah. Depression is very hard to deal with, especially in our current world where there's a lot of sadness and hardship. Naemia said, I have severe fibromyalgia and got ketamine for surgery in April. It eased my pain attacks for 3 months afterwards. Like I said, ketamine has been heavily researched for its effects on neuro and nervous plasticity. So if you're struggling with clinical depression or certain types of nerve pain, talk to your doctor about it. Seriously. The whole interesting thing about ketamine therapy is that it doesn't require, it's not something that requires you to constantly go back for it all the time. In fact, most people gain a lot simply from one session, which is, you know, pretty impressive. Yeah. Randar the Barbarian says, I had a negative experience with weed and it made me pretty wary of other mind-affecting drugs. All drugs are mind-affecting to a certain degree. I don't think I could bring myself to try something else. That's okay. There's no pressure to do so. If you don't feel comfortable with it, don't do it. It's as simple as that. Personally, even though I have had many, many positive experiences and a handful of negative experiences with weed, to me, I treat it like I treat anything else. If I drink 6 cups of coffee, I'm gonna have a bad time. So moderation and know your own body. Learn to speak with your own body is the only thing I can tell you. All right, everybody. My lovely imps, it has been a very long welcoming segment, but it has been incredibly, incredibly, incredibly good. If you are here, please smack the like button. Please, please, I beg of you. I know, humble Demon Mama, I humbly, humbly beg of you. Press the like button, and if you are not subscribed right now to Demon Mama, press the subscribe button and ring that bell. We have a goal, okay? We are trying to reach 20,000 imps by the end of this year. We have about 1 month, a little bit less than a month to pull that off. But guess what? You all want to see? We're doing really good, but we need your likes and we need your subscribes if we're going to meet that goal. And let me tell you, if we meet that goal, I am going to put together some kind of a party, okay? It's going to be sick. So, yeah. So please press the like, give me those delicious likes, press the subscribe, and also please consider supporting the channel financially. Never feel pressured to support the channel because it's a free show. It will always be free. I will never take it away from being free unless YouTube literally makes it impossible for me to do so. But if you have $5 in your pocket, throw me a tip. Donate through Super Chat, donate through Patreon, or donate through my website at demonmama.com/donate. Literally, this show is 100% imp supported. It is the imps that keep this show going. So if you're having a good time, if you found what I've been talking about to be informative, shoot me some love, okay? I could really use it. So yeah. Yeah, I always think about it like this. If you were at a bar and there was and you were enjoying your meal and whatever, and there was a musician playing you some sick music, you'd put $1 or $2 in their tip bucket, yeah? Put $1 or $2 in the tip bucket if you've been having a nice night tonight, if you can afford it. Never put yourself in a financial situation, ever. The show will always be free. But if you can, I appreciate all the tips. Have I made merch? We're working on it. Seriously, we're working on the merch. Namiaw said, random thing, I remembered how you called the Voshite imps Vimps, and then realized the imps coming from an S streamer would be Simps. Yes, they would. They would indeed. I'm trying to think. We do have some overlap with Surus. We have some overlap with Zan, but that's an X, so that's the Zimps. But yeah. Oh, the Surfs. Yo, it's not a cookie. Thank you very much for the $10. Very generous of you. Thank you so very much. Yeah, Shark Imps is shrimps. Hellhound with the $40. Yo, thank you so much. I was expecting to go out tonight after my games, but didn't. So here's the money I budgeted for that. Thanks for the show as always. Thank you for being here. Also, Hellhound, thank you for being one of the longest time serving and most overall frickin' effective mods we've ever had. A hypers in chat for Hellhound for being one of the most hardworking mods on our entire mod team. I cannot thank Hellhound enough. Of course, thank you to the entire mod team. You are all amazing. I just wanted to take a special moment to shout out Hellhound because Hellhound's been working very hard on the Discord lately. So thank you very much, Hellhound. You lost both of your legs in a Twitch debate panel brawl? Vivian, oh no, why would you go on a Twitch debate panel in 2022? Don't you know that is just like, it's just a maggot-filled corpse at this point? Don't you know? No! Oh, it was in 2021. Oh, okay. Well, all right, fair enough then. Hey. Hell yeah, I would love that. Thank you. Yeah, I got a smoothie. Look at this. This is fuel. My lovely partner just brought me a big, delicious Emerald City smoothie. So I got the fuel to do these next coming segments. Chris Harris, thank you very much for the $4.99. This is a peach and greens. So it's got peaches, it's got probiotics, it's got extra greens. So like kale, spinach, all that blended up inside of it. It's got it's got multivitamin, it's got protein powder, it's got what else does it have? Oh, I already said probiotics. Anyway, it's really amazing. This is my favorite smoothie. It's really good. Vanishing Dot, thank you for joining as a YouTube imp. Very happy to have you. Very happy to have you. Louis Boy says, do you like Modern Day Debate, the YouTube channel? I used to like some of what Modern Day Debate does, and I do like the guy who runs Modern Day Debate. I think his name is James? Is it James? I think his name is James. It's been a while since I talked to him, and I apologize if I'm mixing up his name. Yeah, James. I really like James. I think James is a consummate professional when it comes to engaging with content creators. I do not think particularly highly of the content of their debates recently. Unfortunately, a lot of their debates are, in my opinion, not very responsibly structured. I mean, they do debates with like Nazis and shit pretty frequently, and it sucks. James is very, very kind and has always been very good to me. I just, you know, it's debate shit. I don't know. They have a different philosophy than I do. Yeah. Wiggler imps, wimps. That's so cute, but that's so mean, but it's also so cute. Wimps. We have a Wiggler. We have a demon Wiggler specifically to show support for Keffels because we love the Keffels community. We love the Keffels community. Let me put this over here. Let me put the water here. Let me put my drink here. Is that the guy who does not moderate at all? He has a very light hand when it comes to moderation, which is good and bad. Anyway. All right, we're going to talk about that. That's getting added to the pile then. Aw, thank you, Namey-aw. That's so kind. I think most of us are happy to be either simps or wimps for you. Well, listen, it's always said with love, whether you're a wimp, whether you're a simp, whether you're a vimp, or whether you're just a plain old imp, it's always said with love. Mistress Lynn with the $10, thank you very much. Can I show off my tattoos? I'm 49, I'm still cool, right? Yeah, you're fucking cool. Of course you're fucking cool. This is sick. This is fucking sick. What do you mean, are you cool? This is super cool. You got sick tattoos. Oh my God. You got 2 sleeves? I'm jelly. God damn. You're really cool. Thanks for sharing those photos. Those are some fucking sick ass tattoos. By the way, okay, I know I said we're gonna do the content, One last thing, okay? We have a couple of people in this audience who are over the age of 40. And I just want you all to know, if you're one of my viewers who is over the age of 40, or hell, if you're one of my viewers who's over the age of 30, not only are you cool, but it says something that you are in this, that you are into streaming. Because that shows, and I mean it, I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass. It does show that you are connected with the times and that you are, streaming is like the Zoomer thing. All Zoomers, all the little fucking babies out there, they are addicted to streaming. So if you're keeping abreast of streaming communities, if you know how to chat in a chat and find people's websites and drop emotes and all that shit, you are literally with the times. You are it. You know what it is, and you have not forgotten what it is. It's sick as hell. People get better in their 30s, to be honest. Fucking true! Not to say that people younger than 30 are bad. It's just, when you, this has been true for me as well. Everybody tries to tell you this when you're in your 20s. When you get into your 30s, you start to figure shit out about yourself and life becomes way better. It's really hard to figure stuff out about yourself in your 20s, especially if you're an American. I can't speak for other countries, but America basically takes your 20s and says, this is the period in which you are going to be exploited the hardest. I'm not even kidding you. Like, every business is looking to hire you and rip you off. Every single business is looking to trick you and take advantage of your inexperience. Every single company is trying to sell you crap that you don't need. It's terrible. It should be better. Your 20s should be a time of, like, exploration. The 20s need to become the new adolescence because nobody figures shit out about themselves in high school. In high school, everyone is distracted with hormones, with school stress, blah, blah, blah. You start to figure shit out about yourself in your 20s, and then you start to be able to put it into position once you get to your 30s. My 20s was just pure depression. Me fucking too. It wasn't like I didn't do anything good. I did lots of good things, but my 20s were hard as shit. 30 is the new 20. 30 is the new fucking 20. It's true. And part of it is because, by the way, part of that is specifically because our shit-ass culture is so mean to teenagers. I can't even imagine how horrible it must be to be a teenager right now. It must be so fucking hard. Look at this chat. I have a beautiful chat. I love my imps. We have 505 viewers right now? Oh my God. First of all, thank you so much. All of you who are here, wonderful that you're here. I have 500 viewers. This is just, I'm sorry, I'm super stunlocked. I'm on like a nested stunlock and there are 500 of you here having a good time. That just goes to show you how far the Demon Mama show has come. The Demon Mama show has grown and become so powerful. It is, and the cool thing is, you all are starting to realize it. That's why you're here. Fucking sick. Secondly, please give me your likes. Please, I'm desperate. It pays me. If you give me your likes, it brings even more imps in and it makes sure that I can have a career. So please give me the likes. I would love to see 500 likes on the video. Thank you very much. We're about to do the real content of the day. Not that this wasn't. Anyway, please give me your likes. Thank you. It's because chat is so calm and welcoming here. I'm never calm. Okay, I am sometimes. But on stream, I always feel like I'm super all over the place. But the chat is calm and is warm. Rhodes says, Demon Mama, I remember season 1. This show has come so far. You were pretty all right then, but nothing compared to now. Fucking true. I've gotten so much better at streaming. I've gotten way better. Also, season 1, I made some very silly decisions specifically because I was just trying to make sure that I made something. You guys remember when I used to have the crappy mattress in the background? The reason why I ever had a mattress in the background of my stream, even though it was very ugly, was because all I wanted to do was stream. I just wanted to make sure I was making something. Now I don't got that anymore. It's much more beautiful. Domed Dome, thank you very much for the $5. I can't give any more likes to the vid, but here's some money. Thank you very much for the tip. All tips are deeply appreciated. It's an imp-supported show. Thank you very much. I think you were, Arrow. I believe you were here for season 1. That's all right, Spyro Gal. It all works out fine. I don't know, 4 streams a week was nice. Look, I don't stream. Oh, Cool sung today. Happy to have you here and say hello to President Sunday's chat. Softest Leftist with the 5 tier 1 subscriptions. Thank you very much. My community is growing because you bring something to the table that other creators in this sphere don't. A certain maternal sense of belonging. 66 out of 6. Thank you very much. As all of you know, I am the first demon-type streamer, and you all are witnessing what it means to be a demon-type streamer. And I'm only gonna keep showing you that better, because a demon-type streamer is unlike any other type of streamer. And some of you understand it. Some of you have felt it because you've been here for a while, but you all have no idea what I have planned. Posadas John, what season did I join? Posadas John, what was the first stream that you can remember? Nut says, when I joined originally, Demon Mama used to say, I think I am the demon of Twitch politics. Yeah, that was before I was the first demon type streamer. I hadn't come up with that inspiration yet. That was back when I called myself the demon of Twitch politics, and I was the demon of Twitch politics. But Twitch politics was not okay. It was not doing okay. Which season was the one that started with the red face paint? I believe that was season 3. See, that was after I got my tongue split. So the red face paint was after the tongue split. So that would have been season 3, I believe. Kaboka says, I don't think it's the first stream I ever watched, but it was the first one I stayed up super late to see the end of, was the stream where I discovered Church Militant. Absolutely legendary stream. We're gonna watch that one this year. When we do the year in review, we're gonna watch that one. For sure. That was a legendary stream. That was so funny. We haven't done a catch up on Holy Mackerel either. It's hard to do Holy Mackerel because there's so much lore. Only the really old school chatters remember all that. 6 Foot Slug says, I think the first stream I joined was immediately after my last big panel featuring Vosh. But I don't remember what we were all debating because I don't generally watch the panels. The big Vosh stream was the first Hippy Dippy Championship. I just love that this show keeps getting new content. In a world where all the good shows get canceled, this one continues to be poggers. Randar, it's because of you all. Unironically, the only reason that I'm able to keep doing what I do is because I am not tied to a contract. I'm not tied to anything like that. It's because you all support me. I'm not kidding you. That is the only reason I'm able to do what I do. And the only reason I'm able to keep going. And it will always be that way if I have a say in it, because I will never move to, I will never move to a subscription model. I will never move to a contracted model. I'm not gonna go sign up with Discovery Channel or any of that shit. Yeah. Brutus Magnuson with the $10. Thank you so much. Any LGBT person considering doing something permanent, stay with us as long as possible. If nothing else than to spite those who want you gone. Live long, be gay. Fucking true! Oh my God, fucking true. Thank you so much for the $10 and absolutely true. That is why rule number 1 is do not die. Do not die. Oh, somebody jokes about this real quick. Somebody says, this stream brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends has offered me a sponsorship 6 times, and I have turned it down 6 times. I will never take a sponsorship from Raid Shadow Legends. Never. I am way too much of a snob about video games to ever take a sponsorship from that shit. That's fine, Emu Anon. Some people like to say that I'm a woke scold, when in truth, that couldn't be further from the truth. Oh my goodness, sung today. Do you just not like the app? Raid Shadow Legends, I just think it's trash. And I hate hearing the ads. They offer, by the way, in my opinion, they offer a pittance. Raid Shadow Legends offers enticing deals to young people. They target people who've never made more than $1,000 from a deal in their life. And so they get younger streamers, younger YouTubers get very excited about the idea of being given a couple $1,000s for taking a deal. But you have to, but the deal is that you have to hawk their product so hard. And also it's the actual pay is locked behind how many people you get signed up. So it's basically like, it's one step away from a multi-level marketing scheme. You have to get people in your audience to sign up for the game, which means you have to high pressure them into signing up. I will never do that. That disgusts me. I can't imagine fucking pressuring you all to try and sign up for some shithole game that I don't like. Yeah. They really do. They really do take advantage of small streamers. They take advantage of people who are like, oh my God, I really could use $2,000 or whatever. But here's the secret. Your time, even as a small streamer, is worth way more than that. Actual advertisers pay crazy amounts for way less of the work that people put into their Raid Shadow Legends shit. People put in these huge 2-minute ads and they get nothing for it. It's terrible. Terrible. Yeah, Squarespace tends to be pretty decent. Squarespace, and I know NordVPN tends to be pretty good. Apparently Manscaped is like a really good one. A lot of people, a lot of content creators I know have spoken highly about the deals they got with Manscaped. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Oh. Oh, Brina, I think, are you sending tips through Stream Elements, by the way? Is that where the tips are coming through, Brina? Because if you're sending them through Stream Elements, that's probably why they're getting hidden. Unfortunately, Stream Elements, or no, sorry, Streamlabs, not Stream Elements, Streamlabs. Streamlabs has really severe issues with donations on YouTube for some reason. I do not know why. It's very weird to me. Let me read yours out. I'm sorry that yours get, please just poke me anytime that happens and I will make sure that I read it. Brina with the 666, thank you for being so honest, insightful, and supportive when talking about neurodivergence. It means very much to all of us, especially those of us with stacks, with the stacks or the things. Love, support, and solidarity to you all and all of my neurodivergent siblings. Brina, much, much love to you. Thank you very, very much, truly. Thank you very, very much. I'm sorry that your donos get hidden. It's this. It really is. Streamlabs is very difficult. Very, very difficult. I don't know what's gone on with their software, but it used to be just fine. I used to see the notifications just fine, but I don't get them anymore for some reason. I don't know if it's something I'm doing wrong or if they changed something. I'm really sorry about that. Kenatal says, I want to tell you I'm applying for PhDs in literature. I specialize in queer and disabled studies, and a tweet of yours about MAID law and biopolitics helped me frame my purpose statement. Wow! Holy moly, Kenatal! Kenatal, that's amazing. Thank you. That is so flattering. I'm very happy to help you. You are my little pog champs. You are all my little pog champs. Okay, everybody, no more stunlocks. It's time to talk about the core content of the day. And then after I do the news segment, we are going into a free-for-all react segment where I'm going to react to all kinds of different things. We're going to react to memes. We're going to react to videos. I've got some special things I want to react to share with you. It's going to be sick, okay? It's going to be sick. But first, we got to talk about the news, okay? So let me just get our news up here and we will begin the bit. One second, let me get my articles here. Here we go. Everybody, my lovely, lovely imps, on my channel, I often talk about the right, the political right. And the political right is, to be completely forward and honest with you, my abject enemies. The political right has, through all of history, acted repressive towards people of color, towards Jewish people, towards queer people, specifically trans and gay people. And the political right is having what we might say is a bit of a upsurge locally. They took a lot of losses over the last couple of decades, globally, I mean. The political right suffered some major, major political losses. Let's talk about some of those political losses. The legalization of gay marriage was one of the biggest losses that the far right took in recent memory. The introduction of Obamacare, which ruled out draconian laws such as pre-existing conditions. For those of you who are not American, pre-existing conditions was a part of American healthcare law that allowed insurance companies to decline to cover you for anything if you had certain conditions that they determined were pre-existing. So basically, if you are born disabled, if you were born with diabetes, if you were born with leukemia, if you were trans, interestingly, I bet you didn't know that, being diagnosed with gender dysphoria used to be a pre-existing condition that would mean that you would no longer be able to get healthcare coverage. Certain types of injuries could be considered pre-existing conditions. Certain types of genetic disorders could be considered pre-existing conditions. Now, if that sounds like an almost medieval policy to have, that's because it was. Obamacare, for all of its flaws, erased that. So that was a big loss for the political right. And by the way, when I say that was a loss for the political right, pre-existing conditions were upheld by the right for so long that Donald Trump said that he was going to bring them back. That's right, the guy who was just in power said originally that one of his goals while president was to bring back pre-existing conditions, a thing that the rest of the world looks at and goes, oh my God. So what I'm trying to say is that the far right, all across the world, but especially in America, has taken some hard hits, and they're very angry about it. Now, what this is resulting in is what it always results in, which is that the far right resorts to abject, open violence. And some people here, maybe centrists or maybe even some right-wingers who are listening, are going to go and they're going to say, that's so partisan, Demon Mama. What do you mean? The far right doesn't believe in democracy. That's part of what makes them the far right. The far right believes explicitly, the belief systems that are categorized as right-wing belief systems believe that hierarchy, physical, legal, spiritual, emotional hierarchy is natural. That there are some people who are supposed to be over others, whether it's because of merit, whether it's because God said so, or whether it's because of race. They believe all of these ideologies are united by the fact that they believe that hierarchy is natural. They do not believe in a system in which every person has a say in the leadership of their lives. That is fundamental to right-wing belief. And that's why I say that the right are fundamentally my political opponents. And also why I say that they always end up resorting to violence. Because as it turns out, if democratically people reject your ideology, they reject your God if you're a Christian, they reject your race science if you're a white nationalist, they reject your meritocracy if you're a hardline corporatist right-winger. When they do that, what are you supposed to do about it? Well, if the people are rejecting it, well, then you need to put the people back in your place. And every single far-right ideology comes to this conclusion at some point or another. And as if As if I couldn't drive the point any harder home, today we are going to be talking about a couple of instances, very, very recent, in fact, literally yesterday, instances of far-right violence and attempts to overthrow legitimately elected governments. Now, everybody here who watches my show knows that I am very, very critical of state power. I think that it's absolutely essential if you wish to have a full political ideology to be very critical of state power, no matter who you are, unless you are explicitly a fascist and you believe that the state should be supreme, et cetera, et cetera. I am very critical of state power. And so I want to be clear that when I talk about coups, when I talk about attempted dissolutions of the Constitution, when I talk about these sort of things, I'm not saying that because I'm super, super a fan of state entities. I'm saying it because these people want to overthrow the currently existing system in order to turn it generally into something significantly more authoritarian and more repressive. For example, Donald Trump claiming completely falsely, with no evidence whatsoever, that there was an election fraud. His desire is to take personal control of the entirety of America against the wishes of its people, and he seeks to do so by dissolving the power of the state. Today, or at least I should say first today, we are not talking about America though. We are talking about Germany. This is a report from NPR that was published this morning, this afternoon at 12 noon, okay? Germany says that it has now foiled a far-right coup plot. Here's what we know so far. Let's listen in, shall we? The far-right coup plotters had mapped down their own government, with people chosen for cabinet-like roles if they succeeded in overthrowing Germany's elected leaders. That's one of the revelations shared by German officials this Wednesday in an update on what they say was a foiled conspiracy by a massive anti-terrorism operation. 25 people at least are under arrest, including 22 suspected members of a terrorist organization. Public Prosecutor General Peter Frank said in a brief news conference. The conspiracy's goal, Frank said, was to overturn the existing state order in Germany based on democracy using violence and to replace it with their own state, according to a translation by Deutsche Welle. As details emerge about the alleged coup, here's what we know so far. Has the arrest number gone up? I would not be surprised if that has gone up. Now, some of you might immediately go, wait a minute, doesn't this sound like exactly what Hitler did? And the answer is yes, because far-right groups do not believe that people have a say in who rules them. They believe that hierarchy is natural and that hierarchy needs to be enforced with force. See where this is all clicking together now? Let's continue. The organization formed around Prince Heinrich the 13th. The people arrested embraced a fantasy based on conspiracy theories and were united by a hatred of democracy, Interior Minister Nancy Frazier said. Officials say that the suspects include members of several far-right extremist groups and QAnon followers. We've talked about QAnon and the dreadful effects of the QAnon conspiracy theory very frequently on this show. It's no surprise that the QAnon conspiracy theory, an explicitly far-right conspiracy theory that constantly alleges that there's a shadowy group of people who are controlling the government, look to overthrow the government by violence. People who adhere to the Reichsbürger or the Reich Citizens movement, which holds that Germany's current constitution is invalid. That's just Nazi shit. The group of conspiracists coalesced as early as November 2021, Frank said, uniting over their support for a Prince Heinrich the 13th, a 71-year-old man who has gained followers through his controversial political views. He's a minor aristocrat and a member of the former German royal house of Reuss, one which included an actual Prince Heinrich XIII, but the monarchy was abolished when the Weimar Republic was founded in 1918. Let's continue. Heinrich is among those who have been detained, Frank says. Others arrested include a Russian national identified as Vitalia B., who is accused of supporting the plan, according to a news release from the federal prosecutor's office. The plotters allegedly planned to replace Germany's government. The group rejected Germany's existing government as being tainted by the deep state operatives, according to the prosecutor's office. This is a QAnon direct conspiracy. This is referring to a conspiracy view that has found adherents in several countries, including the US. I would say primarily the US. Organizers started forming a leadership council and adopted a structure seeking to mirror a federal government, Frank said. Members had been named to operate as the new justice minister and in other roles, with Heinrich. I don't know why I've got the hiccups so bad. I apologize. With Heinrich tapped to be the future head of state, according to the prosecutor's office. The group also has a military wing, stating that their plan includes the creation of a new military. In the past, some of the members of this military arm were active serving members of the German armed forces. Now, this part in particular is very interesting to me because here in America, we have a lot of these groups. Some people call them paramilitaries. Here in the United States, they are most frequently referred to as militias. Militias have become increasingly popular on the far right in the United States, and most of these militias explicitly believe in overthrowing the government. To one degree or another. Some of them are more explicit, like say the Three Percenters. The Three Percenters is a American far-right militia group that believes that it only takes 3% of the population to overthrow a government and instate a new power. You start to see how their brain is working here. They believe that only a small, heavily armed, very violent group of people can overtake the government and change the future. We have a lot of these. We have militias all across America have been written about extensively. There are so many of them, it's hard to believe. Another one of the most famous ones is a group called the Proud Boys. Now, the Proud Boys, they sell themselves as a social club, but they function as a militia. They encourage their people to be armed. They encourage their people to fight at demonstrations, specifically to go in and get in fights. They have hazing rituals that are specifically, the way you gain a promotion within the Proud Boys is by fighting a leftist or a liberal. You have to physically beat somebody up. So while they don't literally say, go over there and beat that guy up, if you want to be included in the fun, you got to go beat some people up. You got to go beat up some leftists specifically. Isn't that interesting? Arrests and raids were carried out all across Germany. Federal, state, and other police officers carried out 130 searches in a coordinated action spanning 11 German states, Frank said. He confirmed that some 3,000 officers were involved in the raids. The prosecutor's office said 2 arrests were made on foreign soil. One was made in Perugia, Italy, and the other in Kitzbühel, Austria. Describing the group's recent activities, the prosecutor's office alleged that in October, representatives of the conspiracy's military arm scouted existing military barracks in the state of Hesse, Baden-Württemberg, and Bavaria as possible locations to house their own troops. In November, the office says members sought to recruit police officers in northern Germany to their cause. Another thing, in America, the police as an institution, and this is true to some degree in most countries, but in America, the police is a very, very far right organization. Estimates range for how many people within the police voted for Trump, but reasonable and measured estimates that are well documented extend. I've shown them on this stream before. We're not going to bring it up here, but I want you to understand. Please feel free to dive deeper into this if you so desire. But estimates have shown up to 70% of police forces in the United States were Trump voters specifically. As we know where Trump is at right now. for those who maybe don't know, Trump advocated for his followers just a couple of days ago to be prepared to dissolve the Constitution if necessary to ensure Donald Trump gets back into power. I'm not kidding you. I can show you that literally right here. Hold on, let me just bring up the that photo real quick. Hold on, we got it on here? Let me see. I think I got it on here. Hold on, give me a second. Oh, wait, I got it here. Here we go. Wait, this is one of them. One of the two. I only have one of them. Hold on. Let me get the other one. I know I had this thing. Oh, it's in my screenshots. There it is. Hold on. I want to just show you that I'm not making this up. Let me grab it here. I did a whole video on it, but I feel like it's necessary to show here. I should have had this ready. Here we go. Let's just show what Donald Trump was advocating just the other day. Here we go. Donald Trump. With the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception in working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential elections of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. There's the first one, and the second one is right here. An unprecedented fraud requires an unprecedented cure. Okay? So a lot of cops in America support Donald Trump. And a lot of cops also happen to be involved in a lot of militias, because that's legal for them to participate in so long as the militia isn't violating certain laws. So there's a lot of overlap here between the same types of militias that attempted to recruit police officers in Germany. There's a lot of that here in America, and unfortunately here they have a lot more success because the laws are very different than in Germany. Let's continue. Germany's far right has been growing for years. For Germany, the high-profile confrontation with the far right easily eclipses an incident from 2017 when 2 German army officers were arrested and accused of plotting to assassinate the country's justice minister and a former president, along with other attacks. After that elaborate plot was uncovered, the defense ministry launched a wide-ranging probe to root out far-right extremism in the military. Then German Defense Minister Ursula von der Leyen also urged senior officers to act when they see overt signs of far-right views. That effort also included a more comprehensive background checks for all new recruits, a step that was initially intended to block Islamist extremists from joining the military, but has now been retooled to help identify neo-Nazis. The armed service also reviewed nearly 300 reports of extreme far-right comments or behavior, including soldiers explicitly giving Nazi salutes. So first of all, now that we've gotten the basic story, you know, we've now explored what actually happened, which is a massive conspiracy was uncovered, exposed, and arrests were made. They were unable to perpetrate their attacks, but they had already begun gathering arms. They had already begun explicitly writing out plans. They actually had on paper, like digitally or otherwise, an explicit structure for the government that they were going to overthrow with, which, as we have now seen, was a monarchist Reich government. Same exact thing that Hitler attempted to do. Hitler's belief, of course, was that the Weimar Republic was a fraudulent republic that was that Germany needed to return to a greater time. Now, something that immediately pops out is, of course, the QAnon connection. And America, okay, the United States of America, is what many people would refer to as a cultural hegemon, okay? Some of you know the term. Sometimes some of you know hegemony. Some of you are familiar with it. A hegemon is basically a state actor that is so influential that it can essentially, without even having to explicitly say so, but often by explicitly saying so, can exert cultural and governmental power over basically everyone else nearby. In this case, the United States is one of a handful of global hegemons. The United States, like it or not, just churns out its own cultural viewpoints, its products, its beliefs, and its actions all over the globe. Sometimes very explicitly, like when we go to war, like in Iraq, and other times by simply exerting influence. And when a cultural hegemon begins to output its own internal decay, that can be very, very bad for a lot of people. And that's exactly what's been going on. The United States has not been in a healthy place, arguably ever, but especially in recent memory. Donald Trump came into power and immediately began undoing what had previously been understood to be democratic and protective norms. Donald Trump began to break down things like the separation of powers, which are, you know, largely considered to be a positive influence towards personal liberty, meaning no single person is in charge because there's multiple branches of government. Donald Trump completely erased the concept of separation of power. Donald Trump was so partisan in his in the way that he engaged with the Justice Department. He was so partisan in the ways that he engaged with Congress, and also on top of that, he would regularly completely ignore the checks and balances that he was generally legally required to follow. He used tons and tons of loopholes to use executive orders, executive actions, which basically is a very stupid American way of letting a president take control in emergency situations. Now, some of you very astute political readers out there will know that there are many political writers, such as Michel Foucault and others, who wrote about the state of exception. The state of exception being when sovereign powers, like states or presidents, utilize emergency to dissolve their own rules. So like, for example, suspension of habeas corpus. Suspension of habeas corpus, or suspension of the right to a fair trial, is used usually in times of war to say, we don't need to put on a trial for you, you're a war criminal. And if you look at this, it is a fundamental problem with states, which is that states are the ones who, they are the ones who also enforce the rules that decide when they can break the rules that they created. Now, obviously, people make arguments for why they should be able to do this, but it nonetheless persists that this is a bit of a problem with state power. And even more so, you'll notice, as we discussed before, right-wingers who do not give a flying fuck about democratic norms, who do not give a flying fuck about balance of power, are very, very happy to create emergencies in which they can then justify a suspension of usual practice. They can essentially say, well, this is a state of exception. We exist in a state of exception. Sorry, guys, it's the immigrants are flooding in and they're endangering lives. Oh, the groomers, that's one they love right now. The groomers are attacking our children. If we don't do something about it, you want to know what Donald Trump has been talking about recently? We watched a speech here on this channel. Just recently, Donald Trump gave a speech, and he's given multiple speeches now on this exact topic, talking about how he hopes that he can create a execution fast track for drug dealers. He wants to be able to execute drug dealers without a fair trial just because he personally hates drug dealers. I'm not kidding you. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Let me take a look here. Let me see if I can find the, yeah, here we go. Here you go. This was from July. Here we go. Donald Trump in DC speech calls for a death penalty for convicted drug dealers. Former President Trump on Tuesday voiced support for imposing the death penalty as punishment for convicted drug dealers as part of a speech in which he laid out a series of drastic measures to curb crime. The penalties should be very, very severe. If you look at countries throughout the world, the ones that don't have a drug problem are the ones that institute a very quick trial, death penalty sentence for drug dealers. It sounds horrible, doesn't it? But you know what? That's the ones that don't have any problem. It doesn't take 15 years in court. It goes quickly, and you should absolutely execute a drug dealer, and you'll save 500 lives. It's terrible to say, but you take a look at every country that doesn't have a problem, and they have a very strong death penalty for people that sell drugs. Now, of course, this is false. The countries that have the least problems with drugs are countries like Portugal, which have introduced education and medical care for those with addiction. Those are the countries that actually manage to reduce drug rates. What other countries do is they falsely, they drive drug use into the dark, and then they say, well, I don't see the drug users because they're hiding. They're in hiding or they're dead, and then they say, oh, it must mean there's no drug problem. But in truth, their entire citizenship is using drugs all the time, but nobody will ever talk about it, and they just die from overdose and nobody knows because they won't go to the hospital because they're afraid of getting the death penalty. So, yeah. So all of this is to point out the fact that all of these right-wing groups, all these disparate right-wing groups all over the world have become particularly interested in finding ways to circumvent existing democratic norms as a part of a rapid acceleration in their rhetoric and their practices. And America, of course, is outputting this to the rest of the world. It's no accident that this coup attempt in Germany was fueled by QAnoners. QAnon being one of the most rampant conspiracy theories to ever spread on the internet, and also one of the most malicious. QAnon was promoted from the highest offices. Donald Trump and his loyalists promoted QAnon from the presidential White House. Despite the fact that they were in charge of the White House, they still promoted the idea that there was a secret cabal of people pulling the strings. And of course, this has spread out into the entire world. I think it's really important that we pay attention to this stuff. And also, I want you all to understand why I think it's so important for those of us here in America to fight back against the right wing as hard as we possibly can here. Because America is a hegemon. And whether you like it or not, this country dumps out hatred. When hate takes control in America, which it does, unfortunately, frequently, because of the way that our government and our society is structured, it hurts the rest of the world. Our actions here, our willingness to fight here, has rippling effects all across the world because we exist in one of a handful of empires. You could argue that there is an empire in Russia. You could argue that there is an empire in China, and you can argue that there is an empire in the United States. These are the remaining empires in the world. State actors of such incredible power that they are able to wield weapons that could destroy the entire planet, and additionally, that every action they take affects every other nation on the world, like it or not. And the reason why I'm making, like I said, the reason why I'm making such a big deal about this is because I want American viewers, my American viewers, and to really think about that, to recognize that, yes, we live in the heart of empire. And yes, what we choose to do, how we choose to fight, will save lives or could save lives, depending on how we choose, worldwide. That us, if we had been able to somehow deal with QAnon, this would have never happened in Germany. Or at least it wouldn't have happened this quick and this widespread. Because there's no way that you can argue with the fact that the members that have been arrested are all QAnoners. There's no way you can grapple with that without concluding that America has done some serious harm, that the conspiracy theories spread by our political actors, by our heads of state, like Donald Trump, is doing global harm. Zalu2 says, unironically, the Star Wars prequels and Andor are pretty good at depicting the process by which the far right gains power. Yes, they actually are. Especially the the prequels have a lot of issues, as we know, but the prequels if you'll notice, I didn't even make this connection immediately, but it's obviously there. They talk about the state of exception. If you remember your Star Wars prequel lore, you remember that Palpatine seizes power after asking for a temporary exception to the rules of governance. That he convinces them that the droid army is so dangerous that they need to give power to a single guy so that they can go to war and defeat the droids. That is the literal storyline of the prequels. It was explicitly talking about how a democratic system, a seemingly functioning democratic system, can be twisted like that by manipulating panic, by manipulating fear and hatred to create a state of exception. America does indeed export conspiracy theory. And that's part of why I push back so hard on conspiracy theory on my channel. Some of you will notice that I've spent a bulk of my time recently on stream reacting to and pushing back on Ye, formerly known as Kanye West. And the reason for that is because this dude is spreading so much conspiracy right now. He is encouraging millions of people into a conspiratorial, panicked mindset that leads only one direction. What happened in Germany? So this is how liberty dies, with thunderous applause? Yes. Yes, it does. There's a couple of things I talk about on this channel, probably ad nauseum. It probably drives some of my viewers a little bit crazy, which is I talk about moral panics and I talk about conspiracism all the time. Conspiracism is, as a phenomena, is a way in which people erode their ability to apply skepticism, erode their ability to apply investigation, and take advantage of thought-terminating cliches in order to encourage people into usually far-right ideologies. It's no accident that Hitler had his big lie, and and that Donald Trump now has his big lie. Even though Donald Trump's claims of election fraud are completely made up. They are so debunked, it's not even funny. They have been debunked by court after court after court, by every single independent investigator that digs into them of any merit. Anybody who actually tries to get their hands on truth, on actual evidence of this so-called fraud, only comes up with nothing. And that's not because, by the way, democracy has no flaws. It does. I talk about this very frequently as well. American democracy is deeply, deeply flawed. Just not in the way that Donald Trump is alleging. The way that Donald Trump is alleging is that there's no point to any of it, that all of it is stolen, and that the only way that you're gonna get your Christian nation, the only way you're gonna protect your Christian kids is if you go out and dissolve the Constitution. That's conspiracism. That is rampant conspiracism. And the other thing I talk about all the time that I just mentioned before is moral panics. Moral panics are used to moral panics are the result of rampant conspiracism. The conspiracies get out of control and people begin to panic. They start to freak out. Oh my God, there's a secret pedophile ring everywhere. In the pizza shop, there's a secret pedophile ring in my local bakery. There's a secret pedophile ring in the White House. There's a secret pedophile ring everywhere. And these people will literally ignore actual proven examples of pedophile rings. Like, for example, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and Donald Trump, who was very close friends with, spent a lot of time on the pedophile island himself, was recorded on the flights with Jeffrey Epstein multiple times. They will literally ignore the actual evidence that exists, the hard, proven, accessible for anyone to see evidence that exists in the name of participating in a moral panic. It is... It's bad. And these moral panics lead to people shutting off their faculties for reason and jumping on board with raw authoritarianism. And of course, do I need to tell where that goes? Do I need to talk about Franco's Spain and the purges and the killings and the extrajudicial disappearings? Do I need to talk about Mussolini's Italy and the killings and the purges and the extrajudicial disappearings? Do I need to talk about Stalin's Russia? Do I need to talk about Hitler's Germany? Do I need to talk about how many examples do we need to point to? These ideologies are toxic. They lead to mass death. They lead to miserable, miserable societies. And they are founded from the top to the bottom on lies, on manipulating emotions, on turning off people's brains, and more importantly, turning off people's hearts. TJ, the amazing atheist, thank you so very much. Oh my God, thank you so very much for the tip. Deeply appreciate that. By the way, since I got you here, just gonna take a little aside. Your latest video, the one about the anti-SJW React thing, fantastic. Thank you very much. So that's all I have to say about Germany at this particular moment. Germany just busted, like I said, I just want to summarize here for the end. Germany busted a nationwide conspiracy. And we don't know yet how many people were involved in it. We don't know yet how many people were ready to go storm the Capitol in Germany. What we do know is what's happened elsewhere and what successful ones look like. They look like January 6th, where innocent people die and a country spirals into more radicalism. Can you imagine how many people would have died if they succeeded? Let's just imagine that somebody didn't catch them. Let's imagine a world in which this coup attempt didn't get caught until after they were already attacking. Even if they failed to take over the government, which they probably would have, to be fair, even if they failed, the amount of injuries, death, and pointless destruction, not to mention of that of the people who were fooled into following it, would have been catastrophic. And what we're about to talk about in my next segment is some examples of what's happening right now with regard to terrorist attacks and violence and harm. This one really did feel like the Munich Putsch 2.0. Yeah. Killjoy asks, do you think they did this because they were reaching a peak season for resource costs like oil and gas and knew that these factors would be inciting factors for the normies? Yes, absolutely. In fact, what we're about to talk about in my next section is right-wing accelerationism. And right-wing accelerationists are very aware of this. Right-wing accelerationists know they can manipulate the public using groomer rhetoric, using immigration, using gas prices, using COVID. I think Germany has learned some from its history. I do believe that's true, but I don't know that it's learned enough. To wrap off this particular segment, I have talked extensively on my stream in the past about how I believe, and I think a good argument can be made, how liberalism, the ideology of liberalism, tees up fascists to take over. And the reason for this is because liberalism simultaneously asserts the sovereign power of a state while offering democracy, a fraudulent, in my opinion, a fraudulent form of democracy that offers half-hearted representation for members, for citizens. And the entire model of liberalism essentially makes it impossible for people to actually address the rise of fascistic actors. And these fascistic actors, as long as they keep it just a little bit under the surface, they're allowed to keep taking power. They're allowed to do a coup. Donald Trump, we all know the fact that Donald Trump did incite the attempted coup on January 6th. We know this. Everybody saw him do it on TV. But because of the way that liberalism is structured, you can play games of delay forever while still building power, while people still play coy about it. You can literally call for the dissolution of the Constitution and somehow not be disqualified from being president. Donald Trump just called for the dissolution of the Constitution, and he is absolutely going to be running for office in 2024. Covenant says, do you think leftists on college campuses should debate fascists head-on and with courage rather than go to safe spaces? Is that not what already happens? Like, colleges are like where tons of debates happen. College students debate fascies all the time. But what often happens is that intelligently, left-wing people on campuses will try to prevent extremist actors from showing up on their campus and ruining their life. Let me give you a quick example of this. Let's say that you've got a speaker. Let's call him Milo Peterson, okay? Made up guy. And Milo Peterson wants to come to your school, your university, which has people of color, gay people, trans people, all kinds of different people, all of whom are trying to learn and grow, okay? And Milo Peterson says he's gonna come to your campus, and he comes to your campus and he encourages people to harass, he calls your trans students groomers, he calls your gay students groomers, he encourages them to, people to go out and challenge the lefty safe spaces, go in there. And then your school starts to become unsafe for those people because you've got a bunch of amped up little fascists disrupting classes, yelling at gay people, saying that they're going to hell. It disrupts the campus. The reason why people protest people like Milo Peterson off of the campuses is because they see that shit happen at another school and they go, we have stuff we need to accomplish here. People are here to learn. People are here to exist safely. We cannot tolerate speakers who are going to come on and make innocent people feel threatened. Yes, it's the cost of doing business. Thank you. The cost of doing business video right there, linked in chat, is an alt-right playbook that explains this phenomenon perfectly. Covenant says, censoring fascists does not stop fascism. It just makes them even more dangerous, desperate, and angry. No, actually. I would like to see some facts on that. I'd like to see, you got some facts, or is that just feelings you've got going there? I don't think that government censorship is necessary of fascists, but I do think that societal censorship is required. Fascists should be afraid to show their face in public. And in fact, in America, that was the truth for some time. For a long time, the neo-Nazi and fascist movements in America were scattered. And it is only because they were empowered, it is only because people went back to brunch, people stopped paying attention, people stopped driving them out of the public sphere, that they ever got a foothold back in, and the result is violence. The result is complete disarray. I don't think that the government needs to censor Nazis or fascists or whatever, but I think we do. Here's another example. Let me just give a quick example. A site like Twitter, okay? Twitter is a website. We're not talking about Twitter in its current state. We're talking about Twitter before the takeover, before the collapse, all that shit. Twitter is a website where lots of people use Twitter. Some people use Twitter because they want to share cute pictures of their cat. Some people use Twitter because they are promoting their business. Some people use Twitter because they want to find funny memes. Some people use Twitter because they want to talk about politics. Now, that last category, within that category of people who want to talk politics, there is a subcategory of Nazis. And those people want to spend all their time talking about Jewish people and talking about the Jewish question and encouraging exterminationist rhetoric against Jewish people. Now, why should this tiny portion of this entire website be allowed to alienate every single other person on the website? If you're just there to look at pictures of dogs, if you're just there to post pictures of the things that you cook, if you're just there to promote your business, why should you be subjected to a guy who's talking about maybe your people, maybe your wife, maybe your family member, about how he wants to get rid of your people? You shouldn't. And no company or community in their right mind would ever allow that person free reign in their space. And it's because that type of person literally makes it hostile for everyone else. This is why, part of the reason why we push back so hard on these ideologies, because they are toxic and exterminationist by their nature. They need to be discouraged. We should discourage them. We should look down upon people who embrace a worldview that involves extermination. Why should the government not censor fascists? Because government censorship runs into a lot of issues, okay? When you have a single governing body that can determine what is and what isn't free speech, which, by the way, there will always be some. I do not believe in free speech absolutism. I think that no one actually believes in that. There is no such thing as an actual free speech absolutist. That concept doesn't actually exist. Everybody has a line, which means no one's an absolutist. But when a government is too obsessed with controlling free speech, it actually can severely damage the ability to have any sort of political conversation. However, I don't think that's the case in the United States. In fact, the United States currently, in its current form, is incredibly lax on free speech. America doesn't even have a coherent anti-hate speech policy. Like, America doesn't even have, America even struggles to prosecute people who make explicit calls for violence, which they do all the time, by the way. Like, we watched the other day a mega church that called for explicit violence against gay people. A mega church. Thousands of people being broadcast on TV and radio, and nothing happened to the guy. Should America have hate speech laws? I do think that there is some, I do think that America should have at least some level of hate speech laws, especially when it pertains to calls to violence. But like I said, I think that you have to be very careful with government censorship specifically, because again, like I have said throughout this entire segment, state actors by their nature, have an undue amount of power. So it is complicated, but yes. Covenant, you need to chill just a tiny bit. I am against right-wingers, but censorship plays into the hands of the right. There was a stereotype of leftists being pro-censorship. Are you aware of this stereotype? How could I not? It's literally all that you fucking right-wing grifters talk about. You guys pretend, and then you also freak out. And the really, you know, when we watched Kanye the other day, when we watched Ye on Alex Jones, there was a portion of the conversation where 3 of the people on the show, so Alex Jones was ranting and he goes, yeah, free speech, free speech, free speech. And he's talking about free speech. And then 3 of the other people on the show said, actually, we don't give a shit about free speech. We believe in blasphemy laws. Now, these are people who are members of Alex Jones' supposed free speech platform. Alex Jones, Mr. Free Speech guy. And he has working for him and with an equal seating on his show, people who advocate for blasphemy laws. The right is full of shit. They want to ban people from being able to say the word Xmas instead of Christmas. They literally call it the war on Christmas. So frankly, I don't give a fucking shit about the whining, the like lazy whining of a bunch of stupid right-wingers. I just said I'm against right-wingers. I'm obviously not on the right. Listen, every right-winger, when they want to be manipulative, will say that. I don't know if you're a right-winger or not, but I didn't mean you specifically. What I'm trying to say is, I think that the government should be very careful with censorship, but that there are absolutely times in which censorship is completely necessary. For example, exterminationist rhetoric is a danger to everyone. Anybody who's going out there saying, we need to take up arms against LGBT people, we need to take up arms against X group of people, people of color, or whatever. And there's a lot of those. Jewish people. Any group that's like that is doing a danger to everyone in that society. So as long as a society of this format exists, it's necessary to take action against that. Okay. All right. So, we have something else to talk about real quick, okay? We have 2 things to talk about. However, before we talk about those other things, I need to use the restroom. So, I'm going to step away for a minute. We're talking about some pretty heavy stuff, so I am not going to play... Actually, I can play the bathroom song. It'll get cut out anyway because this is between segments. So I'm going to play the bathroom song real quick. Don't you go anywhere. If you haven't liked the stream or if you haven't subscribed to the stream, please subscribe to the stream and please make sure you press like. We are really gunning for 20K imps. That's... My fans are called imps, if you don't know. You can be an imp too. We're aiming for 20K imps by the end of this month, and I believe we can make it. Okay? So I missed somebody's message real quick. I actually have done a ton of research into the political climate of pre-Civil War. It is way more similar to now than Weimar. They had accelerationist types like MAGA. They were called the Fire Eaters. And the world back then was nearly identical to today. It's a lot to explain in text, but God, is it important. Yeah, if you have any recommendations, please email them to me, Renophilia. I'd love to read about that. All right, I'm going to hit the bathroom. I'm going to play the bathroom song, and I'm going to be right back, and then we have more to talk about, okay? So let me play the song. I'll take a look at the Crowder stuff when I get back. Let me play the song. Wait, where's my music? Hey, where's my music? There it is. All right, bathroom song. Here we go. I'll be right back.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. It's been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
Ah, I made it! No loopy! You can't bust my chops. Ah, hell yeah. No doom scrolling. Hey, look, I don't even use Twitter. Barely at all anymore. There's no such thing as doom scrolling anymore. Oh. Packing a bowl and getting cozy. Hell yeah. All right, well, we have two more news segments to do real quick, and then we're going to be doing some really awesome react. I have a whole bunch of stuff I want to react to with you all. Should be pretty good. You did like a Nazi account, though? Did I? Did I? I don't think I did. I don't think I did. I don't think I did. I don't think I did at all. Demon Speaker says, going to be honest, I expected that stuff would be progressing slower in the US than it has. Just about a month ago, I would be hoping for Trump to run over DeSantis as the lesser evil, and then Ye and Fuentes got together, which was an odd but funky pair, and then they met with a literal coup failure ex-president, and it was a holy fuck, I'm actually going to be in a higher risk danger. Yeah, it always goes faster than you expect. Unfortunately, that makes people like me most of the time sound like we're ringing the alarm bell prematurely, but I assure you, I'm not. I have, you know, it always moves faster than you expect. I mean, I wonder, hold on, let's take a look real quick. How long? Hold on, let's just find out. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the Hitler's rise to power. Here we go. Wall Street crash of 1929 opened economic disaster. From 1931 to 1933, Nazis combined terror tactics with conventional campaigning. Hitler crisscrossed the nation by air, while SA troops paraded in the streets, beat up opponents, and broke up their meetings. Which that's where we're at right about now. A middle-class liberal party strong enough to block the Nazis did not currently exist. The People's Party and the Democrats suffered severe losses to the Nazis at the polls. The Social Democrats were essentially a conservative trade union party with ineffectual leadership. Seizure of control from 1931 to 1933. On 10 of March of 1931, with street violence between the Rotfront and SA increasing, breaking all previous barriers, Prussia reenacted its ban on brown shirts. Hitler's citizenship became a matter of public discussion in 1924. He had it looks like he sorted that by 1924. That's a side issue. Let's see where else. On April 1932, following the presidential elections, the German government banned the Nazi party paramilitaries, the SA and the SS, on the basis of the emergency decree for the preservation of state authority. So that was in 1932. And by the way, we do not have any such proclamations. I want you to recognize that Donald Trump is right now calling for the dissolution of the Constitution, and we do not have any bans on MAGA paramilitaries, even though there are a ton of MAGA paramilitaries. In fact, we're about to talk about some of those terror attacks, those right-wing terror attacks. All I'm trying to say here is, it always happens faster than you think. Here we go. The Nazi Party lost 35 seats in the November 1932 election, but still remained the Reichstag's largest party with 196 seats. The Social Democrats won 121 seats, and the Communists won 100 seats. The Communist International described all moderate left-wing parties as social fascist and urged the Communists to devote their energies to the destruction of the moderate left. As a result, the KPD, following orders from Moscow, rejected overtures from the Social Democrats to form a political alliance. After the Chancellor Papen left office, he secretly told Hitler that he still held considerable sway with President Hindenburg and that he would make Hitler Chancellor as long as he, Papen, could be the Vice Chancellor. So a deal was cut to put Hitler into power, and that was in 1932. And then on November of 1932, a deal was cut behind closed doors. Nobody even knew that it was happening. And then on January 30th of 1933, a new cabinet was sworn in, putting Hitler into the position of chancellor. Getting a lot of ats. I don't know about that. Creepy alien thing account? Oh, okay. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe was it a meme that I liked? I don't know. Oh boy, we got a lot of people coming. Kaboka says, do you think that the Kristallnacht is imminent? Kristallnacht being the night of broken glass. Or do you think it's already happened? Like in retrospect, historians will point to some event that we don't really realize yet. I mean, you could make an argument that January 6th was like a form of that. But I think January 6th is closer to one of the putsch attempts. I think that we are currently experiencing a sort of distributed Kristallnacht. And the reason why I say that is because what we're about to talk about right now. Just the other day, you know what, we're just gonna get right into this and then we'll talk about that after this segment. Yeah. Hold on a second. Let me get a sip and then we'll start this. One moment. Pardon me. Just gotta make sure we bring this shit up. You were just having a disagreement about censorship of fascists? Okay, well, you know what? We're moving on to other things, so enjoy chat. We could talk about it more if you really want to later, okay? Yes. Killjoy says, I would say the Night of Broken Glass started this year when drag became the boogeyman for the right. Hold on, let me just draw that up. I gotta make sure I got all my stuff up for this one. This one open. There we go. All right, everybody. We just talked about my lovely imps. If you were watching live, you know all this. If you're watching in the future on a video, we just had a conversation about the coup attempt. A right-wing, far-right coup in Germany was foiled after some of their members were caught stockpiling arms and explicitly outlining their goal of overthrowing the democratic government of Germany. And what we are now going to be talking about is a number of terrorist events that have occurred here in the United States by far-right actors in the last couple of days following Donald Trump's very, very loud proclamation that his followers should be prepared to terminate even the Constitution. Now, I wanted to make sure that I provide some evidence for this. So even though I just showed this for those of you who are watching live, the live show is very fun, consider coming and checking it out. I want to show this up on screen again so that people know that I'm not just making this up, that I'm not like, I'm not exaggerating, not even a little bit. I just want to make sure you understand what I'm talking about. So let's open with what Donald Trump said the other day, and then we're going to talk about the attacks that have occurred in the last couple of days. Donald Trump posting on his private social media service to incredible attention. This has only gone up since this screenshot was taken. So with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democratic Party, do you throw the presidential elections of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. And of course, he then followed this up. With another statement, which I'm about to show you as well. One moment. Let's bring this one up real quick here. Real quick. Right here. Unprecedented fraud requires an unprecedented cure. Okay? So it's pretty obvious what Donald Trump is doing here is he is prepping his followers for violence. He is saying you need to oppose and fight and terminate even the Constitution. He is telling his followers, get ready because we're going to take over the government, okay? And his followers have heard the message. In case you don't believe me, what we are about to talk about now is indeed those attacks. So let's begin with the first one. Several power substations were damaged and taken offline by gunfire, knocking out power to over 40,000 residents in Moore County, North Carolina. Gun stores were robbed and a drag show was canceled. A local extremist implied that that is directly why the power was cut. It has been confirmed now by local law enforcement that at least 2 power substations were damaged by gunfire. A gate in front of one of the power substations was destroyed. Power outages began shortly after 7 p.m. Explosions were heard throughout Carthage, North Carolina around 9:42 p.m. At 10:30, law enforcement began swarming around gun stores and a local Walmart after reports of looting surfaced. Unclear how many guns or gun stores were robbed. Emily Rainey, a local extremist who allegedly participated in the January 6th insurrection, posted this: "The power is out in Moore County, and I know why." And then the same person posted, "God will not be mocked," with a picture of a drag event who was a drag event which was located near the power stations that went out and had to be canceled as a result of this attack. How curious. Now, there's more information in this thread, which we're going to dip into real quick. Emily Rainey, a former Army officer who resigned after the Army launched an investigation into her participation in the January 6th coup attempt, posted this about the power outage. In a follow-up post, Rainey tagged the Sunrise Theater, so directly tagged the Sunrise Theater, where the drag show was being held, and wrote, "God will not be mocked," above what appears to be a photo of the building tonight during the power outage. So someone connected to her, or her herself, was at the theater after the event happened. She claimed the moment the event happened, she claimed to know why the power went out, and then either her or someone associated with her took a picture of the event with its power out. This person posted a tweet appearing to endorse the firearms attack on the substations, and then edited the tweet to remove an approving hashtag. This is a local, this is the same person that we're talking about here. So, breaking, a family-friendly drag queen event in Moore County was canceled due to a massive power outage. Reports are now coming in that the substations were damaged by firearms. This is the original version, which says, hashtag protect children, hashtag I'm okay with it. So all of this happened within minutes of the event actually happening. Emily Rainey then claimed law enforcement arrived at her home and questioned her, likely for posting the prior posts. It's unclear if she has any actual knowledge or connection to the perpetrators. The Moore County Sheriff's Office just checked in. I welcomed them in. Sorry they wasted their time. I told them that God works in mysterious ways and is responsible for the outage. I used the opportunity to teach them about the immoral drag show and the blasphemies that were screamed by its supporters. I told them that God is chastising Moore County, thanked them for coming and wished them a good night. Thankful for the LEO's service, as always. Very interesting, that. Extremists around the country began celebrating and endorsing the attack on power substations as it resulted in the cancellation of the drag event. Regardless of the motivations of the perpetrators, this is how it was being perceived by extremists. Which is a good point. Because guess what? Sometimes people lie. Sometimes, especially right-wingers, they like to tap their nose and lie about the reasons why they did things while going into the camera, and then their followers go online. We talked about this with a couple of the conspiracy theories recently, where the person positing the conspiracy theory, the person drawing the target on with the paint, they won't say certain words, but their followers do. So you go and, like, for example, blood on hands, also known as a shoe on head, for example, was like, oh my God, look at this Balenciaga pedo stuff, and didn't technically say anything about gay people, but if you go in the comments, it just says wood chipper the groomers, wood chipper the LGBT, wood chipper the LGBT, wood chipper the all over and over and over and over again. That's how stochastic terrorism works. We know this. Let's continue. In the days leading up to the event, organizers of the drag event received death threats, but vowed to continue the event regardless. Proud Boys and other extremist groups had already threatened to protest and disrupt the event. So here's another article from a local newspaper talking about the organizers receiving death threats in advance of the event and proceeding anyway. It has not been confirmed yet by officials or law enforcement that the two were explicitly connected. We're going to get to that. Additionally, gun stores being targeted shortly thereafter indicates that there was a high level of coordination going on here. And of course, let's take a look at this. Now the whole country knows that you host grooming events at the Sunrise Theater. This is the same person before who said that she knew why the power went down. Will the Southern Pines Police Department just stand by? Quoting, of course, libs of TikTok. They blasphemed while we read scripture. So here's her participating at a previous protest at this drag event. Looks like it might have been during Pride. Some of you in my audience who are well-read on on contemporary terrorism know that it is basically accepted among accelerationist groups that targeting power substations and critical and core infrastructure is about one of the most popular targets of terrorist groups. And there's a number of reasons for that. The first being that it's really hard to have guards at every power substation in the entire world. It is basically impossible to ensure that there is security everywhere. A lot of our infrastructure relies on the idea that people aren't going to destroy it because they don't want to just randomly hurt random people. However, accelerationists, and specifically right-wing accelerationists, very much believe in the idea of drawing as much attention to issues as possible. And one of the best ways to do so is to knock out 40,000 people's power. Yeah, it's broad terrorism, exactly, yes. Oh, thank you for this, Thelon. Thelon says, Duke Energy, the company in charge of that substation, says the power could be out until tomorrow and that power couldn't be rerouted like in storms. Yeah, because in a storm, usually what happens is it's power lines that get damaged, power lines and transformers. A substation, if that gets damaged, they have to fix everything. That's a lot of work. You can't just easily change that. Somniostatic says, now we will have chuds blatantly targeting infrastructure. They've always targeted infrastructure. But I have some more information for you, okay? Southeast Portland neighborhood. This is in Portland, Oregon, okay? This happened 2 days ago, all right? 2 days ago at 1 p.m. is when this was published. Southeast Portland, Oregon neighborhood reports huge explosion after electrical substation bursts into flames. As Portland's heavy storm raged on Friday night, people reported seeing a large explosion light up the sky after an electrical substation caught fire in the Mount Tabor neighborhood. Luke Wenker, who lives just a block from the station, said he was in his home when he heard a massive explosion. He first mistook it as a car accident, but when he stepped outside, he saw the fire. Everything outside was lit up, he said. There were flames coming off of the entire structure. Portland Fire and Rescue responded to the explosion on Southeast 60th Avenue and Stark Street around 9 p.m. A PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric representative, who lived in the neighborhood advised firefighters to let the fire burn until larger crews arrived for safety. KOIN, that's an Oregon local news network, reported that the incident left 3,000 customers without power. Power has now been restored, according to PG&E. The power station was still energized and oil from a transformer was burning along the ground, which made fighting the fire very complicated. The blaze did not leave the substation fences and thankfully no one was injured. Hundreds of people on Reddit and Twitter reported seeing a massive fireball turn the entire sky red, and some said they could feel the shockwave from just the first explosion. Wenker said he explicitly heard multiple booms. Once the fire became more manageable, PG&E came in to check the damage. PG&E is investigating the cause of the fire. Okay. When was this? This was 2 days ago. Now, you might go, well, it was in the middle of the storm, right? Maybe the storm caused the substation to explode. No, first of all, that doesn't really happen. Substations don't blow up because of a storm. But also, this is from local news network, KOIN, which is Channel 6 News in Portland, Oregon. Portland, Oregon. After authorities said someone intentionally shot and damaged 2 power substations in North Carolina, cutting electricity to tens of thousands of families, News Nation obtained a federal memo warning about similar attacks in the Pacific Northwest. The feds are aware that there are multiple of these attacks planned, and that's only the ones that they're aware of. Let's continue. Power companies in both Oregon and Washington have reported physical attacks on substations using hand tools, arson, firearms, and metal chains, possibly in response to an online call for attacks on critical infrastructure. The memo states, the aim, according to the memo, is violent anti-government criminal activity. In recent attacks, criminal actors bypass security fences by cutting fence links, lighting fires nearby, shooting equipment from a distance, or throwing objects, bombs, over the fence and onto the equipment. The memo continued. Both PG&E and Pacific Power confirmed to KOIN6 that they were aware of these issues from the feds. PG&E is aware of a deliberate physical attack on at least one of our substations in the Clackamas area that occurred in late November. We are actively this is one that we're not. This is a different one. This particular one they're talking about. We are actively cooperating with the FBI and cannot at this time share many details about this incident as is currently under investigation. Our teams have assessed the damage and begun to repair the impacted facility. And here's one from Pacific Power. We are aware of the events and have security measures in place to protect our assets and keep our customers and employees safe and secure. We are working closely with industry partners and law enforcement to monitor the situation and will apply any emerging threat information to evaluate against our security measures to reduce the likelihood of an attack where possible. As always, protecting the nation's energy grid and ensuring a reliable and affordable supply of energy are top priorities for the energy industry and Pacific Power. The Clark County PUD, I believe that's the, I don't know what that is. What's PUD? Sorry, I'm not. Oh, Public Utilities Department said they have not had any issues in their area beyond homeless trespassing. FBI Portland Public Affairs Specialist Joy Gyrus told Coin6 News, while our standard practice is to decline to comment on specific bulletins, the FBI routinely shares information with law enforcement partners in order to assist protecting the communities. We urge the public to remain vigilant and report any specific activity. Meanwhile, Washington County Sheriff's Office told KOIN6 News that a list of local power substations has been provided to all local law enforcement. Deputies will be providing extra patrols at those locations within their jurisdictions. Targets for extremist groups. Moore County, North Carolina Sheriff Ronnie Fields said the attacks on their substation was targeted and that local investigators are currently working with the FBI. He said someone pulled up and opened fire on the substation and did the same thing with another one. So now we have confirmation that 2 separate substations were attacked in North Carolina. Federal authorities have explicitly warned that the power grid may be a prime target for extremist groups that embrace accelerationism, a fringe philosophy that promotes mass violence to fuel the collapse of society. In January, a U.S. Department of Homeland Security report warned that domestic extremists have been developing credible and specific plans to attack electricity infrastructure since at least 2020. The DHS report warns that extremists adhering to a range of ideologies will likely continue to plot and encourage physical attacks against electrical infrastructure. The department wrote that attackers would be unlikely to produce widespread multi-stage outages without inside help. But its report cautioned that an attack could still do a lot of damage and cause injuries. Members of white supremacist and anti-governmental groups have been linked to the plots to attack the power grids. In February, 3 men pled guilty to conspiring to attack U.S. energy facilities. Authorities said that they were driven by white supremacist ideologies to sow mayhem and division among Americans. What's the challenge? The vastness of American electricity infrastructure makes it difficult to defend. Power plants and substations like those targeted in North Carolina are dispersed in every corner of the country and connected by transmission lines. The grid is massive, said Errol Southers, a former FBI official and professor of Homeland Security at the University of Southern California. The targets also present an increasing challenge to secure because the attackers don't always have to get as close as they did in North Carolina, Southers said. With the right rifle, skill, and line of sight, a sniper could take a shot from as far as 4,900 feet away, aka 1,500 meters. Protecting substations against a long-range rifle shot is extremely challenging, if not completely impossible. So what we have is the federal government is aware that right-wing groups have made calls, explicit calls to target energy infrastructure, and we have now seen two suspected right-wing groups involved in active terrorism attacking power substations, one of which was specifically targeting, as far as we can tell, a drag event. Okay? Now, there's something else I gotta follow this up with. This is a map, and we're gonna look at this map real quick. This is a map put together by by GLAAD. GLAAD is a gay and queer activism group. This is a map they put together showing the number of explicit anti-drag attacks in 2022 alone. There have been reported in just this year 124 explicit anti-drag attacks. And keep in mind that this does not count attacks against gender clinics. This does not count gender-inspired attacks against children's hospitals or bomb threats against children's hospitals. This is just anti-drag attacks. So you can see Texas had 10, California had 6, 4 in Idaho, 2 in North Dakota. Basically, every state in the union has had at least one this year. Illinois has 8. North Carolina has 10. North Carolina, isn't that interesting? Keep in mind, this was from November 22. So that doesn't include the attack that we just read about the other day. This does not include, I don't think this includes, wait, when did the, hold on. When did the Colorado Springs one? Oh, actually, this was just before the Colorado Springs. This was just after the Colorado Springs attack. This was before these two happened. It is incredibly clear to any honest actor exactly what is happening in the United States. The far right in the United States is being driven on by leaders like Donald Trump, by the Republican Party. It is being driven on at an unprecedented rate to target, to embrace terrorism, to target LGBT people, to target people of color, to target Jewish people. And now, of course, in just the last few weeks, we have a current candidate for the presidency, Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, openly talking about how he believes and telling other people that they should believe that Jewish people, LGBT groomers, in his words, are endangering the nation and that we have to reclaim the nation for God. And then, just this week, we have Donald Trump explicitly calling for his followers to be willing to dissolve the Constitution. The people who threatened Boston Children's Hospital, well, many of my friends were only able to get their HRT there when I was younger. Yeah, we know why they're targeting it. We know who did it too. We know who painted the target. Libs of TikTok, Tucker Carlson, Matt Walsh, Steven Crowder, Shoe on Head, Donald Trump, Alex Jones. Cornbread, let me go read your, I'll read your dono a bit later. Thank you. I hope you have a good night. Sorry I couldn't get to it before. Yeah, blood on hands. This is why I call her blood on hands, by the way. We have to take this really seriously, okay? I need everybody to take this really seriously. The amount of violence, the amount of armed actions specifically directed at innocent queer people has gone through the roof. The acceleration is unmatched. And I've been screaming for now weeks about the acceleration in rhetoric, but now we are seeing the rhetoric turn into violence, which it has nowhere else to go. Exterminationist rhetoric, rhetoric that argues that trans people have a secret ideology that is trying to attack your children and turn them trans, that has only one way it can go. That type of an argument only can lead to death. It can only lead to violence. And everyone needs to be as clear-eyed about this as possible, especially because we now know that the police do not help. The police are not able to do anything about this. The police are not able to stop these substation attacks, even if they want to. And we know they don't really want to. In the, when we were just reading about the Ohio Proud Boys attack, I mean, I don't know what else to call it besides an attack. They made explicit threats against a private school doing a private family-friendly Christmas drag reading event in a private church, and the Proud Boys showed up in massive numbers, armed to the teeth. I just did a segment about this the other day, which you all can go watch. We'll probably have a link right here. We have to be able to, be real about this stuff. We have to be real about the fact that as it stands, there is no one looking out for us except for us. We live in a time in which the liberals want you to believe that everything is 100% okay, that, you know, no, they'll be defeated in you know, the marketplace of ideas. We'll show they'll be defeated in an election. And meanwhile, on the right, Donald Trump is literally saying we need to dissolve the Constitution. Ye is saying we need to get the Jews and the LGBTs. That's what he's literally saying. Anybody who is not like being clear-eyed about the situation that we find ourselves in, please change your heart, change your mind, address the situation and acknowledge what sort of situation we're in, because it's going to be bad for everyone if we don't address this. It's going to be really bad, especially for marginalized people. We're already seeing attacks. We're already seeing violence. We've already seen Jewish cemeteries defaced, saying, Ye was right. Ye was right. Trump 2024. Donald Trump has adopted a new slogan for his campaign. Make America great and glorious again. Specifically changing it to sound, it seems like a small change. It seems like a small change, but do you know who talks about the glory of the past? Do you know who uses that rhetoric? Explicitly? Nazis. The Nazis were the ones who talked about the glory of Germany. The glory of the, make Germany glorious again. Bring back the glory of the Reich. On this channel, I will always try to keep you in the loop with stuff like this. I always will try my best. And I will always try to make sure, that I don't end on any sort of doomeriness. But some of this is hard to watch and look at and grapple with. And I want you to understand, I want you all, if there's one thing you take away from the entirety of this stream, if there's just one thing you take away, it's that your actions matter. You, my lovely viewer. I don't know each one of you by name. I can't. That's not how the internet works. But it is your actions that will change the future of the world. All of our actions ripple outwards. And if we here choose to be strong and to fight against this, other people will join us and stand up. Sorry about the loud noise. So something fell down the stairs, apparently. Probably like a, I don't know, somebody's phone or something. And also, of course, I highly, highly support queer people learning how to defend themselves. Whether it's via learning martial arts, whether it's via learning how to properly use mace or pepper spray, or if you're like me, becoming a battle queer and embracing your Second Amendment rights, which you are allowed to use. Yes, that's right. Even gay people are allowed to wield their Second Amendment rights. Liberals want you to think that all trans people are too, it's not good for trans people to have weaponry. They're too unstable and we just care. We care about you. We don't want you to get hurt. Obviously, that's full of shit. You have the Second Amendment just like anyone else. And in fact, I would argue queer people being safely armed, knowing how to use their weapons, knowing how to be safe with weapons, knowing how to stop the bleed. Can we get some stop the bleed in chat, please? Knowing all of these things, knowing how to deal with firearms in general, even if you personally don't own one, which you might want to consider. I do. All of those things are essential to our future. Stop the bleed, by the way, is one of the absolute best ways statistically that you can guarantee that if you are ever in a situation where somebody is severely injured by a knife or a gun or a bullet, that you can actually help. Stop the Bleed takes only 20 minutes. It's incredibly easy to remember everything you've learned in Stop the Bleed, and it will teach you so much. It is supported by doctors worldwide. It is a specific charity that exists to teach people how to stop bleeding because it's so vital of a tool. Learn it. It is the quickest and easiest way you can help make the world a better place, a safer place. What do you think of people outside of the US from applying this logic? Can you clarify? I don't know what that means. Well, that's all I have to say on this particular one. Should non-Americans buy guns? I mean, personally, I think it is a good thing. If it's, don't ever take a disadvantage, okay? Don't ever let anybody convince you into taking a disadvantage against people who want to exterminate you. And by the way, make no mistake, that is what these groups want. Right-wingers in America right now, every single day, even the most popular and scrutinized accounts, fucking Tim Pool, who we're about to talk about, Tim Pool fucking straight up did apologia for the nightclub shooting. He was like, you know, well then maybe if they didn't want to get shot up, they shouldn't have had a grooming event. The grooming event in question being a deliberately all-age friendly drag event in which no one was dressed sexually. It was just costumes. And he called that a grooming event and said that it justified the shooting. Scarlet Volcano says, it's refreshing to hear someone else can see that our action affects more than just ourselves. Thank you very much for your support, Scarlet Volcano. But I want you to understand, I talked about this with regard to, I asked people to imagine themselves in Nazi Germany. I use Nazi Germany because I think it's very relevant to our current situation. If you were in Nazi Germany, and if you think back to the history of Nazi Germany, there were so many people who lived, who were able to escape, who were able to hide, and who were able to live, despite the fact that it was the Holocaust. It's about the worst, one of the worst genocides we can possibly imagine, one of the most brutal genocidal events in the history of the entire world. And yet there were people who survived, who lived, and whose children are thriving in the world right now. People who went on to create art, people who went on to create music, people who went on to be loving parents, loving grandparents, and they lived because someone took action, because someone gave them a place to hide, because someone helped smuggle them across the border, because someone gave them food when they needed it. Those people survived. Or maybe more extremely, because someone blew up the wall at the concentration camp and let a bunch of people out. Yeah, people survived even in the camps. You know that people escaped from the camps, right? People improvised weapons and broke out of the camps. People hid themselves and escaped by cover of night. It's not over till it's over. And every action we take has an effect on the world. Killjoy 40K says, have you seen that Tim Pool is getting hate for his Ye interview from both sides of the right? Basically, no one supports Tim because he made everyone look bad. Oh yes, we're about to talk about Tim Pool. Now this is going to be a short little segment, but I wanted to share this with you because let me just tell you, the other day when we were talking about the Ye interview on Alex Jones, I mentioned how Ye was using Alex Jones' platform to basically draw up a purge list. He was naming and shaming people, and Alex Jones was participating in this. A number of people afterwards were participating in this. Basically, Ye was forcing the hands of conservatives. And he did this on Tim Pool. Now, Tim Pool called out Ye on anti-Semitism. And when I say he called him out, he said, hey, you know, let's not do the identifying groups thing. Basically, what Tim Pool said is, hey, the optics of that are bad. The sentiment, he agreed with him on nearly everything, but he just said, don't say the Jews. Tim Pool always does this. Tim Pool tries to sell himself as a centrist. Still, to this day, he still tries to sell himself as a centrist, even though he exclusively talks about right-wing issues. He exclusively spends time collaborating with right-wingers, very rarely brings on a left-winger, and when he does, it's only to debate with them. He gives softball interviews to every single right-winger who comes on his show, including Ye. But see, Ye is going so ham. Ye is, as in his own words, Ye is a battering ram, breaking open the door so that the SWAT team of Trump and Fuentes and Alex Jones can get in. And and Tim Pool didn't realize the stakes of what he was doing. Scotty Too Hottie. I have Jewish heritage. Nazi Germany comparisons go too far, even if America is far right. I think you're incorrect. I think you're incorrect. Nobody ever said that somebody with Jewish heritage can't be wrong. I simply don't agree with you. I think that the examples are there and are very obvious. I think the intent is there. I think the rhetoric is there. And Donald Trump, just the other day, the potential American Hitler is calling for the dissolution of the Constitution. I don't think that comparisons to Nazi Germany are too far. How could you ever prevent the Holocaust from happening again if you are unwilling to draw comparisons to the Holocaust? How could you ever stop it from happening again if you believe that you cannot draw comparisons? Nazi Germany was 100 times worse than America now. In what aspect? Are you talking about during the final solution? Because I don't think we're at the final solution in America yet, but I think I know how we get there. Germany didn't start at the final solution. Germany called it the final solution because it was the final solution. The genocide, the Holocaust, did not begin with the final solution. During the final solution. Well, that's interesting. That's very, very interesting that you should say that you think it was 100 times worse, because I'm explicitly saying that America is working up to that position. America, right now, is like 1931 to 1933 Germany. That's where we're at right now. We are at that point right now. We are seeing the acceleration. We are seeing the violence. We are seeing the calls to dissolve the government. We are seeing the bring back the glorious days. We need a strongman authoritarian, aka Donald Trump. Do you think a better analogy is America before the Civil War? No. I don't think a better analogy is America before the Civil War. But if you think it is, all right. I just don't think it is. And the reason why I don't think it is because what we have right now, what makes us so similar to Nazi Germany is the fact that our right-wing parties are using the same angle. They're using the blood libel. They are constructing a libel against gay and queer people. They are constructing a libel and have been against immigrants. Anti-immigrant sentiment, anti-Jewish sentiment, anti-LGBT sentiment. The axis of good word choice, I guess. The axis on which this is all acting is almost identical to the same axis that Germany was on. It's the same angle. Whereas the Civil War was a very different buildup. Of course, there were certain similarities, but but the actual angles of approach were very different. Lithium 555 says, if you have a large population of quote-unquote groomers who are trying to spread their quote-unquote pro-child abuse, what non-violent solution to that problem do you have? I'm gonna assume that you are trying to illustrate the fact that this rhetoric leads only to death, and not that you actually support this rhetoric. You should probably clarify whether you're agreeing with that rhetoric or whether you are trying to illustrate whether the rhetoric leads to violent ends. The rhetoric is based on complete and utter invented falsehood. It is a blood libel against trans people. It is a blood libel against LGBTQ plus people. And yes, of course it goes to violence. That's where they're targeting. That's what they're targeting. They're trying to convince people that something that isn't true is true to create a moral panic which will justify violence. Jay Gotcha says, as a Jewish person and someone who has great grandparents who were Holocaust survivors and told me stories of the camps, I myself am terrified about what's going on in America right now. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I know. I feel the terror. Trust me. We have solidarity on this, and I'm sorry that we are both experiencing this terror. But I assure you, at least for me and mine, we will fight to the teeth to ensure that the Holocaust never happens again. Thank you for being here. Themic says, in my opinion, when people talk about Nazi Germany and America now, they often compare the end state of Germany during that time. They ignore decades of anti-Semitic rhetoric. I personally would compare current America to 1919 Germany, with right-wing militia empowered by right-wing politicians, while there is still being opposition to their rhetoric amongst the general population. I can understand why you would go to 1919, but unfortunately, I think the fact that we already had a massively televised coup, and that we are having accelerationist rhetoric put on the biggest platforms in America, including Tucker Carlson, one of the most watched shows in the world, Alex Jones' recent episode, which had millions and millions of viewers live and millions more in the aftermath. I feel like we have jumped a bit further along. Lithium says, sorry about that. I mistyped. This rhetoric can only lead to violence. Thank you. Last question. Would you feel just as comfortable to make an analogy to Stalin's Soviet Union? There are aspects of Stalin's rise to power which are very similar, and there are others which are not. Excuse me. Stalin was indeed a fascistic leader, but Stalin did not have the same type of racialized rhetoric. Stalin's rise to power did not involve him convincing the population that there were Jews controlling everything, where that is true with Hitler. So while obviously I have no love lost for Stalin. I fucking hate Stalin. I just don't think it's exactly the same. Comrade Muffins with the $5. Thank you very much. Here's $5 for keeping me company while I was stuck in an elevator for 5 minutes. Also the awesome content in general. You're very, very welcome. Doomed Potato says, I and all of my Jewish and or trans friends have a go bag ready. Your comparisons are spot on. Marginalized people know. Yes, that's another thing. I want to talk about this. I want to put together a stream where I talk about specifically what types of things you should have in a go bag. For the record, what a go bag is a go bag is also known as a bug out bag. Some people call it a bug out bag. It's a bag. It is a pre-set up backpack that you have stored somewhere safe, that has all of your copies of all of your relevant documents and IDs, that has basic necessities, that has some cash, so that you can, if you need to flee your home or your home state, you can do so without any hesitation. It's generally a very wise thing to have prepared in times like this, especially if you happen to live in one of those states that is most co-opted by the far right. Thankfully, it's not too hard to put these together. It can take you as little as a few hours, provided you already have all your documents. But the whole purpose, the real value of putting together a go bag is, well, obviously, if you need it, you have it. But the value comes in going through and making sure you have all the paperwork prepared before shit happens. Do you think an underground railroad is viable in modern times? I fear any attempts would be found out immediately due to the state of surveillance. I think that underground railroads are absolutely viable. They will have to take a different shape. They will have to use encrypted communication. And also, we have to keep in mind that state surveillance is a patchwork. As it stands, most of the state surveillance is currently controlled by the Biden White House, which means that right-wing insurgents won't have immediate access to it. However, if Donald Trump does successfully take over the White House, that will give them a lot of power to access surveillance. So, yeah. It is indeed true, as Silence says, your phone is a cop. Please be secure and careful. And also get a Faraday bag. Faraday bags are super cheap. Blocks all signals incoming and outgoing from your phone. You need to go dark, drop it in a Faraday bag, and you'll still keep your phone. You don't got to destroy your phone, but your phone ain't getting anything in and out. Your phone is a what? A cop? Yeah, your phone is a cop. Danny says, my great-great-grandparents fled 1918 Germany because they saw the writing on the wall. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of people's families. Faraday as in the physicist, right? Faraday was a physicist. A Faraday bag is a bag that is designed, it has metal in it. It has it has metal designed in a certain structure that it blocks all incoming and outgoing Wi-Fi, incoming and outgoing cellular signals. It basically is a micro isolation chamber for your phone. They're helpful. Most people if you go to hacking conventions, there's a lot of hacking conventions, and if you don't have a Faraday bag, your phone will get hacked immediately the moment you walk to the convention. So Faraday bags do work, and every single person who goes to a hacking convention has a Faraday bag. Damn, that's a deep cut, Themic. Okay, oh yeah, all of this was a big distraction. We gotta talk about Tim Pool. It's an important distraction, but we actually have to talk about Tim Pool real quick, and then we're gonna do some React stuff. This stream has been so different. It has been so all over the place. Okay, hold on a second, everybody. Let me just bring up Tim Pool real quick. Off topic, I think I found compromise idea between left and right on gun control. Make all bullets non-lethal. Oh, we'll talk about Crowder. Yeah, hold on. Sorry about that. I'll get to that in a second. Covenant, that is very silly. That is silly in a number of ways. Have a good night, Lauren. Thanks for coming by. All right, everybody. Let me bring this up real quick. Let me bring this up real quick because I want to show you guys what I'm talking about here. Oh my God. Here we go, everybody. Tim Pool, my lovely, lovely imps. We are talking about Tim Pool right now. Let me just read Tim Pool's words. This was from 2 days ago. Tim Pool's official account. Just got word that a crew broke into one of our properties. They are lucky to be alive. After nearly being struck by a 9mm, they panicked and dropped their belongings and fled the property. Please stay the fuck away from my buildings. This is West Virginia and you will get hurt. I mean, just holy shit, you have to be insane to break into a West Virginia house. Not only do we have guns, we have like really big ones. Could you imagine breaking into a house and there's some right-wing nutjob with a Barrett M81A pointed at you yelling yeehaw? No one got hurt. Police are on the scene now. There's a 9mm bullet lodged in my kitchen now. I can't say I'm surprised this happened after the wave of doxing and threats made against us. Tim Pool was allegedly attacked by a crew of people and someone defending his property shot at them with a 9mm. Now, a 9mm is a standard handgun, okay? It's basically every handgun that you can imagine. Somebody shot at them with a pistol. Now, if some of you recall, just the other day, I covered Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, on Tim Pool, and I covered Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, on Alex Jones. Now, Ye did not go on Tim Pool's show for very long. You see, about 20 minutes into Tim Pool's interview with Ye, Tim Pool asked him to stop being as openly anti-Semitic. Now, he didn't push back, on what Ye was proposing. Tim Pool simply asked him to stop. Yo, cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks is basically what Tim Pool said. He pulled the, American Psycho. Immediately after that, Tim Pool got roasted by his audience. Not only can you watch it in the live VOD, if you go and watch the live VOD when he pushes back on Ye, the chat explodes with hundreds of people saying, L, Tim, L, take the L, Tim, loser, let him talk, let Ye talk, let him talk. And now Ye is going off the shits with anti-Semitic rhetoric. And Tim Pool's own audience, plus all the people there watching with Ye, are screaming at him that he's wrong for pushing back even lightly. Because keep in mind, like I said, Tim Pool didn't push back against everything that Ye was saying. He had let Ye talk for 20 minutes, and he only stopped when he said, hey, can you be just a little bit less anti-Semitic? Yeah, as Chatter Marinara says, I can excuse crypto-Nazism, but I draw the line at overt Nazism. That's Tim Pool. And then it got even worse for Tim Pool, because on Alex Jones' podcast, where Ye was spending the entire time saying, and I quote, I especially love Hitler, I love Hitler, and I am a Nazi. Those are all words that came out of Ye's mouth on Alex Jones' show. At the very tail end, Ye and Alex Jones called Tim Pool an NPC. They said that he was an NPC, and they implied that he was being controlled or pressured by Jewish people. I'm not kidding you. You can watch my coverage and you can see that happen. My coverage is right on my channel. Just go back and look for the giant 6-hour video of me covering the entire debacle on Ye. At that point, I pointed out, hey, this is bad. Ye is basically drawing lines for an internal purge of the right-wing movement in America. Ye is basically finding who will push back on his anti-Semitism and then sicking his fans and all other right-wingers on those people. And after that, as just an exercise in investigation, we went to Tim Pool's videos and we just looked through the comments. And all that we saw in the comments was people yelling at Tim Pool. Tim Pool's own fans were saying, I've unsubscribed. Tim, you said you believed in free speech, but you stopped Ye. You wouldn't let Ye tell the truth about the Jews. Things have not been going well for Tim Pool. And I've talked about on my channel quite a lot in the past. Because, you know, I talk about politics. And I've talked many times in the past about this simple fact, which I'm sure many of you are going to remember, which is that right-wing infighting is you know, it's very common. There's a lot of right-wing infighting, but people outside of the right generally don't see it. And the reason why people outside of the right generally don't see right-wing infighting is because it's usually very, very harsh. Somebody wins, and the other person gets obliterated from the movement, never to be seen again, or if they come back, it is in such a diminished capacity that they may as well have never existed. An example of this is Milo Yiannopoulos. I always bring up Milo Yiannopoulos as the perfect example of this. Milo Yiannopoulos, and interestingly, Milo Yiannopoulos has been now dropped by Ye's campaign, which is a bit odd. Milo Yiannopoulos was one of the most popular figures on the right. He was unironically doing TV appearances, speeches at universities, making bank. He was getting paid huge dollar sums to go speak at various events, to go speak at right-wing events. And then he said something that was across the line, interestingly, on the Drunken Peasants podcast, and the right canceled him. And it ruined his career. He was literally broke. I've covered this many times in the past. He was literally screaming in his Telegram group chats, you all need to donate more money because I can't afford my bills anymore ever since I got ruined by that podcast. When the right cancels somebody, they're done. Sometimes literally lethally. Internal purges on the right are vicious, okay? And Ye has deemed Tim Pool as one of those people. I'm going to show you something else. I just got swatted again. Law enforcement doesn't exist in this country anymore. Private security or nothing. So Tim Pool got swatted and had a group of unknown assailants attack his property just a few days after he royally pissed off the furthest right, the accelerationist right, including Alex Jones and Ye. But it doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there, okay? We'll just show you. So here's him right here. I think the US ended already and people just don't realize it. So, just so we're clear, like I said, Tim Pool doesn't actually disagree with any of the things that Ye is doing or saying. He doesn't disagree with any of the anti-Semites except that they are explicit. He still believes that there's a civil war that needs to happen. He still promotes the false blood libel, the groomer libel against LGBT people. He still promotes anti-globalist sentiment, which is just a euphemism. He does all that shit. Just so we're clear, I just wanted to show that on there. Here we go. Some kind of death threat was just sent to a family member. They're really mad at me now. Apparently the death threat was intended for me. So, an attack, a swatting, an explicit death threat, And then, of course, Tim goes and says this. This is Gamergate all over again. This is Gamergate 9.0. Now, of course, that's fucking stupid. Gamergate, I mean, he's right in one way. I want to give him credit. He is correct in one way. This is Gamergate 9.0. Like I said, the right-wing upsurge currently happening in the United States is indeed going to make Gamergate look like child's play, because it was, by comparison. But notice that he thinks that him getting persecuted by the group that he helped fuel. Tim Pool is one of the largest podcasts on all of YouTube. He's one of the biggest political shows on the entirety of YouTube. Tim Pool has been advocating for a civil war in America. Tim Pool did apologia for a mass shooting at an LGBTQ nightclub in which 5 innocent people lost their lives and 20 innocent people, completely innocent people, were injured. Tim Pool has been platforming the most heinous racists, the most heinous insurrectionaries. He has been promoting far-right information for years. And now when it comes to eat him, when the leopards come to eat his own face, he has the gall to cry that it's like Gamergate is happening to him. When the people that he has assisted were the people that made Gamergate so heinously bad. In fact, Tim Pool has expressed support for Gamergate. This dumb, dishonest, and evil motherfucker is tasting his own goddamn medicine. He has been riling up the right with violent rhetoric, expressly advocating for a civil war for years. And now, when it turns out that he fucked up and he's not extreme enough or helpful enough for them, he's surprised. Tim probably thought he would be safe because he's rich. They always think they were safe. Do you think that when the Nazi Party did an internal purge and killed all of all of the actual socialist members of the Nazi Party, when they did their purge, do you think that any of those members thought they were going to get purged? I bet they didn't. I bet a lot of them thought they were going to be welcomed in. That's how it always goes. Ron's KFC says, I showed a few friends your coverage on the Yay InfoWars video. They loved your commentary. You should have some brand new subscribers. Thank you for such a great channel. Holy moly, Ron's KFC, thank you so much, both for your support and for sharing the show. Oh my God, thank you so much. Please, anybody else who wants to emulate the amazing Ron's KFC to share this show with your friends, please do so. Thank you so much, Ron's KFC. Genuinely, thank you. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. Here we go. Guess what? A random person just showed up to one of my properties claiming to be a fan. Good way to get shot. Hell of a week, I'd say. The threat from earlier seems to be some kind of weird fake thing about how I need to leave town, stop calling people groomers, and pay them. So he got a death threat, a death threat with a shakedown, and a random fan showed up at his property. Fan. That's 4 events, all of which happened immediately after Tim Pool had his own audience turn on him. Or, of course, it could all be made up, but I don't think so. I don't think he's making that up. I think it's very easy to verify these things. I don't think he's making this part up. I genuinely don't. By the way, 5 hours ago, here's him making fucking low tier transphobia. Are these verifiable? Sure. But genuinely, I think it's fair. I think it's fair to give Tim Pool a certain level of charitability. I do not like Tim Pool. I don't think he's an honest actor, but I can see no reason why he would lie about events events that journalists can go investigate. And I'm sure they will. This just happened within the last few days, so I don't know if anybody's really picked that up. But I think it's fair to believe that that happened. And also, just go look at his comments. Like I said, we did a live read of his comment section just the other day on my stream, but if you want to go see even more for yourself, go look at his comment sections right now, specifically on the Ye video and on the Ye follow-up video that he did. They are bad. Millions of views and a 50-50 like-dislike ratio. That is so cataclysmically bad. It is so hard for somebody with millions of subscribers to end up with a 50-50 like-dislike ratio. That is phenomenal. Tim's comment section is insane. People are calling for his death. It's fucking nuts. Take a look at this. In fact, let me just prove the point, okay? Here's a tweet from Tim Pool. This is from 4/24 today, okay? 4 hours ago. Tim Pool tweeted this 4 hours ago. After Ye stormed out of our show, one of our journalists pursued to talk with him. Ye invited our journalist Shane Cashman to embed with him in LA, and the story is absolutely insane. Let's scroll down. Tim milking this as much as he can. He's good at the grift. You crashed your own site. So there's some support here. The interviews on Timcast IRL, Alex Jones, and Gavin were all performances. If you can look past the superficially offensive comments, there is a wild kind of energy around what he's doing. I think he might be bending reality. This is a supportive of Ye. Another supportive comment of Ye. Pim Tool is an NPC. Wow, reality bending. Ye 24. I think it was more of a skip than a storm. If this is what I thought this was about, he's trying to live Jesus' word, referring to Ye. Memes. Way too much stupid filler, and I gave up before anything even happened. Couldn't finish it. Tim is an NPC. Here's a supportive fan. We still milking this. Now we have the Tim Pool, human centipede. Ain't reading all that. Happy for you. We're sorry that happened. Still choosing to make money off of anti-Semitism, I see. Yay 2024. Didn't take long for Tim to have his organization write the first redemption story for Ye. Wait a minute. Is this article in favor of Ye? Let's read it. I walked past the armed guards and said, I believe in you and I believe a Ye presidency is inevitable. He didn't say anything, but he looked at me seriously and seemed to take an interest, so I continue. You have faced rejection and mockery in every industry you've been a part of. Oh my God. This is a puff piece for Ye, and even still, this is a puff piece for Ye, and they're still calling him names. They're still saying he's a piece of shit. They're still calling him an NPC. Holy fucking shit. Crowder fans are going after him? Yep, this is the one. All right, let's take a look. Here we go. I hope this is something we can all find common ground on. Hitler bad, Stephen Crowd. Yes, Hollywood films have made that very clear. I have no doubts now. Explicit anti-Semitism. Why are you shilling for the Jews? He's funded by them. Owen Benjamin talks all about it. Do you agree with the US alliance with the communists? Adolf Hitler nearly smashed the New World Order. It is for this reason that he must be forever portrayed in the public mind as the most evil and wretched monster who ever lived. Steven Crowder simply says Hitler bad, and all of his fans are saying, no, actually Hitler good. When I say that the accelerationism is on full fucking gas, full fucking all gas, no brakes, that is the state of affairs in the United States right now. By the way, here's a quote from Timcast's own article. Remember, I believe in you, says this guy. Is his messaging always the clearest? No, but I believe he comes from a good place. This is Timcast publishing praise. And watch this. Ready? Watch this shit. You scroll down from here praising Ye. I like Hitler, Ye said before a break, and it felt like a tectonic plate was shifting beneath the culture. I love Jews and I love Nazis, and then Nazis did good things too. It felt like a tectonic plate was shifting beneath the culture. Everyone was saying he's insane, from people I know to well-known pundits. I wondered if I was insane for thinking otherwise. As out of pocket, look at this. As out of pocket as Ye sounded to everyone, I still had this ridiculous sense that Ye was speaking in a language that no one else was understanding. He might have been saying wild shit, but it seemed like there was more to it. Uh-oh. Alex Jones might be in trouble. Let's take a listen to this real quick.
I didn't know that Nick Fuentes was really a Nazi lover.
Yeah.
I'd have
That's bullshit. Nick Fuentes is one of the most obvious neo-Nazis in America right now. He, come on, nobody buys that, bro.
him on over the years 3 or 4 times whenever he was being debanked or censored, and he would be like, no, I'm not a Nazi. I just care about white people's rights. So I think this whole thing was a real coming out. And I'll be honest with you, especially with the Fuentes thing, and I'll still have Fuentes on. I believe in the First Amendment. But there's a real creepy factor with this Hitler stuff. And then I also noticed that Richard Spencer came out and said, yay, blew Jones away, because Jones is really controlled by the liberal narrative that Hitler's bad. But those of us that know the dark, powerful beauty of Hitler and of the darkness and of the strength, and it's like some homoerotic, thing over Hitler, that is kind of what's going on. There's this Hitler fetish, and no, I'm not into dudes in fancy, peacock military uniforms that
Steven Crowder. Look at Crowder's expression here. Crowder never looks like this. Ever.
by the way, got 22 million Germans killed. So the biggest killer of Germans in history, if you like Germanic people, and I'm basically half German, have a lot of German roots, is Hitler. Hitler was a disaster. Hitler was an occultist. Hitler was a pedophile. Hitler was horrible. Screw Hitler. Burn in hell Hitler. And the left uses Hitler to push their communist agenda that is basically just as bad and authoritarian, to call all of us Hitler. And so people are so sick of being called Hitler, they go, hey, if Hitler's so powerful, let's just say we're...
Are we seeing Steven Crowder here? Steven Crowder is the guy who makes a shitty joke every 5 seconds for his dumb assholes in his studio to go, ha ha ha, good one, Steven, good one, ha ha. He's dead silent here.
with Hitler, and that's what these people are doing. And I felt like I was sucked in to a giant publicity stunt. Now, I'm not mad at either person. I understand that they probably even believe what they're doing, but no, I saw a whole bunch of programs like the Young Turds and all of them say Jones is just mad they let the secret out. Jones likes Hitler. No, I hate authoritarians. I hate communists. I hate Xi Jinping. I hate Hitler. I hate Mao Zedong. I hate Joseph. Stalin. I hate Fidel Castro. I hate Hugo Chavez.
Yeah.
I love George Washington. I love Thomas Jefferson. I love American strength and freedom and power and Christianity and open societies and capitalism and free speech. And I want it back now. So burn in hell Hitler and Stalin and Mao.
Well, maybe Alex Jones is going to be the next one. Alex Jones denouncing Ye and Nick equals I've been sued enough. Long way to get to blaming the left for Nick Fuentes being a Hitler lover. When we watched the interview, it was very clear that what Alex Jones was in position to do was he was hoping that he would be able to sit there and do what he usually does, which is let people, you know, dog whistle all as much as they want, but never tarnish his plausible deniability. You see, Alex Jones' entire platform relies on plausible deniability. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. His entire platform is that's why he's so meticulous about saying things like globalists and Satanists and things like that, and why he always conflates left-wing people with Nazis and all this, says they're the real Nazis. And the reason for that is because people have sued him many times, and some of them have had some success, especially recently. His show could be very easily destroyed because he advocates for violence all the time, but he advocates against aliens and demons, and so he gets away with it. But if that disappears, he's in trouble. And remember, like I said, Alex Jones is an old man now. Alex Jones used to go do the like on the ground in journalism crap. It was super manipulative. It was UFO tier conspiracy theory garbage. But he used to go do it himself. He's an old fat guy now. He's not out there slinging guns. He's not out there putting himself, getting beat up by the cops or whatever. Not that he ever really got beat up by the cops. But he doesn't do that anymore. He relies on stochastic terrorism. He wants to make sure he can sit back and keep living with his nice $20,000 watch and his nice SUVs and his private jet. He wants to be able to do that, but he's in big trouble. And now he realizes, oh shit, the feds are already on my ass. I'm in trouble. If this goes too far, they might throw me in prison. Project Veritas. Oh boy. Project Veritas video posted an hour ago and already has over 1 million views on Twitter. Hashtag exposed groomers is trending. They've picked a new target. All right, we're going to have to keep an eye on this. Oh, they've already deleted their account. This is just some random person. I'm going to have to do research on this. I can't react to this right now. Yeah, Project Veritas is literally a 100% Project Veritas is a propaganda outlet. The most old school propaganda outlet you can possibly imagine. They manipulate footage, they use malicious editing, they do old school propaganda techniques. And the first comment is a wood chipper comment. Yep. Alex can do a lot of damage. Alex can do a lot of damage, but Alex Jones is in trouble. Like I said, Alex Jones just successfully got wrecked in court. He owes money, government-enforced money. The government has its eyes all over Alex Jones now because he was convicted of essentially he wasn't convicted of stochastic terrorism, but he was convicted of essentially stochastic terrorism. His misinformation led to horrific damages against the families whose children died in Sandy Hook. He is in the worst place he's been in decades. Alex Jones, previous to this, has always been in an advantageous position. He had massive, massive contributions, both overt and covert. He had supporters from right-wing think tanks, but he is sued to the teeth now. You think they're going to go after AJ next? Yeah, they probably will. He went pretty hard there. I guess we're going to have to find out. Elon Musk, Tim Pool, now it looks like maybe even Alex Jones. All of these people are being ruthlessly punished right now for not towing the new openly anti-Semitic line. It is very clear what the far right is trying to accomplish here. They are trying to normalize anti-Semitism, and as we can see, because quote-unquote hashtag expose groomers is now trending and exploding on Twitter right now, they are trying to openly demonize all trans people and all gay people. Motel Wi-Fi said with the $5, thank you very, very much, says, I have to head out, but this is the first live stream I've caught and I loved it. Take care. Hope you'll be back. Thanks for being here and tell your friends. What has Dave Rubin said about this? I don't know. Let's find out. And then we'll go on to the React stuff because we got to take a break from this shit. I did not mean for all of this to go for so long, but it always does. Tweeting about Elon Musk. Tweeting about Twitter and Elon Musk. Tweeting, oh, he says he has COVID right now. Upon return from New York, I have tested positive for COVID. Thankfully, I am unvaxxed and not boosted and only experiencing minor symptoms. I've taken the dog for a long walk and will exercise, eat right, and drink water throughout the day. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Nothing. Mostly just Twitter. Twitter and COVID denial shit. All right, that's the end of that segment. My God. I know, it's React time. All right, everybody. So we wrapped up the overly long news segment for the day. There was a lot to talk about. And now we are moving into the React segment. Now, we have a lot of things to react to. I have saved a couple of different things that I wanted to react to. The first up is going to be a video that was contributed by Rapti, okay? If you would like to submit a video for potential react, I would like you to tag me in my chat with the video, okay? And the description of the video, a description of the video, not the video description. Please tell me what it is you're sending me. If you send me a link, besides Rapti, who already sent me this beforehand, which is one of the ones that we're gonna watch right now, If you send me a link with no description, I will not pick your link, okay? And I cannot promise, please listen, I cannot promise that we will react to every link. We literally don't have enough time in the world to react to every link. However, if you send me something and it's interesting, I'll put it on the list and then we'll do a vote when we get to the end of every video. So this is gonna be a lot of fun. We're probably gonna react to some political stuff. We're probably gonna react to some non-political stuff. If you are here for some fresh Mama Reacts, I have not watched anything except for one of these, which I'm gonna show you later. There's one that I have already watched, but the rest of these are going to be fresh reacts, all right? Are you all ready to do some goddamn react? My lovely imps, if you are ready for react, please press that like button! Give me the likes, give me the likes, give me the likes! All right? Give me the likes, okay? We need those likes. I know there's a whole bunch of people here. We have still 550 viewers, which is beautiful. The Demon Mama channel is growing like crazy. I know you've been having a good time. I know you found our conversation to be useful and valuable. So smack that like button. And if you aren't subscribed, subscribe. It's free to subscribe on YouTube. Press the subscribe button, ring the bell. We have a ton of great stuff coming out. We got new videos all the time, and I stream all the time too. And there's shows that are just as fun and as exciting as this, sometimes even more. So the first video that we are going to be reacting to today is a video called How Being a Cop Broke My Brain. This was submitted by Rapti, and it is a video about a guy who used to be a cop talking about his experiences. And I think this sounds super, super interesting. I'm very interested in this video. Again, it is called How Being a Cop Broke My Brain. And we're gonna watch this right now. React segment. Mama time. There we go. All right, my lovely imps. Are you ready? This is a short Twitter clip. All right, I'll put this in the list. Hold on, let me put this in the list real quick. Oops, there's my notes. Let me put it in the React vids. All right, and I'm gonna keep an eye on chat while we react to these. So if you have a video that you want me to react to or think that it would be cool, post it in, I said that I would react to this 4-second Kanye meme 4 hours ago. All right, I'll do the meme first. Fine, I'll do the meme first. Here we go. Here's the meme.
Because you didn't follow my instructions. Oh, well, Heil Hitler, bitch. Because you didn't follow my instructions. Oh, well, Heil Hitler, bitch.
Okay, that is an absolutely amazing meme and so accurate. How could it be more accurate to this current moment? Absolutely amazing. That link, if anybody wants to spread that meme around, is right here. Absolutely incredible. Firstifer says, can they be funny clips? Yeah, as long as they're good ones. What about my meme? Oh, Mr. Krabs, hold on. Oh my God, hold on. We'll do your meme after we do this video, okay? What about your meme that I can't always watch every meme you donate, but I will react to it after we do this video, okay? Mr. Krabs. Mr. Krabs, I will react to your meme after we do this video, all right? Deal. Let's do this. Let's do this video. This is, once again, How Being a Cop Broke My Brain by That Dang Dad, who is somebody I've never heard of before. So this is my first time watching their videos, let alone this video. Let's do it together. Okay, I'll put that on the list, Ixtrums.
Hey there, welcome to That Dang Dad. My name is Phil, and tonight I want to return to a topic I haven't done a video on in a while. Law enforcement. If you're new to the channel, you should know that I used to be a police officer in a pretty rowdy part of California. In the years since then, though, I've become a police and prison abolitionist, meaning I believe that the entire concept of police forces and prisons is not reformable and it must be replaced with something that's more compassionate, more just, more committed to dignity and meeting human needs. I'll put a link in the description below if you want to see me do a deeper dive on that topic. Tonight, though, I want to set aside the academic texts and the philosophy and all that nerd shit, and I want to get personal about how my time in law enforcement really fucked my brain up. Tonight we're going to be talking about state violence and some of the nasty stuff that cops see in the line of duty, so if you're not in the mood for blood and guts and man's inhumanity to man, you might want to skip this one tonight.
All right, everybody.
Anyway, there's nothing cops love more than captivating an audience with a war story, so I'll start with one of mine. So there I was, Saturday night, M4 rifle in hand, monitoring the perimeter of a housing complex in the middle of a neighborhood. Our gang unit had been tracking an armed and dangerous gangster wanted for murder, and they'd seen him enter the middle property of a triplex where his family was hiding him. We quietly evacuated the two end properties. We prepared to make a dynamic entry, as they say. You know, this is the police, come out with your hands up, no answer, in go the flashbangs, and go the tear gas. After a moment, the gang unit radioed that the gangster had climbed up into the attic of the triplex, which was accessible to the two end units. I was tasked with standing in the doorway of the south unit in case he tried to sneak out that way. I was reminded that he was armed, dangerous, and had already killed. So there I stood as the gang unit began to throw more and more tear gas up into the attic, waiting to see if this guy was going to drop down right in front of me. And I did what I'd been trained to do. I visualized shooting him in the chest until he stopped moving. Over and over and over and over again. I pictured him crashing through the ceiling. I pictured him sneaking around a corner. I pictured him running at me. I pictured him shooting at me. I pictured him wounding me. And every time I pictured firing until the threat had been eliminated. I have no idea how many times I annihilated this guy in my mind palace. 40, 50 times. And it's not because I hated this guy or really wanted to score my first kill on the job. It was because I wasn't quite sure I could actually do it. I was taking a page out of Dave Grossman's training, and I was psyching myself up and convincing myself that yes, I could kill someone if I had to. After all, he was armed, he was dangerous, and he'd already killed before. What options did I have?
Awesome, Ashmar, thank you.
Ultimately, blinded and choking on tear gas, he fell through the roof of the middle unit directly in front of our canine unit. Did you know dogs are not incapacitated by tear gas? The gangster and I both learned this right about the same time, and it was a bad night for him. After all that, I put my gear back in my cop car, took a quick drink of water, and resumed my shift. Off to go break up loud parties, referee marital disputes, and chase away teens on a would-be beer run. All that violent energy I'd been working with, all that visualization of hurting and killing people, gone. On to the next call. I tell you this story because it's emblematic of much of my law enforcement career. When I first started out, I was criticized for being meek, timid, too slow to show dominance out in the field. I was taught that showing that kind of weakness on calls would make me a target for attack. I was shown hundreds of videos of cops being killed on routine calls for service.
By the way, what he's talking about here is something that we've discussed on the channel a couple of times, which is the warrior mindset. It's a type of training that American cops that's extremely popular among American cops, and it has been many critics have come out to say that this training contributes to the amount of police killings in the United States. For those who don't know, police kill a lot of people in the United States, more than basically any other country. The police in America shoot and choke and kill a lot of people. We have a brutal police force. And most people don't think about that when they think of America. But that's mostly because it's Americans who are dying to the police force, and specifically it's marginalized Americans. People of color, queer people of color. He has a video about going through that. Maybe we'll watch that. It was literally called Killology, yeah. The warrior mindset is a huge part of why the thin blue line even happened. Yeah, the thin blue line is an idea that the police are the only thing separating the white stripe, the good people, interestingly, a lot of racial psychology going on there, separating the white stripe from the black stripe, the barbarous hordes of criminals that crawl our society. It is a demented and explicitly fascistic mentality. And if you go out frequently, you have probably seen more and more and more thin blue line flags, often displayed alongside or even merged with the Punisher symbol. The Punisher being the vigilante anti-hero who tortures and kills criminals above the law. That is extremely popular in America right now. I know basically every time I go out, there is a good chance that I will see at least one car featuring a Punisher thin blue line flag in my area. Anyway, let's continue.
By assailants who didn't really look like killers. At the same time, on my days off, I was training in Krav Maga alongside many other cops and military veterans. Krav is extremely aggressive, and it very often touches on mindset. We trained on how to fight a carjacker inside your own car. We trained on last-ditch techniques to disarm somebody who was trying to shoot you execution style. One night, the instructor made us fight, cradling a baby doll in our arms to simulate our own child. The point was that you never knew what kind of awful situation might be coming your way.
Do you see how essential fear, putting people into a perpetual state of fear, putting people into a mindset of fear is absolutely vital to getting them to be able to do violent things? Humans struggle with violence. It is traumatic to us. And pretty much the only way to guarantee that you can do violence at a moment's notice is to ritualistically traumatize yourself so that you do not feel anything when you are confronted with violence. Especially, and that's especially important, if that violence has to be done to people who you would otherwise consider your countrymen, your neighbors. Also, interestingly, this is one of the reasons why police officers often serve in communities they do not live in. In America specifically, it is very common for police officers to be assigned to a different district than the one that they live in, because they will be less likely to be empathetic towards people who aren't their literal neighbors. Isn't that interesting? All right, Octavia. Put that on the list. Thank you, Octavia. Let's continue.
So over time, I internalized this message. At any given time, someone out there is going to hurt you if you're not ready to hurt them first. If you let your guard down for even a second, they'll kill you. In the police business, this is how we talk about officer safety. The most respected veteran officers that I worked with were the ones that were pulling young guys back from running around blind corners. They were the ones saying, hey, did you search that dumpster before we turn our back on it? You got the sense that they had seen things and that they knew how to keep themselves safe. And you got the sense that the big thing you can do to protect yourself on the job is to mentally prepare for that day. And since you never knew what form the attack would take, it's best to just run scenarios in your head constantly, building those mental pathways so that when it finally does happen, you'll know exactly what to do. So that.
Hello, Finger. Thanks for being in chat. Thanks for being here. And hello to you in Australia. Here's a good follow-up vid. All right. Oh, this is a video specifically about police training. All right, we'll watch this one afterwards then. I'll put this one next on the list. It would be thematically great. All right, let's continue.
That's what I trained my brain to do on duty. I drove around and I...
Welsh Heron brings up a great point. The shared trauma also serves to strengthen the bond between other police officers, self-perpetuating the culture. Same thing happens in the military. Yes, it is manually. The whole idea is that you're manually forming a deep emotional us versus them, not just a surface us versus them, which obviously anytime you're conflicting with somebody, it is us versus them. But I'm talking about a deep emotional attachment to the idea of the us, the familiar, the local, the good guys, and the other, the bad guys, the strange, the foreign. Let's continue.
Imagined.
Gotcha, Morgan.
What if a guy with a gun popped out of the trunk of that car over there and started shooting at me? What if I saw a man with a knife running down that alley? What would I do if a plane crashed into City Hall? Over time, my brain began to do this off-duty as well. I wouldn't sit in restaurants with my back to the front door so that I could monitor everybody coming in. I walked through mall parking lots with my head on a swivel. I stared down people who looked out of place just so they'd known that I'd...
Oh, welcome, Siberian Winter. Siberian Winter says, my first time here, been watching clips on YouTube. Nice to finally make it out to a stream and to finally meet you all. Well, welcome, Siberian Winter. We're happy to have you. I'm glad everybody's, I'm glad you felt, welcome enough to come by a live stream. Sorry, we're doing so much heavy stuff tonight, but I guess that's how it goes when you cover politics. Let's listen to this part again. This is the hypervigilance.
Front door so that I could monitor everybody coming in. I walked through mall parking lots with my head on a swivel. I stared down people who looked out of place just so they'd known that I'd seen them. I was constantly in a state of vigilance. Not concern, just vigilance. My Krav instructor used the color code system to talk about emotional states, white, yellow, orange, red, black. And he used to say that you should never leave the house without being at least code yellow. That you
That is so unhealthy. That is so unhealthy. Marinara, have a wonderful night. You should always be, at all times, situationally aware when you are not in your own house. Just try to understand the type of mentality, the type of world that you have to live in where you think it's okay to any time you leave your house, to walk into your neighborhood. What type of society justifies being at a yellow alertness, at a situationally aware level, just for walking out of your house? It sounds like a very tiring way to live. It's not just tiring, it breaks your brain. It breaks your brain. Part of the issue is that they teach paranoia instead of actual situational awareness. Well, that's what, saying that you should always be at a yellow alertness level anytime you leave your house is how you guarantee that people only develop paranoia and don't become situationally aware. Situational awareness is like, hey, I am near a busy road. I should be able to acknowledge that there is some types of danger that exist near a busy road, and I shouldn't cross the road without walking. Situationally aware is not, every time I walk out of my house, I'm prepared that somebody might try to kill me. Dusty Rat says, I have PTSD and agoraphobia, and feeling hypervigilance at all times is fucking hell. Yeah. I feel like this is when I leave my house, but again, I'm not a cop. I'm just mentally ill. Yeah, it's not a healthy way to live. And in cops, they're cultivating it. They're cultivating that paranoia. To what end? Well, lethality, so that you're ready to kill. All right, Amphi, I'll take a look at that. That sounds interesting. Thank you, Amphi. Let's continue.
should never be totally relaxed in public. And I never was. And to this day, I never am. It's been a long time since my cop days now, but this hypervigilance has never left me. And what at one time felt like a survival tool I was proud of, now just makes me exhausted and probably exhausting to be around. I hate leaving my house. I don't like going out and doing things with lots of people. If it's too loud and crowded somewhere, I don't feel like I'm in control. I don't feel safe. Sometimes I dissociate a little bit just as a treat. But even worse than the hypervigilance, the thing I can't turn off is my imagination. Not only did law enforcement train me to imagine 1,000 different horrible events, law enforcement involved my participation in 1,000 different horrible events. I've seen bodies riddled with bullets. I've seen stabbing victims crawling through their own blood. I've seen car accidents render the driver unrecognizable. And I've seen children horrifically abused and even killed. So even now, long after my cop days, my brain will conjure up unbidden hey, what if this happened? Hey, what if a home invader breaks in and takes you hostage? What if your partner drives off a bridge? What if there's a mass shooting at this theater? All kinds of stuff. And for a while, I could tell myself I was just being prepared. Mass shootings happen all the time in the United States. Why shouldn't I mentally prepare? I wrote this line after the Buffalo shooting and before the Uvalde shooting. It wasn't until my daughter was born that I started to realize that maybe actually what I was doing wasn't normal. All new parents experience the fears and the what ifs, but I spent the first year and a half of my daughter's life in an almost daily battle with my own mind. It was a constant onslaught of the most horrible what if scenarios.
Aria BTLGS, Aria Bitligs, Aria Bitligs. Welcome to chat. Thank you for being here. Bruh, I have diagnosed paranoia and I live like this all the time. It sucks. This type of hyper-awareness leads to mild hallucinations really easily. How can you work as a cop in this kind of mental state? The cops want their guys in that state. The cops currently in America are constantly saying that there is a war against criminals, even though crime, violent crime, is way lower than it has been through almost every point in American history. I think it's literally like the lowest it's ever been in American history. Besides maybe there might have been like a year or two in the 90s that was lower. Yeah, it's yeah. That's why they kill so much. They're trained that way on purpose. They exist to kill poor and marginalized people and to be violent to protest. The cops are used all the time to crack down on peaceful protest. They get in the situation and they interpret innocuous signals as violence. And then a cop riot happens, like what happened in the summer of 2020. This is why cops feel like an occupying force. It's also, look, I could tell you guys about my memories from the BLM protests. In my city, there were tanks and security checkpoints. When I say tanks, I mean like APCs, armored personnel carriers. I mean, to go to a restaurant in my city meant driving past a bunch of soldiers and an APC parked on a corner looking you in the eyes as if you are going to be committing a crime. It's about creating the sense, it's about oppression. It's about repression. Unironically, it's about creating an environment in which people are too afraid to even come close to the line that keeps moving even closer, the things that are defined as violence. Oh, you raised your voice? You're a danger! Killjoy says, this kind of training really does break your brain. I've watched people who are extremely put together tell me they can't even trust their spouse anymore because they were taught not to trust anyone. Rumi Red says, didn't they also create a curfew that went into effect in 5 minutes and use that to gas all the protesters? That happened multiple times in Seattle. But yes, the first and arguably most terrible night of the protests involved a massive crowd getting I can tell you the story. There was a massive crowd in Capitol Hill, peaceful protesters with umbrellas and whatnot. There was no bricks thrown. There was no gunfire. And the cops received, they petitioned a judge and they got a curfew order, which was timed for 8 p.m. And they put it into effect at 7:55 p.m. So they got an order, the place must be vacated by 8 p.m. or else you are in violation of a court order. And there was, of course, a crowd of thousands of people. There is literally no physical way that you could ever disperse a crowd of thousands of people in 5 minutes. So even the people who were trying to leave when that 5 minutes passed were violating curfew. Therefore, they became criminals because you were in violation of curfew. And the cops charged the audience, the cops charged the protesters. And if you go and you watch the footage, you can watch the moment when that happened. There are archives all across the web of the moment that the Seattle protests got attacked by the cops, and it was a charge. The cops shot tear gas. They hit people with tear gas cans. They hit people with batons. They hit them with electrified shields. They tased them. There are videos of the cops smashing their bikes down on the heads of protesters. It was a cop riot, and it was done via technicality. Via a technicality that no peaceful person could have ever lived up to and couldn't. A bunch of peaceful protesters got their heads bashed in, got their eyes damaged, an entire section of town permanently traumatized because the cops wanted to crack skulls. For those of you who do not know this, which is probably a lot of you, back in 2020, it was the first year that I was streaming. Hold on. The first George Floyd protest occurred on May 26th of 2020. When I was a small streamer, and I was doing coverage of the protests. So what I would do is I would boot up my stream, and I would watch footage, and I would discuss it as it happened. We would hop between streams, and we would watch it happen. And then I would get off stream, and I would continue watching these streams. I would continue listening to the radio scanner. And I actually had a complete burnout. By the middle of June, I was having constant panic attacks because I had been watching people in my town get their heads cracked. My area of town had been placed under an unjust, arguably illegal curfew. Not kidding you, there was no protest in my area of town, but we were not allowed for multiple days, we were not allowed to go out past 8 o'clock. If you were out driving your car past 8 o'clock, cops would stop you and interrogate you. When we would go into town, if we wanted to go get food at a restaurant, if we wanted to go visit my friend, there were military vehicles, National Guard vehicles, and cops all over the place. Every corner had a bundle of armed cops with weapons. It was a war zone. Our neighborhood got repeatedly buzzed by a military helicopter for no reason. The helicopter came down past our neighborhood multiple times. I lived in a poor district of town at this time, much poorer. I don't live very far from there now, but I moved over a neighborhood, and you know how that goes. And it was enough that it was shaking the walls of the entire tenement building. I'm not kidding you. They were buzzing the neighborhoods just to make sure that there was a state of fear so that people wouldn't go and join the protests that were happening in Seattle City. Fuck people who worked past 8 p.m. If you were going to work, the cops would let you go. A curfew doesn't affect people who are going to work. You just have to have a plausible reason. But if you go like, I'm going to the store, they'll be like, go back home. Do you think American cops are uniquely insane compared to other countries? Yes and no. I think at this point in history, American cops are pretty uniquely insane, but historically, police have always been like this. Police are a violent institution that is designed to inspire fear, and specifically inspire fear mostly on behalf of private property, and almost nothing else. That is the reason why there are tons of cops hanging out in the parking lots of Walmarts all the time. That is why cops are dispersed to protect businesses first. That is why cops do not charge businesses to protect them, generally. Yeah. That's the basic rundown. Anyway, let's finish this video. Let's finish this video.
You can possibly imagine. It's so bad I won't even describe them to you. Every night I had to fight my brain to go to sleep. Breathing exercises, meditations, rain sounds, sleep stories, melatonin, CBD, anything that would just shut the projector off. It's a minor miracle I didn't end up abusing alcohol very much during that time, because some nights a nice big glass of scotch was a really easy way to tell my brain to just shut the fuck up. I was looking into therapy at one point, and then COVID hit, and between that and budget stuff, I basically just gave up on that idea for the time being. After some research, I ended up buying a self-guided CBT workbook. Not that kind, the other kind. And doing exercises in that for a while. And believe it or not, that actually kind of helped. I don't know if it was just feeling like I had some kind of outlet to work on this stuff, or whether I just got less anxious over time as my daughter stayed healthy and happy. But I'm in a much better place than I was 2 years ago. I'll even give you one of my tricks in case you need it. When I catch my thoughts start to race down a bad path and I realize that I'm rehearsing for tragedy, I'll say to myself out loud, "You don't need to rehearse right now. If this ever happens, you'll know what to do." And if the thought is really atrocious, sometimes I will say to myself out loud, "This is a stupid fucking thing to obsess over. We're going to think about a different topic right now." The thing about saying it out loud just makes for a nice thought pattern reboot. I don't know why.
This is called self-talk. As it turns out, your brain is pretty good at determining the difference between other people telling you something and yourself telling you things, but not perfect, actually. So self-talk actually does work, and it's almost as if somebody else told you that. Obviously, your brain is not going to completely interpret your own words as that, but saying them out loud makes it like self-talk is a literally studied psychological tool, and you should use it. It's not cringe, actually, to help yourself calm down. It works for catastrophizing. Yes, there's all kinds of things. Obviously, it doesn't fix everything, but it's a very good tactic. Yeah.
Why it works for me, but it does. So why am I telling you all this? Is it to generate sympathy for cops? Absolutely not. ACAB forever. Is it to dissuade young people from going into law enforcement? No, but I'll take it. I think the reason that I wanted to talk about this tonight was as a way of explaining why so many cops behave the way that they do, and why they seem to feel a sense of entitlement about being exonerated after, say, shooting an unarmed person or refusing to run into a school to save children. I am not the only person to have their brain broken by law enforcement, and many of the people to whom that happened are still cops. That hypervigilance, those obsessive thoughts about danger around every corner, that's part of law enforcement culture. It's part of the training. It's part of the mentoring. It's woven into the DNA of how cops operate every day. That's why there's this almost unbridgeable gulf between a normal person who says something like, "Why did you punch that guy 37 times just for having his hands in his pockets?" And the cop who replies, "Because I didn't know what was in there. It could have been a knife or a gun or a jar of battery acid that he was going to throw in my face. I didn't want to take the chance." I guarantee you that cop was at a seminar one time where some old head was telling a war story about his partner Bob Sacamano, who actually did get battery acid thrown in his face. There are approximately 900,000 police officers in the United States, and I'm willing to bet that the vast majority of them were trained like I was and have the same mental pathways that I have. That's a lot of unarmed, unaccountable people running around fantasizing about being executed in the streets every day. And yeah, this may inspire some sympathy in you for those cops. I don't think it's a coincidence that cops endure this kind of abusive working mode and then turn to alcohol abuse and even more notoriously, child abuse and intimate partner abuse. Yes, many people who are already abusive enter law enforcement because the profession protects abusers, but I do think that the job can, over time, make people much more abusive than they were when they started, both through the training and through the peer pressure. Counseling and therapy are totally stigmatized in law enforcement. If your department finds out that you're receiving mental health treatment, you risk missing out on special assignments and promotions for being unstable. So everyone...
Isn't that wild? Isn't that fucking wild? Again, that's documented, by the way.
Fighting these demons is fighting alone. But I'm not arguing for sympathy, and I'm not asking you to empathize with anyone. Instead, all of this...
One quick second. I want to tell another anecdote from my time covering the protests back in 2020. Back in 2020, there was a video that we watched on this very stream, back when I was on Twitch, and it was a video from Minneapolis, where, as you all know, the George Floyd protests were very, very, very strong. It was a video in which a police officer, there was a line of cops standing outside of a building, and one of the police officers had engaged in dialogue with two unarmed protesters. And these protesters were two young women, and they came up to the police officer, and they were basically begging and crying this police officer to understand their predicament. And they were pleading with this police officer, and the police officer started to cry. You could literally see in the video that there were tears running down this police officer's face because the two young women were talking about their family member who had been killed by the police recently. And the cop next to the crying police officer nudges the sergeant who's standing behind. You can see he's got a different uniform and everything. They nudge him, and then the sergeant comes over, grabs the police officer with the tears running down their face, pulls them inside, and puts another cop in their place. It goes that far. That even when dealing with unarmed protesters, even showing the emotion gets you pulled off the line and replaced by somebody else who isn't empathetic, who isn't affected by it. This is what people mean, by the way, when they say ACAB. It's that the institution makes you a bastard by design. It turns every single person who puts that badge on into a bastard. And if you are not a bastard, then they get you out of the police force, which means the only remaining cops are fucking bastards.
This is yet another reason why I am a police abolitionist and why I believe that the profession, as it exists today, cannot be reformed into something better and must instead be replaced. The hundreds of thousands of cops with these hyper-vigilant, alarmist thought patterns are not going to be receptive to being disarmed and trained not to kill. Hell, when I was a cop, even in my later nice cop years, I wouldn't have been receptive to being part of an unarmed community service role. I would have balked at any training that said that police should err on the side of not killing someone during a tense, uncertain, rapidly evolving situation. I would have told you that it was dangerous to dissuade cops from killing because it means that they will hesitate when that day comes. Any training or policy that put civilian lives ahead of police officer lives would have been killed off by a massive mobilization of angry officers. Among the 900,000 cops out there, are there caring, compassionate officers who just want their community to be safe? Sure. Would some of them make amazing community care responders and conflict mediators and mental health crisis counselors? Absolutely. But these officers are not driving department policy, they're certainly not driving federal policy, and they are not leading the culture of modern American law enforcement. They exist, but they are not representative of the whole of policing. And when you call 911, there's a low likelihood that you're going to get officer-friendly instead of Sergeant Dick rifle. From the frequent police murders of unarmed civilians to the now frequent refusal of police to defend school children, it's painfully obvious that the American officer safety mindset is a clear and present threat to everyone in this country. Anytime you're within 20 feet of a cop, you are in danger, both from their overactive imagination and from their total systemic insulation from consequences. You should never feel safe when the cops arrive, unless
Every single cop in America, I am the danger!
you're rich and white. Anyway, a weirdly personal one tonight. What do you think? I'm sure those of you with CPTSD can probably relate to the racing thoughts and hypervigilance. What techniques work for you? Also, how do you like these little low-key, kind of sloppy vlogs as opposed to my more researched, more complex topics? Let us know in the comments. As always, please slap the old like button. God, it feels tonally inconsistent to be like, I spent many years fantasizing about me and my loved ones being tortured and killed. Don't forget to like. Anyway, please share this video with somebody that you think might find it interesting. Thank you so much for your time. Stay safe out there. Hope to see you on the next one. Good night.
Wow, that was a intense video. Excellent, excellent recommendation by Rapti. If you enjoyed that video, please go over. It's That Dang Dad. The link is in chat. I just dropped the link in chat. I dropped the link again. Go press like if you enjoyed that video. Show some love. Always remember, Imps raid with love. So if you enjoyed the video, go press like, go give some love to it. This video will be in the video just in the description below if you want to grab the link and share it with other people later. I'll check that meme. I'll share that meme in just a second. Real quick. Damn, that was a really good video. I think this video does an extremely good job of illustrating exactly what I was talking about the whole ACAB thing. The all cops are bastards. All cops are bastards doesn't mean that every literal individual is a bad person. What it means is that the institution, on its foundational level, only accepts bastards. And if you are not a bastard, you have to act like a bastard in order to be a part of the police force. What's the term that they say? You go along to get along. That's the term that's used very frequently among police forces. You go along with whatever so that you don't die, so that you don't end up dead in the streets. You go along to get along. Sometimes that even means accepting bribes. Sometimes that means looking the other way at certain crimes and punishing other crimes, because go along to get along. It's not just a bad culture, it is a bad institution. Policing as an institution is inherently flawed to its core. And this kind of shows exactly what's going on there. By creating a separate class of people, the protector class, quote unquote, you inherently create a rift between the people and between the sheep and the sheepdogs. And this is reiterated over and over and over again. But the truth is, ostensibly, that police are supposed to be there to help and support people, but they can't. Once you become a cop, you're no longer a citizen. Once you become a cop, you're a cop. You are made separate. You are separated into your own class, a class which has to survive, it has to perpetuate itself. That was a fantastic video. A really sad video, but a very fantastic video. Thank you for sharing that. All right, we got a meme. We got some memes here real quick. All right, hold on a second. We got a meme here. I have been told, I promised that I would do a meme, so we're gonna do a couple little memes here and then we'll go to the next big video to react to. This video, this meme right here is from Mr. Krabs 123. Mr. Krabs 123 with, oh, of course it's a Sonic meme. Who could have told? Who could have predicted that it would be a Sonic meme? Oh my goodness, who could have foreseen? Let's watch it.
We found a way to get into Eggman's base, but only someone with Sonic speed could make it through.
Then it's hopeless. Sonic is gone.
Hey guys, I found Sonic.
Really?
Yeah, here he is.
Hi, everybody. What the hell is that?
It's Sonic.
No, it isn't.
Is this the guy from the movie?
No, he's the real thing. Tell him, Sonic.
Yeah, gotta eat chili dogs. Did I say that right?
Sonic hasn't sounded like that since the 90s.
Seems legit to me.
Where'd you even find this guy? Craigslist zone?
Focus, guys. We need someone to break into Eggman's base.
Sonic's right here.
Shut up. Get that thing out of here.
Wow, rude. Come on, Sonic. We'll find somewhere you're wanted.
Way past uncool.
Well, that was weird.
I'm just gonna pretend it didn't happen.
Anyway, if we need someone with Sonic speed.
Oh, I like this guy. This guy with the horn here, I thought this guy was sick. I don't know what this character's name is. I think he's a chameleon. I remember when I was a kid, I had one, literally just one. Somewhere at a yard sale, I had a Sonic the Hedgehog comic book, and I absolutely loved it, and it had this character in it, and I really liked him.
For our plan, perhaps we could get Shadow to help.
But how are we gonna find him?
Hey guys, I found Shadow.
I must avenge Mario.
It's the same guy! It's the same guy! Well, thank you very much, Mr. Krabs123. I feel that the Sonic fans in the audience probably enjoyed that a lot. I will say, the 3D models looked quite good, And and also I liked 90s Sonic, okay? 90s Sonic is the Sonic I'm familiar with, okay? Cuz I was a kid in the 90s. And 90s Sonic, you know, chili dog, wow, that's so cool. That's the type of Sonic that I am most familiar with. So, you know, gotta say, boomer mama moment. 1852D Derek with the $5. I just started my first parody account to make fun of the newly unbanned right-wing weirdos. Ancient gods quiver in fear. Oh boy, here we go. Invictus Erectus, warrior, poet, philosopher king, we are rock hard Spartans standing together on the field of battle. Parody account run by 1852D Derek. This is fucking incredible. All right, I'm following. You earned my follow immediately. This is absolutely fucking incredible. I am a big fan of this. The modern penis is comically oversized abomination. The ancients warriors knew this, as does the mighty gorilla. This stands for powerful warriors locking arms on the field of battle. I fucking love this. I fucking love this. Oh. All right, excellent. Also, I was sent a Vouch meme. All right, we're gonna react to a Vouch meme. Vouch, Epstein, Chris Pratt. What's that supposed to even, wait, what does that even mean? Wait, does that mean that Vosh killed Chris Pratt? Or Vosh did something else to Chris Pratt? Sex trafficked Chris Pratt. Either way, Jesus. I don't know if this is for you. Linux user trying to get laid. All right, well, I'll put it on the list. Thank you. All right, hold on. We got another meme after this, all right? This is another Breaking Bad meme. This one was sent by Furcifer. All right, Furcifer, let's watch your Breaking Bad meme and let's see how good it is. Let's see how good it is. It's the React segment. Let's see. I love this meme. I've seen this meme.
Mr. Wade.
We reference this meme all the time. By the way, you guys are gonna love this. I fucking love this meme.
I've been thinking about this thing, yo. Do you think there are more wheels or doors in the world? Like, when I first thought about it, I thought it'd be wheels, clearly. But you know, like, there are so many cars driving around and shit. But then, like, every car has its own doors. And those count too, right? But then I kept thinking, and you know how draws have those tiny wheels they slide on? And sure, a single apartment will have multiple doors, but it also must have a larger amount of those draw wheels. That makes sense to you? Though then again, cupboards, wardrobes, and closets count as doors too, right? But then what about toy cars and suitcases? I don't know. We need to get some science up in this bitch. What'd you think?
Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about?
All right, chat, hold on. It's time. It's time. Vote! Vote, my lovely imps! Let's find out, are there more wheels or more doors in the world? We're putting some science up in this goddamn bitch. Cult of Eyes with the tier 2 sub. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Deeply appreciated. Thank you for supporting me. And don't worry about it. Thanks for being subscribed now. There are more wheels in my house because I have a lot of Legos. I personally, I think I come down on the wheels side. It's so clearly wheels. Yeah, I mean, I do tend to think that wheels are the right answer. But there are a lot of doors in the world. Like a lot of doors in the world. Yeah, cogs. I do think, I mean, cogs aren't exactly wheels, but they do function. Do hinges count as wheels? No, hinges don't count as wheels. Doors are too nebulous. Doors require hinges. Wheels require axles. Axles are simpler to make. Are they simpler to make, though? Doors don't always require a hinge. Some doors are sliding doors. Some doors are hatches. There are many things that have wheels as parts in them, but there are also lots of things that have an openable cover on a hinge as a part of it. A hinge is an axle. My car has more doors than wheels because it's a hatchback, but also it has a fuel door too. And also, if you really think about it, I think it would be fair to call something like a glove box a type of door. It functions on the exact same principle. Do doorknobs count as wheels? Yeah, the trunk is a door. A lot of sliding doors also have wheels. Are gears wheels? That's a hard one. It's really, really hard to decide. Yeah, how many wheels are in the engine? There's probably quite a lot of wheels in the engine too. Gears are not wheels? I mean, I don't know. A gear functions on basically the exact same principles as a wheel. It's even round. Are valves doors? Oh shit! A lot of valves are functionally identical to a door. Oh no! Because once you start thinking about valves, there are a lot of valves in the world. Like a lot. Demon Speaker, I'm done with this stuff. Too silly plus tired. Listen, the silly is fun, but have a great night, okay? Are lids doors too? I think some lids would qualify as doors. If the lid has a hinge on one end, I think it would still qualify. Gears are wheels. They're called cog wheels. True, Scarlet Volcano. We call them gears, but they were originally called cog wheels and flywheels. A flywheel is another thing. This is a flywheel. Look at this shit. Oh no! Uh-oh, everybody. Bad news for the oh no, bad news for door cells. This is called a flywheel. And it's a gear. Gears are wheels. Oh my god, wheel ganger or door ganger? Oh no! You've brought up a Rapti with the fucking, oh my god, logic gates. Do logic gates count as doors? And what about doors? What about doors in things like Minecraft? There aren't many wheels in Minecraft, but there are tons of doors in Minecraft. Most logic gates are solid state. Okay, never mind. Logic gates are out. Minecraft doors are definitely still in. Does a valve count as a door? I do think certain types of valves do. Can we just admire that we use real electricity to power virtual lights in a game? Yes, that is very funny. The irony that we use actual electricity to simulate fake lights, it's very interesting. Are windows doors? I don't think most windows count as doors, but it is hard to draw the line. Good question, Jazz Dog. I don't think he counts. Sliding doors. But if you count a sliding door, which is a door, a sliding door does function identically to a window. Would I react to a James Baldwin speech? Hell yeah. Absolutely. Need gears to turn valves. God damn, this is so difficult. Everybody was so confident about the wheels, but now everyone is so confused. There are so many things that do have wheels, from chairs to little IKEA trays. You're actually right, because think about this. Shopping carts, of which there is an innumerable amount of shopping carts, have no doors, but they have 4 wheels each. There's a game about it. But watches and clocks and bikes and wheelchairs, well, wait, that's in favor of the wheels. I'm thinking too small. What other things have wheels but no doors? Is the esophagus a door? No, the esophagus is a pump. I don't think it counts as a door. Does a tire count as a wheel? We have, yeah, I think a tire does count as a wheel. Is that a door or the leg for the leg holes? It's kind of a door. All right, here's the James Baldwin one. We'll react to this in just a minute. Very complicated. Very complicated. I think this is a very difficult question, honestly. I really do. I really think this is a complicated one. I'm trying to put all the things we react to the best of my ability in the description right now. Seems like a lot of people, oh, trains. Ooh. Does a train have more wheels or doors? A train definitely has way more wheels than doors. Trains will only have like a couple of doors per cart, but they will have like 18 wheels per cart. Skateboards, scooters, 18-wheelers. An 18-wheeler has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 doors maybe, but 18 wheels. I'm gonna make a door by covering a hole in the ground with a leaf. That does count as a door in some places. Maki Pocky with the $5 says, hey mama, I'd just like to say thanks for a good time. I've been meaning to ask, do you have any references or specifics for how you're portrayed? Like fan art or something? Yes, absolutely. Maki Pocky, can you email me at demonmamaonline@gmail.com? I can send you all of my reference art. I can send you other fan art that's been done about me. I can send you photos that you can use for reference art. Just email me at demonmamaonline@gmail.com. All right, Zadoki, I'll put this on the list. Bathroom, storage closets, maintenance rooms, come on. You're high. I'm not high right now. I wish I was high right now. It's not really a meme, but I think it's cool. What's this one? The fastest gun that ever lived. All right, we're gonna watch this. All right, we're gonna watch this meme or something. I don't know. Let's watch it. Let's watch this thing. This is another link from Furcifer. Furcifer has been donating a lot of good links. All right, let's do this. Let's do this one. We gotta move on. Wheel cells, door cucks, blown the fuck out. Wheel cells and door cucks, both blown the fuck out. Because there are more balls in the world than anything else. There you go. Bam! We got a superior Sonic meme. All right, hold on. I'll put that on the list. Not too many Sonic memes, though. I'll break my mind. The truth is, you were high all along? Oh my God! Let's continue. Let's watch this thing. I don't know what this is. Let's react to it.
Here with Dad, Bob, one of the contestants in the End of the Trail for 1986. So, Bob, you were telling me about the different facets of gunslinging, and also, I guess you are known as one of the fastest gunslingers in the world.
Yeah, well, I'm listed in the Guinness Book of World Records as the fastest man with a gun who ever lived.
Oh.
There are 18 world records you can hold in this sport. I hold
the true fastest gun in the West. Bob, let's see how fast you are.
all 18 and have since 1960.
Holy
now,
moly!
I've won 3,500 trophies, 800 major championships as well. Fast draw is the fastest thing a human being does. Nobody does anything faster than what I do with guns.
Can you give it a comparison to something that would come close but is not as fast?
Speed of light, which is far beyond it.
Right.
Come on, dude. Come on, man. If this is the type of energy I want to have, okay, going into 2023. Nothing's more no one does anything better than me, not even except for the speed of light. This guy is gassing himself up.
There is nothing next to it. Now you say, no, what are you talking about? I said, well, and then I have to show you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa! Wait a minute, you can tell how fast this motherfucker is right there. Watch that shit. Wait a minute, watch that shit.
Say, no, what are you talking about? I said, well, and then I have to show you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the fastest gun in the world right here.
What the fuck?
Wow. Bob, you are quick.
Well, the first reaction that people have when they see this draw is, now, wait a minute, could you really hit anything doing that?
Right.
Well, let me show you my own way with a target that is indeed out of the holster. Let me set this target up. I'll shoot about 8 feet away because I'm shooting blanks now. Here we go.
What the fuck?
Now, in terms of time, Bob, how quick was that?
I draw, cock, level, fire this gun, hit what I'm shooting at in less than 2/100ths of 1 second.
Okay, Bob. Now, what exactly are we going to do here?
We're going to do something very special for you. At least give it a good try. Now, we're going to take this 45 Colt single action. We got an empty gun here, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have 2 shots here. Here's one going into the gun. There's one, and here's 2 shots going into the gun. Now we have 2 shots in the gun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I'll do is I've got the 2 shots. And what I'll do is draw the gun once, I'll fire it twice, and while I'm at it, take the targets with me as fast as I can.
Okay.
The idea is to shoot the gun fast twice. Now let's give it a try, and I'll try and do it right the first try, okay?
Okay, go ahead. Good luck to you.
Okay.
You shot both?
Hold them. Hot and fired. Hot and fired. That wasn't...
This has to be magic. This has to be a magic trick. Why is the camera guy? Well, I don't know if it's just it could be a static camera. It could be I doubt this is a camera guy. This is probably a static camera so they can show the different angles. The gun can't rotate the cylinder that fast. Wait, is that true? I think it can. Guns mechanisms work really fast. Gun mechanisms.
Even a good one.
That wasn't even a good one, and both of them are gone. He shot 2, and it sounded like it was 1 shot.
We can do that again, make it even better. Let's try that again here just for fun.
He shoots blanks, it shoots out air, and he pops the balloons. Colt single action rotate very fast, but I don't think it rotates that fast. It's more like shooting a shotgun than a pistol. Is this fake?
There's one.
We gotta look. Okay, regardless, this is super, super interesting. The rotation on single actions is based on your cocking speed. It is possible for the cylinder to cycle that fast. Okay, so we've got a lot of dissenting opinions here.
Here's two.
Let's dissent.
Let's give it a try. Okay?
Okay, 2 shots gonna sound like...
Wait a second. Okay, this is a cameraman. Wait a second. There is a cameraman standing here. That was a rack zoom and focus. Wait, I'm getting sus. I'm getting sus. He's shooting blanks and there's a cameraman. Yeah, but come on. He is shooting blanks. But, so is it just the barrel pressure that's popping the balloons then? That's also very, very risky, isn't it? Even if he's using blanks, you don't just stand downrange of a gun. His records couldn't be faked. Hold on, let's take a look. I'm reading right now. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let's take a look at this real quick. Okay, here we go. The fast draw is one of the fastest sports in the world. Every time is measured in under 1 second from the signal to draw when the timer is stopped. The current World Fast Draw Association record for open class first draw is an event called Standing Balloons is 0.208 seconds. And that includes the time that it takes to react, draw, fire, and pop a balloon target 8 feet away. A world-class competitor can draw and fire a shot in under half a second. Given that the average human reaction time is around 0.2 to 0.25 seconds, the round is over before most people would even be able to react. Reaction times of the best draw shooter ever is 0.145 seconds, which means that a gun is cocked, drawn, aimed from the hip, and fired in just over 0.06 seconds. To establish a World Fast Draw Association record, a second shot must be fired in the same competition that is no more than 0.3 seconds slower than the first. This is intended to prevent a shot that anticipates the start signal from setting a record. In competitions where 2 rounds must be fired at separate targets less than 0.10 seconds to separate the shot. In open class or traditional fast draw competition, shooters must start with the gun holstered, their hands not touching the gun, as opposed to the newer sport of cowboy fast draw where the competitors start with their hand on the gun. A signal, usually both audible and visible, signals the shooter to fire. A timer is started when the signal is given. The shooter fires either a metal plate for wax bullets or a balloon for blanks. They do shoot blanks. The timer is rigged to stop on the sound of the wax bullet hitting the plate or the balloon popping. Different types of matches use 1 or more targets, and the shooter can fire from a standing position or while walking towards or backing away from the targets. The exhibition shooter Bob Munden, hey, that's this guy, isn't it? That's this guy. That's this guy, Bob Munden. The exhibition shooter Bob Munden, proclaimed by the Guinness Book of World Records as the fastest man with a gun who ever lived, could draw, fire, break a balloon target with a blank using a standard weight single action revolver and return his gun to his holster fast in the blink of an eye. Blanks can have a lethal range of 1 to 5 meters depending on the round, and the round can still be felt up around 10 meters and can still cause damage. Yeah, I know that blanks aren't like completely safe. It is extremely ballsy to have the cameraman over here, but I'm guessing that the cameraman is more than 10 meters away. So this guy is real. This guy's for real. This guy's legit. Wow. By the way, don't do this. So this camera must be pretty far away. Still dangerous. They might have a screen, like a safety screen up that the camera's behind. That is definitely possible. Did you see H Bomber Guy's latest vid? He talks about the Guinness Guinness Book of World Records. No, I don't think I saw that one. I know it isn't entirely legit. But yeah. It's not 100% legit, but like, this guy seems to have been verified by a lot of people. It is still possible he's a scammer, but let's continue.
One, and he's going to hit both of the balloons. It still sounded like just one shot to me.
On the other
but
hand,
both of the bullets are gone.
And the gun's empty, right?
Yeah. It's absolutely unbelievable, Bob. You are very, very, very quick.
Slow motion. There it is in slow motion. This guy's fucking legit. This guy's fucking... Watch! They got it in slow motion! We get to see it in slow motion! So when he slaps, he times it such that the first shot, and he nails it just right so that he can immediately fire again. That is so wild. That's absurd. What an excellent video. What an absolutely excellent video. Holy shit, that was awesome. What the? Is this the one?
Irvine.
Wait a second, Walter White's in this video. Holy shit, it's
He
Walter
comes
White.
up with always is impossible until he does it. But
Oh my god, what the fuck? That was wild. Why is it playing me this one? I wanted to see the other one. That was absurd. That was wild. What the hell? So he was legit, but not the time he mentioned. Yeah, it seems like perhaps he under-exaggerated his own score, but, you know, whatever. I'll give it to him. That dude's fucking fast. Holy moly, that is incredible. All right, we got another Breaking Bad meme. Okay, hold on a second. I need to use the restroom real quick. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna step to the restroom real quick, and then we're gonna come back and react to a few more videos. I'm gonna play the bathroom song. So enjoy the bathroom song. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay? I'll be right back.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
That's right, I'm back. That's right, I'm back. That's right, I'm back. Look at that, just in time too. Just in time, no looping. No looping. And then we watch the next video.
Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
Whoops, it's playing again. I accidentally let it loop. That's not my fault. It's not my fault. That is not my fault. Do not blame me for that. I didn't do this, okay? I didn't do this, okay? No. All right, we got to go on to the next react, okay? I have been sent a brief video about, oh, it looks like we got a speech. All right, so the next one that we're going to watch is, oh wait, this is a Hell's Kitchen meme. Okay, we got a meme first. Meme time, meme time, meme time. Here we go. This one's a Breaking Bad meme. Let's do it.
Chef Ramsay has just announced that this year's winner will be his protege and the next head chef at Gordon.
I love that they put Tuco in over here.
Just announced that this year's winner will be his protege.
They put Tuco in.
Jay and the next head chef at Gordon Ramsay Steak in Las Vegas.
Your 45 minutes starts now. Let's go.
And the chef's first chance to impress the signature dish challenge has just begun.
Hurry.
Let's cook. I'm here to win a competition.
Face to face, toe to toe, eye to eye. Mano a mano, you hit me, I hit you. Best man wins. End the story.
I'm not sure I agree. Actually, it's just basic chemistry.
This is so high effort. What the hell? This is such a high effort meme.
Elements, they combine and change into compounds.
I will teach you how to make a taco so savory, so spicy, so Salamanca. The steak, nice tomatoes, some onions, and the 4 peppered sons. You'll drown your own brother, just for a taste.
2 minutes to go.
Time is running out. Luckily, the blue team has on its side the owner of the Los Pollos Hermanos chain, Gustavo Fring.
Each and every day, we serve our customers exceptional food. We take pride in everything that we do.
45 seconds.
And the breakfast for the VIP table is still not ready.
Oh no!
Yes, chef.
The breakfast critic! No, Walter Jr. The breakfast the expert breakfast critic.
As we can see, some, in order to meet the task, choose performance enhancers, while others must first make sure the cooking zone is not contaminated.
A fly, I get it, seems insignificant. But trust me,
the batch will be good for nothing if we don't clear the contaminant.
Stay tuned for the next episode of Breaking Kitchen.
What the hell? Okay, this is a top-notch. This is a fucking top-notch meme. Absolutely top-notch meme. Oh my god, what a god tier meme. Okay, I saw some people saying, why are Breaking Bad memes so high quality? It's because high quality art inspires high quality memes. That's just how it goes. If your work of art is extremely inspiring to people, they will make high effort memes. That's just how it goes. Why do you think we get so many high quality Demon Mama memes, huh? There we go. That's why. That's why. All right, I'm putting all of these. By the way, I'm putting all of these memes and stuff in the description so people can watch them and find them. I'm trying to get way better about that. All right, let's see what's next. All right, next is we're gonna watch this speech. Yes, we are gonna watch this speech. This was sent by Somniostatic. We're gonna watch a James Baldwin speech, which are always based as fuck, so I'm looking forward to this. Let's watch James Baldwin Pindrop speech.
What is relevant about this is that whereas 40 years ago when I was born, the question of having to deal with what is unspoken by the subjugated, what is never said to the master, of ever having to deal with this reality was a very remote possibility. It was in no one's mind. When I was growing up, I was taught in American history books that Africa had no history, and neither did I. That I was a savage, about whom the less said the better, who had been saved by Europe and brought to America. And of course, I believed it. I didn't have much choice. Those are the only books there were. Everyone else seemed to agree. If you walk out of Harlem, ride out of Harlem downtown, the world agrees. What you see is much bigger, cleaner, whiter, richer, safer than where you are. They collect the garbage. People obviously can pay their life insurance. The children look happy, safe. You're not. And you go back home. And it would seem then, of course, that it's an act of God, that this is true, that you belong where white people have put you. It is only since the Second World War that there's been a counter-image in the world. And that image not come about through any legislation on the part of any American government, but through the fact that Africa was suddenly on the stage of the world, and the Africans had to be dealt with in a way they'd never been dealt with before. This gave an American Negro for the first time a sense of himself beyond a savage or a clown. It has created, and will create, a great many conundrums. One of the great things that the white world does not know, but I think I do know, is that black people are just like everybody else. One has used the myth of Negro and the myth of color to pretend and to assume that you are dealing essentially with something exotic, bizarre, and practically, according to human laws, unknown. Alas, it is not true. We are also mercenaries, dictators, murderers, liars. We are human too. What is crucial here is that unless we can manage to establish some kind of dialogue between those people whom I pretend have paid for the American dream and those other people who have not achieved it, we will be in terrible trouble. I want to say at the end, at the last, is that that is what concerns me most. We are sitting in this room, and we are all, at least we like to think we are, relatively civilized, and we can talk to each other at least on certain levels, so that we could walk out of here assuming that the measure of our enlightenment, or at least our politeness, has some effect on the world. It may not. I remember, for example, when the ex-Attorney General, Mr. Robert Kennedy, said that it was conceivable that in 40 years in America we might have a Negro president. And that sounded like a very emancipated statement, I suppose, to white people. They were not in Harlem when this statement was first heard, and did not hear, and possibly will never hear, the laughter and the bitterness and the scorn with which the statement was greeted. From the point of view of the man in the Harlem barbershop, Bobby Kennedy only got here yesterday. And now he's already on his way to the presidency. We've been here for 400 years, and now he tells us that maybe in 40 years, if you're good, we may let you become president. What is dangerous here is the turning away from anything any white American says. The reason for the political hesitation, and in spite of the Johnson landslide, is the one that's been betrayed by American politicians for so long. And I am a grown man, and perhaps I can be reasoned with. I certainly hope I can be. But I don't know, and neither does Martin Luther King, none of us know how to deal with those other people whom the white world has so long ignored, who don't believe anything the white world says, and don't entirely believe anything I or Martin say. And one can't blame them. You watch what has happened to them in less than 20 years. It seems to me that the city of New York, for example, this is my last point, which has had Negroes in it for a very long time. If the city of New York were able, as it has indeed been able, in the last 15 years to reconstruct itself, tear down buildings and raise great new ones, downtown and for money, and has done nothing whatever except build housing projects in the ghetto for the Negroes. And of course the Negroes hate it. Presently the property does indeed deteriorate because the children cannot bear it. They want to get out of the ghetto. If the American pretensions were based on more solid, a more honest assessment of life and of themselves, it would not mean for Negroes, when someone says urban renewal, that Negroes simply are going to be thrown out into the streets, which is what it does mean now. This is not an act of God. We're dealing with a society made and ruled by men. If the American Negro had not been present in America, I am convinced that the history of the American labor movement would be much more edifying than it is. It is a terrible thing for an entire people to surrender to the notion that 1/9 of its population is beneath them. And until that moment, until the moment comes when we, the Americans, we, the American people, are able to accept the fact that I have to accept, for example, that my ancestors are both white and black, that on that continent we are trying to forge a new identity for which we need each other, and that I am not a ward of America. I am not an object of missionary charity. I am one of the people who built the country. Until this moment, there is scarcely any hope for the American dream, because the people who are denied participation in it, by their very presence, will wreck it. And if that happens, it's a very grave moment for the West. Thank you.
God damn. It speaks for itself. There's literally no commentary I could possibly add that would make that better. Yeah. There's just no There's literally nothing I could say to follow that up that would add anything to it. What date was that speech? This one this was his conversation with William F. Buckley. Let me see. That was February 18th, 1965. February 18th, 1965. He was debating William F. Buckley. William F. Buckley. Fucking Christ. That is wild. Imagine how far the discourse had been and what had happened in between. Yeah, anytime you guys are watching my show and you hear me talking about marginalized people in this country, about people of color, queer people in this country, queer people of color in this country, just remember, this struggle has been going on a long time. In fact, William F. Buckley is a massive scumbag. Yes, a massive scumbag. And also, I don't want to spoil anything, but here's a little, since for those of you who are here and have been here for so long and are wonderful and amazing imps, I don't want to spoil anything, but we have a video. I'm working on a project right now that is going to address this an aspect of what we're talking about right now. Some of you may recall that there's been a conversation ongoing about transgenocide and also about whether or not things like slavery or systemic oppression that kills people can be considered a genocide. And we're going to be addressing that question head on in the near future. And if you notice, there are many, many things where there are many periods in history that are not so far away. 1965 is not so far away. It has not been so long since 1965. And in just a few years prior, when James Baldwin was a child, that as he speaks about in this speech, he was taught that he had no history. That there was no history for him to look back to. That he was essentially that he was told by people that he was less than human, and that was normalized. It was a common thing. It was an accepted part of society. And some people would tell you that if something is normalized, that means that it is not genocidal. That a genocide can only exist as a single event that you can draw lines around very easily. But I would argue that many societies have genocidality or a genocidal mentality baked into them. And that we have only ever managed to halt it temporarily. That we have stopped the genocide for brief periods before it returns to an aforementioned norm that existed for a long period of time. I mean, can we not say that Christianity throughout the Middle Ages was perpetually genocidal towards gay people, towards Jewish people? Because I would argue that it was, and that there were only ever small periods of peace carved out by extremely brave people who were willing to fight against overwhelming odds. Anyway, like I said, a small teaser, okay? Just a small teaser. What an incredible speech. Somniostatic, thank you very, very much. Don't forget that, excuse me, don't forget that people almost only ever use the term genocide to describe past events because they refuse to understand the upswing and the results of horrific rhetoric followed by a collapse for the genocide to actually end. Yeah. It totally wrecked the vibe, but it was good. It did not wreck the vibe at all. React segments, there's a beauty to React segments. React segments are meant to be all over the place. There's fun to be had in going from one extreme to the other. That's part of the draw of a React segment, after all. So no, it did not wreck the vibe. It simply shifted it. Yeah. I agree, Nuts. I think that sometimes we are limited, we are deeply limited by sometimes I feel like we are deeply limited by our own language. That we desire so much to use easily recognizable language that can be copy-pasted to everyone without any attempt at understanding, because we are taught to not reach out and try to understand what people are saying, that we hamstring our own ability to be able to, like, actually talk about important things. And it's very sad. It's very unfortunate. All right, let's take a look here. You guys want to, I got something to react to. Y'all ready? This is a me react. All right, here we go. We're gonna react to a Ludwig video. Oh my God, what? Ludwig? The streamer Ludwig? That's me. This is my pick, okay? This is a video I wanted to react to because it's really funny. Do you guys remember a couple of weeks ago when we were covering the gambling fallout on Twitch? You guys remember that? Guess what? It's gotten even funnier. Let's watch this video.
For the first time in Mogul Mail history, I had to take down one of my videos. Not because what I said was wrong or because I had a take that was too hot and I was getting in trouble, but because when I made the video last night and scheduled it to upload today, it was already outdated. So here's the most updated story of Kick.com, the newest live streaming competitor that is in part guided by Trainwrecks TV and might be a little bit suspicious. We'll get to the suspicious part in a bit. Stick with me, but first, I owe you an apology. I've made a lot of videos over the past year about how Twitch is about to explode and implode and everyone who's ever used the platform will vanish. It's not really fully accurate. I mean, look, they have had their worst year in terms of PR and products released, but shit, if the Titanic's sinking and there's no lifeboats, you're probably going to stay in the Titanic. And Twitch in 2021 had a 70.5% market share, and in 2022, they've increased their market share to 76%. There's no...
Yes. Twitch has essentially no serious competitors. YouTube has YouTube has grown, but has not seemingly eaten away from Twitch. However, as I have said, I think that there are signs within Twitch that are signs of an impending collapse of Twitch. And when I say that is, I don't think it's going to be an overnight thing. I don't think you're going to see Twitch blow up. But I think what you're going to see is you're going to see Twitch bleed talent. They're going to keep bleeding major talent, and then there's going to be a point where the system, where the entire website is just failing to pull in the numbers it needs to stay afloat, and then it will start to spiral. And that spiral might go pretty fast, it might go slower, it all depends. But the problem with Twitch is, well, there's a number of major problems with Twitch, but the biggest one is that they treat their talent like shit. Like, straight up. YouTube could be a serious competitor if they would build a proper streaming portal. Yes. Thankfully, YouTube does seem interested in attempting to compete with Twitch in the streaming department, but yeah. Hassan got shafted. His ads are up to 3 minutes instead of 60 seconds, which is a chore. That's the type of stuff I'm talking about. You see, Twitch treats its talent like trash. Not only does new streamers who aren't grandfathered in get a massive reduction, a literal daylight robbery rev share. The rev share on Twitch is terrible. It's terrible. It's insulting. But on top of that, they keep adding more ads, more features that you have to sell to your audience, and it becomes more and more exhausting. And the more that you have to keep selling to your audience, it degrades stream quality, it leads to talent burnout, and on top of that, the talent is not getting a good deal. They're getting obviously shafted. It's just they don't have any other they don't have many other options. Now, thankfully for me, I'm very well established here on YouTube. I'm not going anywhere. I have no desire to go back to Twitch. I have zero desire to be subject to Twitch's absolutely asinine TOS, which Twitch does not do a good job enforcing their TOS. They don't tell anybody what the problem was. You just have issues constantly. My stream got falsely reported multiple times while I was on Twitch, and we never had any fucking idea why. We just had to speculate. So I have no desire to go back to Twitch, whether or not Twitch itself is succeeding. But I worry that Twitch is going to have a talent vortex, which is that there's going to be a couple of big names who burn out, who get really mad at their returns on Twitch, and then it's going to spiral to a lot of other people just giving up on the platform, even if they're doing okay right now. Yeah, we'll see. Xanderhall's take on the Twitch ad situation is terrible. I don't know the whole Twitch ad situation because we haven't done like a Twitch segment on the ads. Also, Hassan just got falsely banned for covering Ye the other day. Yeah, that was pathetic. Nuts says there was somebody who fucked on Twitch like it was a cam site and got a 1-day ban, while some people get 1-month bans for nothing. I got a 1-month ban for nothing. It sucked. I feel like YouTube discoverability has gotten better lately for streamers. Yes, it has. And part of the reason is because YouTube added the live tab, which means that, oh yeah, we don't have to unlist our VODs anymore. We're gonna stop unlisting VODs because they have the live tab. I forgot I have to turn that off. I have to turn that setting off. Where is it here? Where's the thing? Oh, it's over here. We don't need to do that anymore. There we go. From now on, I never have to unlist the lives anymore. Also, with the new YouTube.com handle feature, things have gotten a lot better with discoverability. Yeah, we auto-qualified. We got the Demon Mama handle. We are at Demon Mama now, which is fucking awesome. YouTube.com/@DemonMama. Oh yeah, I need to go change my links because we've got the handles now. It's so good. The handles are great. We are the official, we're the real one-of-a-kind fucking Demon Mama now. It's great. Not /C/Demon Mama, not /C/string of numbers. It's great. Yeah. So slowly and surely. Xanderhall's take is that people are just mad about Twitch. Well, okay. You could always remove the C? I didn't know that. Well, okay. Whoops. That's my bad. Anyway, let's watch the rest of this video. Let's react to the rest of this video.
No competitors to speak of. It's just YouTube and just Facebook. Now, this doesn't include vertical.
Facebook gaming sucks so much. Streaming on Facebook, nobody watches anything on Facebook. It's so unfortunate because Facebook does actually have a lot of traffic on it. It's just nobody watches streams because the UI is terrible. It's terrible. Xanderhall's take is that people are mad about Twitch ads because they don't like content creators making money. Look, I can't speak to Xanderhall's position. Ads suck, okay? Nobody likes ads. Ads ruin everybody's life, okay? And part of the reason why they ruin everybody's life is because everybody is willing to endure some level of advertisement. For example, like the stream. See, that's an advertisement. This show is viewer supported by imps like you. That's an advertisement. And people are willing to tolerate advertisements in good faith. They're willing to say, hey, you got to promote your show? I'm happy to help. Thanks for reminding me to like the stream. Thanks for whatever. People are willing to tolerate ads in good faith, but they're not fun. They're annoying. And we live in a I almost said we live in a society. We do. But we live in a current paradigm in which you are literally bombarded with ads all hours of every day. You cannot escape the goddamn ads, and it drives people crazy. It makes our jobs horrible. Ads rob you at gunpoint of your most valuable commodity, time. Let me tell a quick story, okay? Real quick one. Recently, I went back to my home state. In my home state, billboards are illegal. It was the best thing ever. Being able to drive down the highway and see the place that you are driving through, being able to drive down a road and see the trees and see the landscape and not see a bunch of "Jesus wants you to stop masturbating" ads, or "Look at this dead baby, you don't do an abortion," or a weird guy saying like, "Oh, you better come buy diamonds for your marriage." Instead of having to see that shit plastered all over the literal real world where you can't look anywhere but the car in front of you, which probably has a bunch of fucking bumper stickers on it, or one of those license plate tags that tells you where you bought your car, which is an ad. There's ads everywhere. And oh my God, it's absurd. On your phone, they fucking send you ads. 3-minute unskippable ad, 30-second unskippable ad. It's maddening. It's not good for streamers to have to hawk ads all the time. It makes people turn off your show, and it sucks. Fuck ads. Unfortunately, we have to. Danny says, by the way, Danny is one of the most knowledgeable people on Twitch that I've ever met. Danny is awesome. Also our team's editor. Shout outs to Danny. The problem is Twitch ads are forcing you to run more ads for less revenue. They couch it by calling the money made an incentive, or they force pre-roll ads. CPM is a shadow of its former self from the early days of Twitch. True, also on YouTube, people used to make millions of dollars in ad revenue. Now they run twice as many ads and you make a pittance. A pittance! I'm serious. I've showed you guys I've talked to you all about how bad the ad revenue is on YouTube. Even when we run ads, even though we take all of the time out of our day, I should say Danny takes time out of their day to edit out swears, to make sure we get ads, to edit out bad words, blah, 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 whatever else. We still get a fucking pittance. Killjoy says, yeah, if I don't have my Prime sub, I will literally click away if I get hit by a bunch of ads. That's how most people do. I thought the billboard ban was just a Vermont thing. It's most of New England. Anyway, let's continue.
Live streaming that's really exploding, like TikTok and Instagram Live. But as far as traditional live streaming, if you want to stream, everybody's going to Twitch. 92% of people choose to stream on Twitch. Streaming as a whole is a bit down since the end of COVID. But since then, Twitch...
Based Ludwig calling it like it is, the end of COVID. By the way, I don't want to sit on this for too long, but COVID is raging right now. If you don't want to feel bad, don't go look at the COVID numbers right now, because COVID infections are off the charts right now. It's insane. Let's continue.
Has gone up a little bit. Same with YouTube. Facebook's fallen off the face of the earth. Mark Zuckerberg's looking for his legs in the metaverse.
Obviously.
Good luck with that. And those people are all going to Twitch. Not enough competitors. Enter Trainwrecks TV, who, if you don't know, is a top 10 streamer over the past year.
All of you who watch my show all the time will know we talked about Trainwrecks during the gambling apocalypse drama mama. It's on the stream. If you want to learn about the whole gambling apocalypse situation, it's a super juicy drama. Go check it out.
This is by hours watched, an inarguable metric. If you don't know his content, it's mostly based around slots, or at least it was until Twitch said they're banning slots. On October 18th, they removed one of the main providers of slots content, Stake.com, who sponsored everyone, including Train.
Trainwrecks had a sponsorship from Stake.com. Stake.com being a gambling site, an online gambling site, okay? An online slot machines website. That guy had a deal, a sponsorship from Stake to the tune of millions of dollars. They were paying him millions of dollars in cold, hard cash to promote, to just play slots on stream for children all day, every day, and glorify gambling. And as Ludwig is going to talk about here, Trainwrecks is one of the, like, he would stream like 13-hour days. The dude would stream literally all day, every day, with chats that are absolutely packed to the brim with literal children just playing up the excitement around slots, promoting a gambling websites, promoting online fucking gambling. The worst type of gambling. The type of gambling that gambling addicts can access even within their home.
Used to be known for streaming the most hours out of almost anyone, like on par with XQC, Hassan, Amaranth. But ever since the ban on October 18th, he kind of stopped streaming, at least stopped streaming as consistently as he used to. He has streamed 4 times in the past 6 weeks, just 4 times.
Can you imagine? I don't even think I've ever taken a 6-week break from streaming, and I'm a small timer. Isn't this the same guy who had panhandled to his audience to feed his gambling addiction? No, that's the other guy. That was Slicker. Trainwrecks does not have to panhandle. Trainwrecks is a multi-millionaire. Trainwrecks is loaded. That guy is so loaded, he does like giveaways in his chat for like fucking thousands of dollars. He's just like, here's thousands of dollars. Dude is loaded. He's like so fucking rich, it's not even funny. But he's streamed 4 times in 6 weeks. That's like a long vacation for me. That's like the longest I've ever taken away from stream. I think. Maybe I hit 6 weeks when I split my tongue. I didn't stream for 2 months straight, but that wasn't the official break. Was it 2 months? Was it 2 months? No, it was not 2 months. I did not stream for 2 months. I don't think that's true. The break when I moved, I still streamed during that though. And I still posted videos. The official break was under 2 months. Before that, I don't remember that. What was the unofficial break? Is that when I split my tongue? Well, the move, I literally had to disassemble the original studio. Whatever. Let's continue.
And it's not a coincidence that the day after the gambling ban, he tweeted out, I'm going to create a platform
I am, Twos. Yes, I am.
Not just for large creators, but it's also for small and mid-sized ones. Now, I was kind of curious to see what this would be, and we found out yesterday that it's the website known as kick.com, because he dropped a tweet logger that goes in depth of what the platform is and what it'll stand for. He talks about his pedigree, and he says that Twitch says they need to cut our pay, which is true. They did cut the pay of creators. They offered 70-30 splits for each subscription, 70% going to creators, 30% going to Twitch. And then they changed it to 50-50 because operating costs are too high. At least that's what they said.
Again, daylight robbery. Trainwrecks TV is 100% correct in saying that Twitch is just performing daylight robbery on their talent. Unfortunately, his response is a extremely fishy site, which we're about to find out about. I have ADHD and I was literally going insane from the amount of ad breaks that were on TV. That's why I stopped watching TV. Without ad blockers, I would not be able to enjoy content online either.
But they also tell Amazon and the media they're profitable and have more viewership and advertisers than ever. Whichever it is, it's obvious no benefits are being passed on to the creators who are the lifeblood of what made them successful in the first place. Powerful arguments. He goes into depth about how the 50-50 split's unfair and that even the 70-30 split that the competitor like YouTube offers isn't enough. They can do better.
That is true. Even YouTube's 70-30 split is still daylight robbery. Every other industry that uses talent in the world does not demand as much from as streaming platforms demand from streamers, and they do not ask as much. A 70-30 split, that is just a tax taking off the top 30% of everything that you do just for them existing. So ridiculous.
Better. Enter kick.com. We are offering a 95% split for creators. 95%. An unheard of split. Not just that, but also the tips that are built into the website called Kicks are going to be 100% for creators. Again, unheard of. Twitch's bit system, I think, is $1.40.
Now this, what we call in the industry is too good to be true. That's too good to be true. 95.5%. Now, it's fair. I think that 95.5% is much more fair. However, it's also too good to be true. How are you going to compete with a platform that takes 50% of all revenue and another established platform that takes 30% of revenue? How? And that's the question.
Per dollar given to creators. And then I think super chats on YouTube are about 70-30, I believe. And so this kick.com is going to be way better for smaller and mid-sized creators.
Who is offering 95 to 5? Trainwrecks TV's new website, which is called kick.com.
He also says that anyone who goes on the website will get a sub button. He goes on to say that the TOS is going to be fair, unlike Twitch's, which has been a huge PR problem for the past few years.
Yep, that's
He
true.
goes into this weird little ramble about how he's also going to allow gambling, but it's going to be ethical gambling as decided by Trainwrecks TV, which seems a little weird. Then he goes into some specifics of what that means. Okay, that we'll remember that fact. And then he goes on to say, give kick.com a year. It's going to be buggy. It's going to be weird. It's going to have some growing pains, but give it a year. They're trying to become a real profitable business by selling to advertisers and not taking money from creators. Okay. Now, the fact of the matter is that's also what Twitch is trying to do. That is in part why Twitch removes things like gambling or the hot tub meta or they ban so much. Is because they need to be able to cater to advertisers, something that YouTube is.
Gayfesh says, I just popped over and checked the recommended streams on Kick. Kick's half of the recommended streams currently on Kick are slot machine streams.
Has been wildly successful on the video service, and the live streaming service is a little bit further behind on. But we're going to get to that in just a moment. Is it true that Kick.com is trying to be profitable through advertising, or are there maybe more nefarious methods that are profitable? Anyway, let's first take a look at the Kick.com website. It looks pretty good at first glance. You have a rotating banner of streamers. You have a bunch of categories. You have some recommended channels. You have the recommended on the left as well. But it also looks oddly familiar, some people noticed. In fact, this is Twitch's website. A rotating banner of streamers at the top, categories you'll like, some streamers you'll like, the streams on the left. And at first, people thought that this...
Also, why? Why would you take the worst streaming UI in the universe? Twitch's UI is fucking terrible. Like, it's the worst. The stream, the user experience on Twitch is as abhorrent. Why would you copy the worst part of Twitch?
Might be a direct rip of Twitch. Now, I had my software engineer, Otto, who I've hired full-time, look into this for me. I said, is this a direct rip? And no, it is unique code with some pre-built assets. Apparently some images that might be taken from DLive and some UI UX features inspired by Twitch. But it is original code. And it seems, outside of a few bugs where somebody had like 300,000 streamers and a lot of people streaming a lot of gay porn, to be working all right for
gay porn, you say?
For a day one soft launch of a website that's in beta. I mean, the streams look nice, they function nice, and people are succeeding. It does seem, however, that the most
this
category of the website is slot streams. Specifically,
sus. Fucking sus.
The slot streams that are no longer allowed on Twitch of stake.com. You can see this is one of the biggest streamers on the platform right now. Why does this matter?
One of the biggest platforms just doing gambling, just doing raw gambling. Literally just...
Matter? Well, it was discovered from a couple of people last night, Quarantine and also CoffeeZilla.
Oh no! Oh no!
.com is a project of stake.com. I think there's no need to look for the business model anymore. It's a stake investment. And then there's some information here that shows that the Discord server in the subreddit were both owned and operated by somebody on the stake team.
Oh no! Oh God, no! I don't know what that means. It means the entire website is heavily invested in by the company that just got banned off of Twitch because they were aggressively promoting gambling to children by throwing fat wads of cash at Twitch's talent. Not only ruining the general culture of Twitch by having all of the top streamers just all playing slots all day because they're getting paid millions of dollars to do so, but also actively addicting children to gambling. And the company that just got banned by name from Twitch for doing that is investing in this brand new streaming site. It's just a giant ad for stake.com. Oh God, that is pathetic.
And that a lot of people were tweeting out November 19th when Kick.com was originally launched.
I just popped over onto Kick and it's just Trainwrecks right now sitting with 8K viewers spinning a slot machine saying, come on, bro, come on, I just need a 3X. It's pathetic. By the way, if you're watching right now, this would be a great time to join the Demon Mama Patreon. It's super easy. We're gonna drop it in chat right now. It's in the link is in the the link is in the description. And if you want to support me so I don't ever have to do gambling streams, I wouldn't do them. I would just stop streaming. But if you want me to keep streaming, it's a perfect time to join the Patreon. I promise you, in the future, I am going to be more active on the Patreon, and I might even give you some cool sneak peeks onto what I'm working on in the future. So join the Patreon or subscribe to the website. Either one, both are beneficial. Patreon is awesome, and we would love to have more patrons. Plus, the cool thing on the Patreon is you get a special name on the Discord. Super cool. There you go. Look, no gambling, no nothing. If you want to support me, you want to see more of my show, you want to show me some love, go support the Patreon. Thank you very much for reminding me.
For stake giveaways. And then even more damning, if you go to stake.com's LinkedIn, there were a lot of job opportunities to create a live streaming platform, aka Kick.
Oh no, it's literally the whole project is, oh no! This just in, breaking news, Kick.com's TOS has been taken down. It's a 500 server error if you try to look at Kick's terms of service. Oh no! Oh no, no! Yikes! Danny is saying that apparently they had literally word for word rip from their TOS from Twitch. Oh God! They do an ad, Mama does an ad. That should be the rule. True. That is the rule. I gotta get better at it. Thank you for reminding me. Holy shit, that is pathetic. That is so bad. That is so bad.
Kick is a new venture created by the founders of EasyGo and Stake.com with new studios in Australia and Europe. So it seems like rather than being this virtuous website, which is supposed to be for small and medium-sized creators to actually get their fair share, that you have to give a year of growing pains to become a profitable business that will sell to advertisers because of all the people that will switch to this because it's actually good for the people. This is a loss leader for Stake.com to be able to advertise their business in a way that gets around the bans on the mainstream platforms like Twitch and YouTube. This is just another way to do sponsored gambling content. And Train isn't just the virtuous person that he might be pretending to be. He is trying to do this in part because he wants to go back to doing sponsored gambling content. And that's also why he is taken like the mast of letting people know about Kick.com while also not being an owner of it. Because he's probably getting paid out the ass by Stake.com to gamble on the website.
Again, Trainwrecks was previously sponsored on Twitch to the tune of millions of dollars per year. Millions. A single sponsorship was earning this guy millions of dollars. That's how lucrative having streamers promoting gambling to young people is. That's how lucrative it is that they were willing to pay millions. A single fucking sponsorship made this guy a millionaire. Can you, oh my God. Holy shit. It was $52 million a year? No way. I've been paid $360 million for 16 months of sponsored gambling. Holy fucking, what? $250 million to gamble for 16 months? He was paid, it works out that he was paid $22.5 million a month, aka $31,000 an hour. An hour! To sell to sell gambling to thousands and thousands of people, to clean up and promote gambling addictions in as many people as possible. And I want you to think about how much money Stake.com must be raking in every year to be able to pay, to be able to sponsor streams to that degree. Just think of how much money Stake.com is making. Billions upon billions of dollars being extracted in the most heinous way you can imagine. Online gambling is the most, it is legalized robbery. It is the closest thing you can get to just stealing somebody's money. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Which is a
Demon Mama rethinking her moral code. Yes, and becoming more extreme anti-gambling. That disgusts me. It genuinely disgusts me.
A lot better of a gig than being like a 30% owner in the website that you have to grow from scratch and you only make money if you are successful in growing a business. I don't think he really cares about that because he'll get his paycheck just for gambling on the website. And that kind of leaves us at the end of the story. What does it mean Is Kick.com a huge scam? Well, if you ask DJ Wheat, longtime employee of Twitch who left recently, he says that it is a sham, and he can't sit by watching the nonsense. In my mind, I think...
I want to read that tweet real quick. DJ Wheat says, I've seen a lot of shit in my 23 years of internet broadcasting. I can confidently say that Kick.com is a sham. I can't sit idly by and watch nonsense be thrown out into the world as a beacon of hope for creators. This is where creators need to think critically. There are so many red flags present that it is embarrassing watching people who I respect give this platform even an ounce of credibility. Train's Twitlonger has so many conflicting statements and elements that anyone with platform experience in this space would look at and go, that makes no sense. I'm all for chasing your dreams, but I'm not okay with letting creators be the collateral damage. God damn. Thelon says, it's not even legalized. These sites usually operate in various tax havens because any semi-functional society has banned that shit. Yes, most societies have some level, even America has certain bans on online gambling, but these websites can operate all over the place, and they usually operate they operate out of shell companies that are located in countries that do not prosecute gambling. For example, fucking Andrew Tate went to Romania because Romania's laws on gambling were less severe than everywhere else. So he went to Romania to exploit people. It was both, Gayfesh. It was both.
And he can't sit by watching the nonsense. In my mind, I think...
I thought it was because he could pay off the cops easier. Yes, because he could pay off the cops easier for his casinos. That was where his riches originally came from. He got rich off of casinos. Anyway, whatever.
It's really bad that Train didn't disclose that this was a stake.com owned website. Not only did it not disclose it, it felt like they were kind of trying to hide it as well. Like, one of the moderators on the subreddit was a stake moderator as well, and then I think they removed him. So it just seems a bit fishy. Like, sure, be operated and owned by stake.com, but be honest about it too. Like, you still could feasibly provide value to creators who aren't interested in gambling content because you give them such a good cut because you're getting the blood money from all the gambling casino users. Yeah, there's still some value that can be seen in there for small and mid-sized creators. But they should know going in that it's not because you're going to create a successful business that's going to sell to advertisers a year from now because you have so many users and so many watchers. It's because you're making a shit ton of money as a loss leader from all the gambling sponsored streamers, which seems to be the reality of the situation. Not only that, there seems to be a couple things that might get this website shut down instantly.
No shot. Is this just an embed, dude? What the fuck?
Now, it was revealed yesterday that a couple of the streams were just Twitch embeds, which obviously isn't allowed in Twitch.
Oh, God, that's pathetic. That is so pathetic. Mac202PL. Hey, Mama, can you explain to me why video essay groups hate Debate Bros so much? And do you think the DJ Mule video will start a much bigger backlash against anti-Debate Bro video essays? In short, yes. In long, yes. No, just kidding. But why do video essays hate Debate Bros? I'll answer that after the React segment. I did a video on it recently. The short version is essay streamers or video essay makers. The ones that are angry at Debate Bros are a minority. They're just very loud. There you go. Anyway, let's continue.
Instantly take down. They had OTK Network that if you click on it...
Oh, yeah. Yes. Fought Knight says, watch Chariot's video on this. Yeah, Chariot's video about, video essayists versus Debate Bros is super good, and it goes a deep dive into the, roots of the conflict. It's very good. Falafel says, Mama, what's an embed? An embed is, it's E-M-B-E-D. It's what I do on my website. You're allowed to embed. Basically, you can take the video and you can put it somewhere else. So, for example, my website, has a video player, a YouTube video player embedded into the site. So you're on my site, but you can watch YouTube through my site so that you can enjoy other features of my site. And there's lots of very valid ways of doing that. However, operating a competitor to Twitch and then taking Twitch's content and embedding it on the competitor's website, that is like major illegal. That is like super illegal. That is like turbo illegal, okay? All right? It's really, really illegal. Yeah. All right, let's continue. Let's continue.
The Kick website brings you directly to Twitch because they're not actually streaming on Kick. They're streaming on Twitch and it's embedded. Now, I believe they've removed that feature since. I actually had, again, Otto try to do an embed stream and it works, but nothing displays. So it seems like they blocked that off. Don't do that. Don't do that. The website will get instantly shut down. But here's my take. This website will probably in 6 months either disappear or be flooded with gambling streamers and should only be touched by the people who want to lose all of their money or live vicariously through people who are losing all of their fake money because all of it's sponsored anyway. That's about it, boys. That's the update. And subscribe while you're here. Thanks for watching. All right. See you later. See you later. My gosh. What a crazy.
Yeah, that's one of the messed up things. Ludwig dropped it there at the end. By the way, you know, Ludwig, tiny streamer, you know, if you like it. Oh, the big update to huge drama video is about Smash stuff, which I am not interested in the Smash community stuff, so yeah. Yeah. I'm not super interested in that. Can we look at the Kick website? Is it kick.com? Yeah, it's kick.com. Let's look into it ourselves. All right, you guys ready for this? Here we go. Kick.com. Currently, the #1 streamer is, of course, Trainwrecks TV doing slots. The second highest streamer is Xpose doing slots. The third is Los Pollos TV doing slots. And finally, with a whopping 273 viewers, Halo Infinite. Then we have Just Chatting, a Hot Tub streamer, Just Chatting, and another slots. By far, there are 15,000 viewers in slots. The next highest category is a whopping 1,050 streamers. So this is just a slots streaming website. And it does look identical to Twitch. Be careful with the gay porn. Oh, don't worry. I think they got that part under control. Let's tune in real quick. Just real quick, let's tune in to just check and see what Trainwrecks is up to. This is a gambling-related stream and is intended for adult audiences. By watching, you confirm you're over the age of 18. Wow, how helpful. Wow, that was helpful. So no face cam. He's just got a Pepe animation. No face cam.
Can we get our first 300x?
Do 300x, might as well do a 500, and that's basically 1,000.
Damn, this is riveting. It's watching him gamble. Yeah, gambling streams are so fucked up because what you do is you watch them gamble, but they're not actually gambling their actual money because they're sponsored. So they're given tokens with which to gamble, and sometimes they win big while on stream. In fact, that's the goal. They want to go, oh my God, look at how much I won. But it didn't matter. It's to make you think that you could win big, but they're gambling not with their own money. They're sponsored. They're getting paid to play. They're not actually spending their own money. The way this racket works is that they give sponsored streamers fake odds, so all of the viewers subliminally get a distorted mental model of the odds. Yes, some do this worse than others, but yes. It used to be, there was a huge gambling scam that was going on with CSGO gambling, which happened on YouTube. This was when YouTube formally banned all gambling content. And, well, that's illegal. Well, it is illegal if you explicitly say that you're gambling with real money, but it's not illegal if you don't gamble with real money, and if you just conveniently don't say that very often, except when you are asked to. It's nightmarish. Okay, so let me tell you something that was happening on YouTube. There used to be this whole thing with CSGO gambling, where instead of gambling with real money, they would gamble with rare items on the Steam store through the game CSGO. So for those who don't know, CSGO is one of the most popular games, multiplayer games of all time. It had a massive community, and there were very rare items in that game that were worth a lot of money. They're aesthetic items that are incredibly rare. And what would happen is, because Steam has a whole bunch of different tools, you could plug your Steam inventory into a bunch of gambling sites, and you could gamble expensive weapon skins for lots of money. Well, not for lots of money. You could gamble expensive weapon skins and win or lose, and sometimes you would win rare skins, and none of it was done with real money. It all had to be paid for with weapon skins. So you would gamble the skin, you might win a different skin, you might lose your skin. And so you would pay for the skins in the Steam shop, of course. You need to pay to buy the ticket to get in, but because you weren't gambling with real money, it wasn't technically gambling. So that alone was bad. That alone is really sus. But it gets even worse because when what was happening on YouTube was that sponsored gamblers, big, huge channels that were making tons of money, basically pitching this gambling fund. Look at how much fun it is. I'm having so much fun. I'm winning so many skins. That kind of shit. Whoa, bro, dude, bro, I won so much. That shit, okay? They would do that shit to hype up their audience to go gamble on these websites. But they were given special codes. Unironically, they were given special codes that changed the odds. So it was way more likely that the streamers would win while they were playing on stream. They would use a special code. They would get different odds than everybody else. And so they would get the, wow, I won a skin that's worth $10,000. That shit all the time. And it would hype up their audience. Their audience would then go to that website, purchase skins, and then gamble away their money, losing everything because they were excited by watching their favorite streamer win a bunch of shit. It is, and it got exposed. I think, in fact, there's like an H3 video on it. Let me see if there's maybe we could watch it. Maybe we could even watch it. That might be fun. Oh, yeah, here it is. Oh, hell yeah. Let's watch it. Oh, it's a perfect length. We'll react to this next. Let's do it. Yeah, this is going to be fun. I love H3 videos. Warning, this video is protected by fair use. Any illegal removal of this video will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law by the Fair Use Protection Association. Let's continue.
Those of you out there who know us best know that we here at H3 Productions are all about blasting ass. And it has been such a long time since I've just taken such a nice steaming load on another person's chest, and I feel like now is the time to do it. And luckily, I found one of the shadiest things I have ever seen on my time on YouTube, and trust me, I won't lie. This is definitely me when I've seen all the shadiest shit on YouTube, and this is worse than all of it.
I swear that I watched this one 10 times.
Today we're talking about CSGO gambling, which is really something that's taken the internet by storm these past couple of years, and it seems like these gambling sites are popping up all over the place. And
what? Look! He's doing the thing I was just doing! He's doing the, bro! He's doing the thing I just did!
And there's some controversy stewing around it. Now I know Gabe and Valve are memes, they're supposed to be the saviors of the internet and all that, but underneath all this, there's some really, really shady shit going on with Valve and even more with the people operating these sites themselves. And I kind of want to give you guys an overview from top down just to show you how fucked up this shit has gotten. Now, according to this Bloomberg article entitled "Virtual Weapons Are Turning Teen Gamers into Serious Gamblers," they allege that these gambling sites take 2.3 billion trades just in.
Holy shit. A $2.3 billion industry, all using a loophole through CSGO. Mostly robbing children.
2015, 2.3 billion. That's a huge industry. For those of you who are not familiar with Counter-Strike, it's basically a multiplayer game where you shoot each other. But the big pull of the game right now is the virtual items you can own in the game. So you can get a really cool looking AK-47, and they range in price from 1 cent all the way up to like $4,000. And the way you obtain these skins is by buying a key that costs $250 to opening crates that randomly drop in the game. And it feels like Valve itself has specifically designed this game to operate almost exactly like a slot machine. When you compare opening a crate in CSGO, it looks almost identical to an online slot machine. The only difference is that you have to be over the age of 21 or people will go to prison. Opening crates? Everybody's welcome. Kids invited. Valve has created a loophole for themselves by claiming that CSGO skins aren't money and therefore it's not gambling. But if you look, you can immediately sell these skins for real money. In addition to Valve's own system for opening crates, tons of CSGO gambling sites have propped up in the past couple of years. These gambling sites are fairly simple. You basically just put in your skins, do a coin toss against other players, essentially just putting all your money into a pile and flipping a coin to see who wins. Now this is when it gets really interesting. People have created a class action lawsuit against Valve. Suing them for helping these gambling sites. So what this lawsuit alleges is that Valve knowingly allowed, supported, and or sponsored illegal gambling by allowing millions of Americans to link their individual Steam accounts to third-party websites. Furthermore, because Valve has helped to create an unregulated international gambling concern with no oversight that targets teenagers, plaintiffs and the class have been damaged. This unregulated market is ripe for scams, cheating, fraud, and other harm to users. Their kids lost money, and the parents came together saying, well, this is illegal. Why are you allowing my kids to gamble on your site? And they had this premonition like, this is an unregulated gambling market that's ripe for scams and fraud, okay? And this is where this story is going next, and this is when it gets so crazy, guys. I'm gonna be focusing on two extremely popular YouTubers by the name of Pro Syndicate and T Martin. And these...
Okay, I'm telling you, this is where he's not lying when he says it goes off the chain. This gets so shady. This gets so goddamn shady. When I saw this, this video came out 6 years ago, and I saw this video when it came out, and I remember my jaw dropped.
These guys are huge CSGO players. Together they have a combined sub count of well over 10 million. Now these two guys have a ton of CSGO gambling videos on their YouTube pages where they're winning huge amounts of money. They have videos titled such as how to win $13,000 in 5 minutes.
Notice how they title their videos as if it's a tutorial. They title their videos to explicitly to encourage people to go do it, and then when they do their little credit at the end, they'll say, "Hey guys, just so you know, gambling is dangerous. Don't gamble."
With CSGO betting. Now, if that title doesn't sound just like a get-rich-quick scheme, then I'm the fucking Pope. Play now and win $10,000, right? Like, are you creating entertainment? Or are you trying to get kids to gamble? And they're both always playing on the same site, CSGO Lotto.
You know what? Today I woke up and thought, let's do something stupid. And that certain thing of stupidness is I'm putting my ARP Dragonlore Factory New on the line. I'm gambling on CSGO Lotto. I'm going for the Jewel Arena, 50-50 chance of winning.
What if I told you that they were being paid by CS Lotto to, you know, introduce children to gambling and get people to go on their site. And they didn't even disclose it in the description. They didn't say paid by, they didn't say sponsored. But what if I told you that these two slimy fucks actually own this website?
Uh-oh! Oh my God!
Martin is the president and Pro Syndicate is the vice president. They created it together. They don't disclose it in the description. They don't disclose it in the videos. They own this site. Now, why is this shady? Because if they own the site, they have access to the back end of the website. They can control the outcome of every bet. They can fake the results to make promoting videos. And, by the way, it's illegal to not disclose if you've been paid or work for a company to promote or review that product. So no, they don't work for them. They fucking own it, dude. I mean, I've never heard of a gambling site that allows their employees, let alone their owners, to play on it because it's highly immoral and shady as fuck. Now here's a video by Syndicate entitled, "Winning Big, Money, 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 exclamation, exclamation, woo woo! Kids, come on, anyone can play of any age." And here in the description, he says, site used CSGO Lotto. Like, it's almost incidental. Like, oh, and by the way, this is the site I used. So if you guys, want to do this, not that it affects me, but you can click this link, site used.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome your faces today to the ultimatum of gambling on CSGO Lotto, where today we are throwing down with a starting bid of $50, then $100, then $200, then $400, then $800.
So here he, fairy tale story, $50 up to thousands in a 13-minute video. Terrific stuff here, guys.
Galil, I've never seen. We won already! Yes! That's what I'm talking about. Yes! Yes! That's the way. I like it.
Do you think it's possible he faked his reaction and faked the actual results of the bet? It's possible. It's very possible. I don't know if he did, but it's possible, and that's why you don't gamble on your own site. It doesn't need to be said. It's obscene. Now, this isn't even the first time that Pro Syndicate has been in trouble with the FTC for not disclosing his ties to a game he's reviewed. In 2005, he showed himself playing a game many times on his channel called Dead Realm that he was an owner of. He invested in this game, and he posted videos of him playing it and didn't disclose his financial ties to the game. You would think that by now he would have learned his lesson and been more forthcoming about his ties to these institutions, but he's still dishonest about it. Now, how do we know that they own it? This YouTuber, the small YouTuber who did this amazing research called Honor the Call, by the way, the link is in the description, check this guy out, he's done amazing research. He basically discovered the registration of the business that has all of their names on it. So there's no doubt that these guys own this company, okay? And since he kind of busted this story, they've been in full, damage control mode. T. Martin went to his YouTube channel and posted this vlog saying, yes, I'm the part owner of CSGOLotto.com, full story, and he tries to explain how it's not that big of a deal.
Basically, what's breaking news now is that myself and a few other people, including Tom, never been a secret.
Well, that's nice to say, but me and a team of researchers haven't been able to find one example of him disclosing that he's the owner of this site, nor has Pro Syndicate. In fact, I went to his LinkedIn, and even there, where he proudly displays all of his achievements as a businessman, CSGO Lotto is suspiciously missing from that list. I mean, that's quite an achievement, dude. You own a CSGO gambling site. That probably generates a lot of revenue. I would definitely put that on my LinkedIn if that was something I was proud of as a businessman. Certainly, I wouldn't want to hide that or conceal that from anybody, right? Not unless I was doing something shady. Watch this clip and tell me if this is a man who's disclosing he's the owner of this site.
Now, what I was talking about earlier, I want to talk to you guys about at the end of the video. I've been starting to bet a little bit more. Like Brock, obviously you guys know he loves betting. He's posted a ton of betting videos on his channel and stuff. And he's been hitting me up. And we found this new site called CSGO Lotto. So I'll link it down in the description if you guys.
We found this new site that I own and founded.
You guys want to check it out, but we were betting on it today and I won a pot of like $69 or something like that, so it was a pretty small pot, but it was like the coolest feeling ever. And I ended up like following them on Twitter and stuff, and they hit me up and they're talking to me about potentially doing like a skin sponsorship. Like they'll give me skins to be able to bet on the site and stuff, and I've been like considering doing it. Like I think that'd be kind of cool.
Wow, dude, how cool. You got a sponsorship from this new site that you fucking own? That's like the shadiest thing I have ever seen in my life. I feel like I need to play that again.
This is something that has never been a secret. And we found this new site called CSGO Lotto. So faking something like that and kind of being deceiving like that would be one of the worst things you could possibly do. And we were betting on it today and I won a pot of like $69 or something like that. So it was a pretty small pot, but it was like the coolest feeling ever. I don't know how you can sleep at night knowing that you put down other people with misinformation and cause them harm. Like, how could you live with yourself? It's like the coolest feeling ever. And I ended up like following them on Twitter and stuff. How could you live with yourself? And we found this new site.
I ended up following them on Twitter, talking about the company that he owns, the social media account that he owns.
Called CSGO Lotto. So I'll link it down in the description if you guys want to check it out.
I found a new site that I think you guys are gonna like. How the fuck do you live with yourself, dog?
Problem with that would be if I didn't divulge that information, and I do. You can look at the descriptions of every single one of my CSGO Lotto videos.
But he says, I didn't do anything wrong here, guys. That's just why I'm gonna go through the description of all my videos and update it to put a disclaimer insinuating that I knew I was doing something shady. My favorite part about this claim is that if you just go to his videos, you can simply check the Google cache and see that he's just added the disclaimer since this news came out. And even if you go to this video I just showed you where he lies about CSGO Lotto approaching him, he still didn't put a disclaimer in the description as of this time right now. All it says is best place for gambling skin, csgolotto.com. Not to mention the disclaimer he's added says don't play if you're underage.
Why would you ever claim stuff that's so easily proven false? Because this guy was making so much money, it's not even funny. This guy was raking in thousands upon thousands of dollars with this scam.
But the privacy policy on the website forbids only children from under the age of 13. So which one is it, dude? 13 or 18? Now this second video of his broke again on Scarce's news channel.
But he actually had a very good response to this. He said that I do own the site now and I didn't back then. At that point, it was a feeler video to see if my viewers would enjoy that type of content and whether or not I should invest in the business.
Basically what he's saying is that he didn't own the company at the time of making that video, so technically he wasn't lying. If you look at the company charter here, you can clearly see that he was the owner from day one. Not only that, but he's the dude who filed it. He's the incorporator. He's the guy who did the papers and signed it out and put his name on it and said, I own this company. And all of his officers there, Pro Syndicate is one of them, were there from day one. So I don't really understand what you're trying to say, T. Martin. Were you the owner or were you not? Because clearly the charter shows that you are the original incorporator. As someone who loves new media, I love esports, I love YouTube. When this kind of thing is allowed to go on, it cheapens everything we do.
That's why we here at H3H3 Productions have decided to make our own CSGO gambling site called babygambles.net. We believe that 13-year-old is way too old to get started gambling, and we want the age to go down to 5. Because if you're old enough to play with blocks, you're definitely old enough to play with crates. We believe that children should feel the crushing defeat and crippling self-loathing that comes along with gambling, because it's never too young to start hating yourself and despising your life. So join us today at babybets.com/H3H3. By the way, I am not affiliated with this site. I just use it myself. I play with my children. They have a lot of fun. I am not affiliated with this site. It's just incidental. Please check it out. Thank you guys. csbabybets.gov. Thank you guys.
What a banger video. What an absolute banger video. What a absolute God. I used to watch so much H3H3. I used to watch so much H3H3. Oh my God. It's so wild. What a good video. CS Baby Bets, csbabybets.gov. Yeah, that's right. All right. All right. T. Martin is still making videos. Yeah, if a lot of these people get away with this shit. A lot of people get away with stuff like this. A lot of people get away with scams like this. Sometimes they don't. A lot of people do get away with scams like this, but when they don't, they end up in prison for life, which is, hey, you know, it's quite a gamble, you might say. Oh! 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 All right, my lovely imps. Okay, it is time. I've been going for 7.5 hours. Gave you some serious treats today. DM, I got a video to watch. Oh, I can't react to this right now. I have to end. I have to end. Someone shared this with Demon Mama. A Christian private school sent out a letter after attacks to tell people to stop drag shows. All right, I'll open the link if you can send it to me. Tony, if you can email that to me, that'd be great. I gotta wrap up. I gotta go eat some dinner. Tony, please email that to me. But before everybody goes, before you leave, on the 11th of this month, I will be participating in a very unique charity stream. A charity stream in which anyone will be able to donate money to the charity to debate me. That's right. I will be working together with President Sunday and a number of other people, and for a period of that charity stream, anyone could be the worst people you could imagine, could be my own evil family members or whatever, the bad ones. It could be the good one. It could be anybody. You could call in, and as long as you're willing to donate, to continue donating to the charity, okay? And also, by the way, Mr. Krabs123, I appreciate the donation deeply. Remind me of that video next stream and maybe next react stream, and I'll try to react to it, okay? Because that does sound interesting, actually. I'm going to see if Riley wants to donate $300. Hey, you never know. Could bring back the ancient past. It's been weird. Some people have been bringing it back. But yes, anybody, the reason I say people brought it back is because recently somebody tried to resurrect the ancient RGR drama, which was pathetic. But please, keep your eyes peeled. On the 11th of this month, we will be doing that fundraiser. We are raising money to help a viewer of both mine and President Sunday's stream, a longtime member of the community and a wonderful artist by the name of Lucy Hayes. Lucy Hayes' mother was recently involved in a terrible accident and has suffered some pretty serious injuries, and Lucy needs some help to raise money to make sure that her mother can recover. Her mother is also an incredible artist. I will show off some of her mother's art on the charity stream. Lucy is really wonderful, has been a member of our community and a member of President Sunday's community for a long time. And so we decided, me and President Sunday, like Goku and Vegeta, we're like, we can team together to raise some money to help Lucy. And so we're gonna do that. And the premise is going to be that the debates, you'll be able to pay to either debate me or debate President Sunday or to debate both of us. And of course, you can also just contribute without having to debate if you want to. The whole goal is to raise as much money so that Lucy's mom can recover peacefully and not have to stress because they don't have health care. So, or they don't have good health care, I should say. You know how it goes when you have private health care. You have to pay a lot of money anyway. Anyway, oh, Lucy's here. Lucy, much love to you. I'm very much looking forward to the 11th. It's going to be great. And don't worry, I will be sending out announcements. I just want to make sure that you all are in the know in advance, okay? Anyway, my lovely imps, it's time for me to go for now. Thank you for watching my stream. Thank you for supporting me. Do not motherfucking die. And remember, much communal love to all of you. I will see you all very soon. We got a bunch of good stuff coming up, okay? See you all very soon. Mwah. Bye for now.